Chapter 216, Fierce Evil Ghost. Alright, my junior sister has cast a spell to temporarily conceal the stone statue. It must have awakened the 4 evil ghosts. Without the energy supplied by the stone statue, the 4 evil ghosts' strength will be greatly diminished, but even so, everyone should not let down their guard. To be safe, I have 3 concentric magical artifacts here. Each of you should wear one. If you encounter danger, you can send a message, and then I will have a way to gather the concentric magical artifacts and provide some assistance. Ghost Capital still seemed uneasy. With a final flip of her hand, she took out 4 bracelets and threw 3 of them to Sunyang and the others. She then told the 3 of them how to use them. Sunyang took the bracelet and glanced at it, finding that these were indeed magical artifacts with some kind of connection, but their grade was relatively low. Each bracelet was a medium-grade defensive magical artifact. But if the 4 needles were connected, they might exert some power. Of course, there was no need to think much, the power was extremely limited, at most defending against one wave of the evil ghost's attacks. This was also why Ghost Capital said she could only provide some assistance. Then, the 4 of them began to discuss where each would go. After the discussion, Ghost Capital shouted, "Alright, let's go. Remember to gather at the Immortal Cave within 4 hours." As soon as her voice fell, she took the lead and flew out of the Immortal Cave, heading towards a dark area on the left. Sunyang and the other 2 also did not delay and disappeared from their original spots. 5 breaths later, as a rune on the stone door flickered, it slowly closed, as if nothing had happened there. The place Sunyang went to was located in the southwest direction. After he flew several hundred feet away, he moved his hand seal, pointed at a certain spot, and soon, a purple afterimage quickly dodged over. It was the purple yin blood slave that Sunyang had released. Since purple yin was a body of potent poison, it naturally would not fear the 3 types of malevolent toxins in the surroundings. Along the way, Sunyang had been making purple yin move 300 feet away. At this moment, purple yin was holding the soul sail in its hand. With a gentle shake of the soul sail, several ghost shadows immediately appeared around it. These ghost shadows were the malevolent ghosts that had been released. And Sunyang also used purple yin to control those malevolent ghosts in the soul sail, constantly moving them around the surroundings. He had long memorized the surrounding terrain. However, at this moment, he had summoned purple yin, naturally, for another plan. As his hand seal moved, those malevolent ghosts disappeared without a trace again. Sunyang then took out several treasures and handed them to purple yin. Only then did he wave his hand, and purple yin flew away again into the distance. Having done all this, Sunyang did not linger. He quickly mustered his magical power and headed towards the direction of the evil ghost's immortal cave. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, he arrived before a pitch-black stone wall. This stone wall seemed to have nothing unusual about it. If he hadn't been able to confirm that this was the location provided by Ghost Capital, Sunyang would not have known that an immortal cave was hidden here. As he arrived before a certain protruding stone, he suddenly activated it, and a spell blasted onto it. After the spell exploded, countless shattered stones were shaken down. Soon, a stone door appeared. This stone door seemed to have nothing special, but Sunyang did not dare to be careless in the slightest. He immediately took out the ghost chi cape and draped it over his body. Then, he maximized the power of the starry shield formed by the yin jade. Only then did he gather his magical power, and a faint glow landed on the stone door. After being struck by the faint glow, the stone door slowly opened from within, revealing a deep, dark passage. However, surprisingly, no unusual fluctuations emanated from it. Seeing this, Sunyang couldn't help but frown. This immortal cave had not been opened for so many years. Logically, there shouldn't be no unusual fluctuations. This abnormal scene made his heart sink slightly. After thinking for a while, Sunyang, with vigilance, slowly walked into the passage. This passage was very long, and there was also a strange liquid constantly dripping. He walked for 10 breaths, but found that he had not reached the end. Sunyang immediately realized something was wrong. He quickly patted his storage pouch, took out the Haolei cape, and as a bolt of thunder descended. The surrounding walls immediately burst open after being struck by the thunder. However, when countless stones splashed, these shattered stones strangely turned into black smoke and disappeared. As the black smoke dissipated, 100-foot space was revealed, and before the original passage, there was a tall black shadow with its maw wide open, seemingly waiting for Sunyang to fall into its mouth. Seeing its plan fail, the black shadow closed its maw, revealing ferocious fangs, and a pair of pitch-black large wings stretched out from its body. Dense ghost chi emanated from these wings. Apparently, these wings were formed by thick ghost chi. The next moment, countless black star points shot out from the wings, attacking at an extremely fast speed. Sunyang was as if facing a formidable enemy. He quickly took out a small bottle, smashed it with a fierce palm, and then a thick blood chi appeared in front of him. Then, he pulled out a long blood shadow and disappeared from his original spot. Inside this small bottle was the essence blood that had been extracted beforehand. Although the blood escape technique performed with this essence blood was less effective, it had the advantage of saving some of his internal essence blood consumption. After creating some distance, Sunyang couldn't help but scan the evil ghost with a grave expression. The strength of this evil ghost was at the early stage of Foundation Establishment realm. However, it possessed a strong malevolent aura that other ghost creatures did not have, which also indicated that this ghost would become stronger as the malevolent aura within its body erupted. Sunyang also recalled Ghost Capital's final reminder for them to fight with all their might, which seemed to be precisely for this reason. The longer the battle, the more difficult it would be to kill this ghost. He immediately waved his hand and took out a tattered ghost sail. As it was activated, a ghost general emanating dense ghost chi walked out from within. As soon as this ghost general appeared, a thick aura burst forth. Sun Yang then moved his hand seal, and a stream of ghost chi emerged from the ghost general's body, then a ghost blade was held in its hand. This ghost blade was precisely the one ghost soul severing blade. Sun Yang intended to use this blade to utterly destroy this evil ghost with one strike. But to achieve a direct hit, he still needed to make some preparations. Then, with the movement of his magic incantation, his Haolei cape roared with thunder. The evil ghost, upon sensing the thunder on Sun Yang's body, was also extremely afraid. Clearly, vast thunder had a strong destructive power against this type of ghost creature. However, the vast thunder that Sun Yang unleashed with the help of the cape was still somewhat insufficient. Although this evil ghost was afraid, it would not be destroyed by this thunder. Sure enough, after a short while, the ghost chi on the evil ghost's wings suddenly surged, completely enveloping its ghost body. Immediately after, in front of the evil ghost's body, a gigantic long blade formed by ghost chi materialized out of chi. This blade was actually conjured by the evil ghost and shot towards Sun Yang. As it appeared above Sun Yang's head, several blade shadows flashed, and then it rapidly unleashed 5 slashes. Chapter 217 Invisible Shadow. When the 5 severing force landed on Sun Yang, a transparent magical pearl suddenly appeared and exploded with a bang. The resulting wave of chi surged forth. Under the chi wave, the attack from the ghost chi blade was submerged, and the ghost chi blade itself was blown back several feet. At this moment, a bloody shadow flew out from the chi wave. It landed above the evil spirit's head with extreme speed. Sizzle. A loud sound of thunder erupted. A bolt of thunder, like a sharp sword, struck down directly. The evil spirit sensed something was wrong, and even the ghost chi all over him visibly tightened a few points, then the ghost chi transformed into a hemispherical shell, covering the evil spirit. The moment the hemispherical shell appeared, the thunder had already crashed down. Hiss, boom, hiss, boom. Several sounds rang out. The thunder force continuously flowed over the shell, turning the ghost chi into ashes again and again. However, the ghost chi formed by the evil spirit was extremely dense. Even when the thunder force was completely expended, it barely managed to shatter the hemispherical shell of ghost chi. As the thunder dissipated, the evil spirit transformed into a ghost shadow and vanished from his original spot, reappearing 10 feet away. Due to the thunder strike, the ghost chi on the evil spirit's body had already been completely dispersed, revealing his true form. This ghost creature had 2 sharp horns on his head, but his face was human-like, vaguely resembling a middle-aged man with a full beard. However, there was a gash on his face, and countless strange black lines wriggled within the gash. His body was very strange, as he had 2 bodies joined back to back, presenting 2 hands and 2 feet standing side by side. At this moment, the evil spirit's eyes were blood red, his mouth opening and closing wide, and a pair of sharp fangs were particularly conspicuous. Sun Yang was slightly startled by the sight. It was the first time he had seen a ghost creature with such an appearance. But after a brief look, he channeled a treasure from his sleeve, transforming into a blood shadow and vanishing into the surroundings. However, the moment he disappeared, the evil spirit suddenly flashed. Without knowing what kind of attack was launched, Sun Yang was struck by a powerful force and was violently slammed to the ground. To his surprise, fortunately, he had activated 2 defensive measures beforehand, so he did not suffer much damage from this blow. After getting up, he quickly moved to one side. He truly did not understand what had happened with the evil spirit's previous attack. The evil spirit was clearly still standing in place, so how could he launch an attack out of thin air? This made Sun Yang feel wary. However, when he flew a certain distance away from the evil spirit, he did not receive any further attacks from him. A hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. Could it be that this evil spirit has cast some kind of spell, and as long as one gets within a certain range, they will be attacked by an invisible force? But as soon as this thought appeared, he rejected it. If he truly possessed such a formidable method, why would this evil spirit wait until now to use it? It would have been better to use it from the start. However, when Sun Yang once again channeled his Dao to test with a spell, he suddenly heard a faint whisper of wind by his ear. His mind tensed, and as he moved his hand seals, a ghost shadow appeared in front of him. The ghost shadow suddenly clenched his fist and threw a punch at the surrounding void realm. As the punch landed, the seemingly empty void realm actually produced a sound, as if something had collided with the fist shadow. Both were repelled. Sun Yang also waved his hand, quickly recalling the ghost shadow, and once again landed 10 feet away. At this moment, he finally had some clues. From this, he was surprised to discover that the evil spirit, which seemed to be standing still, was actually just a soul shadow and not the evil spirit's true body. The reason for this phenomenon was actually the residual ripples of a formation around him. This evil spirit was using these residual ripples of the formation to cast an illusion over the surrounding immortal cave space. The evil spirit then hid within the illusion to attack his opponent. Of course, these residual ripples of the formation were not omnipotent. Once a stronger ghost spell was used, that evil spirit would expose his presence through ghost chi fluctuations. Therefore, this evil spirit was very clever. He did not use ghost spells, but instead used ghost spirit chi as power, directly smashing into Sun Yang. Although this type of attack could not directly kill Sun Yang with a single blow, he could conceal his form and constantly launch sneak attacks. It would only take a few hits to severely injure Sun Yang. Then he would reveal his form and deliver a fatal blow to Sun Yang. Sun Yang knew that the evil spirit chose this attack because he was beginning to fear the vast thunder on his Haolei cape. Now that there was no target, the vast thunder would not be able to accurately harm him. But this ghost creature relied too much on these residual ripples of the formation. Sun Yang had many ways to break them. However, before that, he had to defend against the evil spirit's upcoming sneak attack. He then patted his storage pouch and took out a stack of talismans. As he channeled his Dao, the talismans glowed brightly. Around him, fire rain, hurricanes, earth thorns, and mist formed. Although these low-level spells posed no threat to the evil spirit. As long as the evil spirit attacked him, he was bound to expose a weakness. Then, Sun Yang waved his ghost sail and cast the netherworld method, bathing himself in a blue glow. Having done all this, a moment later, an invisible shadow rushed towards him. However, when the invisible shadow entered the low-level spells, although his speed was extremely fast, he still revealed glimpses of himself, flickering within the spells. Sun Yang noticed this point, and with a wave of his hand, a ghost shadow was left in his original spot, while he himself disappeared. The evil spirit pounced, wildly throwing several punches at the ghost shadow. This time, the attack was exceptionally powerful, causing an explosion as it landed on the ghost shadow. However, after several punches, the ghost shadow inexplicably dissipated, immediately transforming into several black dots that shot towards the evil spirit. They landed on the evil spirit's invisible body, revealing a patch of purple-black blood. The evil spirit immediately realized something was wrong and quickly retreated, seemingly wanting to use his own ghost spirit chi to disperse the purple-black blood. However, when the ghost spirit chi landed on it, not only did it not disperse the purple-black blood, but it caused the black blood to spread. Moreover, from the purple-black blood, there was also a burning sensation, causing the evil spirit immediate unbearable pain. At this moment, the evil spirit no longer cared about attacking Sun Yang. Instead, he revealed his form and began to envelop the purple-black blood with a massive amount of ghost chi. He clearly intended to temporarily suppress the black blood with the power of ghost chi. But just as the evil spirit was busy suppressing the purple-black blood, he did not realize that a figure had already landed within 1 foot of him. Chapter 218, The Power of the Ghost-Slaying Soul Sword. As Sun Yang moved his ghost sail, a tall ghost general, emanating a chilling ghost chi, emerged. This ghost general had a powerful aura and held a sinister ghost blade in his hand. Seizing the opportunity, the ghost general swung his blade without hesitation. The strike descended, transforming into a terrifying black light that slashed downwards, simultaneously releasing countless ghost spirit powers, which formed a ghostly face that surged forth. As the black light strike landed, the evil ghost's form was instantly cut in half, followed closely by the ghostly face formed by ghost chi, which landed on the evil ghost's remains and began to devour them fiercely. This was his first time using the one ghost soul severing blade, and Sun Yang hadn't expected it would not only swiftly kill several people but also form a ghost chi ghostly face, which seemed capable of devouring the evil ghost's chilling ghost chi. At the same time, it also seemed capable of rapidly absorbing the vitality and soul that overflowed from the wounds opened by the soul severing blade. Sun Yang was slightly surprised. From this, it seemed that even if an enemy was strong and couldn't be killed by the one ghost soul severing blade, as long as they could be injured, then under this ghost chi ghostly face, the enemy's vitality and soul could rapidly drain away, causing no small amount of damage. Sun Yang's face flashed with joy, but it was not the time to be happy, for although the evil ghost had been cut in half by the one ghost soul severing blade and its ghost chi and soul devoured by the ghostly face, it did not seem to be completely dead, as its remaining body was still trembling slightly. Sun Yang's brows furrowed slightly. This evil ghost's vitality was truly tenacious. If this were any other ghost creature, it would have long since been completely dead. He dared not be negligent. As long as the enemy was not completely dead, he could not let his guard down. Sun Yang activated a spell, transforming it into a large palm that slammed towards the evil ghost's remaining body. However, before he could strike, a voice rang out. Your Excellency, wait, I can tell Your Excellency where the treasure is hidden. At this moment, the remaining evil ghost's body actually revealed a human-like gaze, looking at Sun Yang, and surprisingly, it spoke. Sun Yang's expression changed slightly, but then his face hardened, and the striking palm did not stop, directly slamming onto the remaining body. The evil ghost immediately let out a miserable scream. One half of its remaining body was instantly shattered by 90% as the large palm descended. Now, only a head remained, wailing in pain. Sun Yang unceremoniously grabbed the head, pinching it in his palm, letting it tremble continuously, but he remained unmoved, his gaze extremely cold. The evil ghost head struggled for a while, then stopped, instead revealing a human-like gaze and staring back at Sun Yang. He naturally knew that the reason he was still alive was likely because his previous words had moved Sun Yang, which was why he hadn't been killed. Since he had fallen into Sun Yang's hands, the evil ghost knew he had to demonstrate a certain value to save his life. But he was also very clever. He didn't immediately reveal everything he knew, for once he did that, his death would be imminent. At this moment, he needed to be steady. I imagine Your Excellency has many questions, feel free to ask them. Whatever I know, I will certainly not conceal it. The evil ghost head pondered for a moment, then spoke. Sun Yang gave a sinister smile. He naturally knew what this ghost was planning, but at present, he indeed had many unanswered questions that needed to be asked. Earlier, for the sake of caution, he had directly destroyed most of this ghost's ghostly body. Now, this ghost no longer had its ghostly body to assist it, and was like a lamb to the slaughter, posing little threat. However, Sun Yang also didn't know if this evil ghost had other tricks up its sleeve, so for the sake of caution, he needed to make some preparations. Before you speak, I need to make some arrangements. As soon as his voice fell, Sun Yang activated a spell, and a ball of ghost chi emerged from his fingertip, then slammed onto the evil ghost head. Subsequently, 4 consecutive balls of ghost chi were injected into the evil ghost's head by him. The evil ghost only felt 4 sinister auras floating within its head, and quickly realized that these were malicious methods used to control ghost creatures when exorcising them. He was immediately astonished by the methods of the person before him. This clearly completely blocked his retreat. He had originally harbored some small thoughts, but seeing this, they were completely shattered. Your Excellency is truly careful and very cautious. Upon hearing this, Sun Yang didn't take it to heart. After all, the evil ghost in front of him had lived for who knows how long, and its cunning was something he couldn't compare to. After a while, he finally spoke, "Tell me, why were you able to regain your spiritual intelligence? Just now, as an evil ghost, you didn't possess this level of spiritual intelligence." The evil ghost head listened, then gave a bitter smile. "To be honest, Your Excellency, I was not originally this evil ghost body, but an immortal cultivator who entered this immortal cave 300 years ago. It was only when I killed the evil ghost here that I originally thought I could break the 4 ghosts transforming yin formation. But I didn't realize that I had already been possessed by the evil ghost, and the moment I broke the formation, I encountered ghost corrosion, leading to this plight." As the evil ghost head spoke, a hint of sorrow flashed across its face. Clearly, he had been trapped in this evil ghost body for a full 300 years. Immediately after, the evil ghost glanced at the ghost general where Sun Yang had previously stood, then spoke again. "Actually, the moment I transformed into an evil ghost, I might never have been able to escape the evil ghost's consciousness in this lifetime, only at the moment of being killed would I dissolve with the evil ghost. But now, being able to regain my spiritual intelligence is because of Your Excellency's previous strike. When killing the evil ghost, it also seemed to have completely devoured the evil ghost's soul, which allowed me to awaken." Sun Yang's expression also changed slightly upon hearing this. He hadn't expected that this evil ghost's awakening was due to the one ghost soul severing Blade's credit, which caused the possessing evil ghost's soul to be swallowed. And when he heard that killing the evil ghost and then attempting to activate the 4 ghosts transforming yin formation would result in ghost corrosion, he was also slightly surprised. It made him wonder why Ghost Capital had seemed so eager all along. He hadn't expected such a malicious plan. Thus, once they killed the evil ghost here, they would undoubtedly be in grave danger when heading to the formation. Sun Yang's anger flared at this moment. How could he not be angry at being schemed against in such a way? However, it was fortunate that he had already sent out his purple yin blood slave earlier, detecting some clues. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left the evil ghost head before him. And with his personality, he wouldn't have given the evil ghost a chance to speak, directly killing it. The evil ghost head, sensing the anger on Sun Yang's body, thought for a moment and guessed most of it. Clearly, those who came here to kill the evil ghost must be here to break the 4 ghosts transforming yin formation. But although he had guessed it, he was smart enough not to reveal it. Doing so would not benefit him in the slightest. At present, he only needed to wait for Sun Yang to ask questions, and then he would tell him everything he knew. This way, he would be useful. And he could still use some secrets to prevent Sun Yang from killing him immediately, and perhaps there would still be a chance to survive. After all, having been possessed by an evil ghost for so long, he also knew many secrets. If he could survive, he could cultivate the ghost Dao and perhaps forge a path to ghost immortality. Sun Yang pondered for a long time before speaking again. "Tell me. What exactly is the treasure you spoke of? If you dare to conceal anything, I will surely let you experience the power of the Soul Sale's soul domain." Chapter 219 Treasure Place and Conspiracy. When the evil ghost head heard the words Soul Sale and Soul Domain, he was initially a bit confused, not understanding what they meant. But very quickly, he seemed to recall something, and his expression instantly became as ugly as could be. He quickly said, "Your Excellency, rest assured, I will tell Your Excellency everything I know." Then, the evil ghost head quickly organized his thoughts in his mind and said, "Actually, there are 2 places here where treasures are hidden. One is within this immortal cave, and the other is in a secret room located where the Xiao Si ghost transformation yin formation is." Sun Yang's eyes lit up upon hearing this. But then he looked suspiciously at the evil ghost head and said, "How do you know about these 2 treasure hiding places?" Sun Yang couldn't help but ask this question, as this person had been trapped here all this time. Logically, he shouldn't be able to leave this evil ghost's body, so how could he know about the treasure hiding places? The evil ghost head understood the reason for Sun Yang's question. Clearly, he still didn't quite believe what he was saying. If he didn't provide a reasonable explanation to convince him, the consequences he would face later would be unimaginable. He didn't dare to delay and quickly said, "Actually, after I was possessed by this evil ghost, I have always been wandering within its body. Although I have been restricted by this damned formation and lost my freedom, unable to escape the evil ghost's control, my consciousness has always been preserved. Because of this, over 300 years, through comprehension and exploration, I gradually managed to connect with the formation, and through the power of the formation, I have thoroughly explored that evil cultivator's cave. As for the treasure hiding places, after layers of decryption, I have also learned their exact locations. It's just that I've been trapped all this time, so knowing about the treasures was useless." Sun Yang's brows relaxed slightly upon hearing this. This explanation was reasonable. After all, 300 years of continuous exploration could indeed decipher some of the formation's mysteries. Over so many years, has anyone truly entered the treasure hiding place? Sun Yang pondered for a moment before asking. "Your Excellency, rest assured, over so many years, no one has been able to truly break through the Xiao Si Ghost Transformation Yin formation, so naturally, it's impossible for anyone to have entered the treasure hiding place. At this moment, the treasures are still safely lying there, untouched. The evil ghost head chuckled softly, then said in a deep, fawning tone. Ha ha ha, excellent, excellent. Take me to the treasure hiding place in this immortal cave, let's take a look. Sun Yang laughed heartily, speaking with great satisfaction. All right. The evil ghost head then extended a long tongue and began to indicate the direction. After many twists and turns, Sun Yang arrived at the deepest part of the immortal cave, in front of a dark stone door. Upon this stone door, if one didn't look carefully, it would be impossible to discover that an invisible, strange chi was floating on it, completely enveloping the stone door. Sun Yang faintly felt a sense of danger. Clearly, if he were to rashly open this stone door, he would definitely encounter unexpected peril. Inside here is the treasure hiding place. As for the method to open the stone door, I do have a way to break it. The evil ghost head saw that Sun Yang had discovered the strangeness on the stone door with just a glance. A hesitant look flashed across his face, and then he quickly spoke. Sun Yang, without much thought, said, since there's a way to break it, tell me. The evil ghost head saw Sun Yang's eager expression, wanting to break open the stone door, and a subtle glint of something unusual flickered in his eyes. Then he directly told Sun Yang the method to break open the stone door verbally. This method was not very difficult, it was an incantation that could temporarily activate the formation, coupled with 3 hand seals that could briefly dispel the strange chi on the stone door. As long as the strange chi was dispelled, the stone door could be opened. After Sun Yang controlled the evil ghost head, enveloping him in a ray of light, preventing him from moving an inch, he began to chant, slowly and awkwardly waving his hands. After a while, as the incantation took shape, an invisible force was indeed drawn towards him from all around. Sun Yang felt this invisible force and nodded secretly. This was indeed the power of the formation being activated. Immediately, he didn't dare to delay. 3 hand seals formed one after another, then slammed down towards the stone door. As the hand seals landed, the power of the formation he had activated, like a wild horse unbridled, rushed towards the strange chi on the stone door. As the two intertwined, not long after, with several faint muffled thuds, the strange chi on the stone door began to dissipate. 2 breaths later, as the strange chi on the stone door cleared, with a clear clang sound, the stone door slowly opened. Sun Yang then looked inside. At first, it was pitch black inside the stone door, and nothing could be seen. But very quickly, a mysterious glow from fluorescent stones illuminated the interior somewhat. With the help of the fluorescent light, Sun Yang vaguely saw several strange treasures quietly floating on a platform in the deepest part. Seeing this, the devil head congratulated Sun Yang, haha, the treasure door has opened. All the treasures inside are yours, your excellency, haha. Sun Yang's face was filled with joy at this moment, yet he didn't move for a long time, displaying an expression of being mesmerized by the treasures. What are you waiting for, your excellency? Go and retrieve the treasures. The evil ghost head urged him softly from the side again. Oh, ho ho, it is time to retrieve the treasures. Sun Yang came back to his senses, chuckled softly, and then his figure moved, but not towards the inside of the stone door. Instead, he landed near the ray of light enveloping the evil ghost head. Then, with a malevolent glint in his eyes, a chilling aura emanated around him, and he grabbed the evil ghost head in his palm. Your excellency, what are you doing? The evil ghost head was startled and quickly spoke to Sun Yang. But his reply was a cold, indifferent statement. What am I doing? Hehe, you have quite the scheme. If I had truly entered the stone door, then I would have fallen into your trap. Sun Yang's eyes were cold, his face filled with murderous intent, as he spoke coldly. The evil ghost head was startled upon hearing this. His initially bewildered eyes now flashed with shock. Knowing his fate, his calm face began to contort. When did you start to notice? He was very unwilling at this moment. He had seemingly shown no flaws, yet at the very last step, he had been seen through by Sun Yang. If Sun Yang had truly walked into the stone door, then he would have truly gained freedom and truly escaped the control of the current formation. In reality, although the evil ghost head had regained consciousness, he had not escaped the formation's restrictions, he was still trapped within the formation. Only when the evil ghost transferred and possessed another person could he truly gain freedom and genuinely leave this place. However, all of this was seen through by the person before him. Humph, you can ponder that answer slowly once you are in the soul domain. Sun Yang's expression was as dark as water, anyone who dared to scheme against him would be tortured to death by his most sinister methods. Upon hearing this, the evil ghost head not only showed no fear on his face but instead burst into laughter as if he had heard a great joke. Foolish, if I truly feared your soul sail or soul domain, how would I dare to truly scheme against you? Hehe, I am protected by the Xiao Si Ghost Transformation Yin formation and cannot possibly leave its range. Even if you kill me, I will only fall into a deep sleep, and there is still a chance for me to revive again in the future. The evil ghost head no longer had any reservations and spoke frankly. It turned out that his previous show of fear was all an act, and the formation he was in, as long as its essence remained unbroken, would not allow him to perish. Otherwise, after so many years, there have been many who killed his evil ghost body, but it wouldn't be long before he would revive again as the formation repaired itself. He simply did not take Sun Yang's threats to heart. Sun Yang, after listening, merely let out a cold laugh. Oh, really? As soon as he said this, he waved his hand, took out a soul sail, and abruptly activated a spell, causing the soul sail to emit a green glow. He then grabbed the evil ghost head and forcefully threw him into the soul sail. However, at the moment the evil ghost head saw the soul sail, he remained unfazed, knowing well that it couldn't harm him this time, and watched everything with a calm expression. At this moment, a bizarre scene occurred. The evil ghost head was astonished to find that his soul body was slowly being absorbed into the soul sail. Immediately, a sense of bewilderment emerged, followed by fear on his face. What exactly was going on? His soul body was part of the formation, it was absolutely impossible for it to forcibly detach from the formation, absolutely impossible. No, impossible, what exactly did you do? The evil ghost head finally lost his arrogance, and fear appeared in his expression as he began to shriek repeatedly. He was very clear about this soul sail and soul domain. He might be controlled by the soul sail for all eternity, with no way to escape, and he might even lose the chance of reincarnation. Sun Yang saw the evil ghost head's expression and smiled chillingly. This is all your own doing, did you truly think I only used the finger spell on the stone door just now? As soon as he finished speaking, the evil ghost head's expression turned ferocious. This is impossible. The finger spell I taught you cannot possibly remove my control, otherwise, I would have escaped control years ago with just that spell, and I wouldn't have waited until today. Sun Yang chuckled, that naturally isn't enough to break the formation's control over you. Didn't you notice what the confining light was? The evil ghost head thought carefully, and suddenly, as if struck by lightning, he froze, no longer resisting, allowing his soul body to be absorbed into the soul sail. At this moment, he slowly realized how terribly wrong he had been. From the very beginning, he seemed to have fallen into the other party's trap. He had foolishly wondered why the other party hadn't fallen for his trick, and suddenly felt utterly foolish. Only after the evil ghost head was absorbed into the soul sail did a smile finally appear on Sun Yang's lips. From the beginning, he had secretly used the soul sail, attempting to absorb the evil ghost head into the sail. But he suddenly discovered that he was obstructed by an invisible force. This was why he decided to turn the tables and set a trap for this ghost. And that ray of light was emitted by the circular treasure in his hand. Although this treasure could nourish souls, it had its own self-contained space and was also isolated from the outside world. As Sun Yang used the finger spell given by the evil ghost head to activate the formation, he actually discovered a very brief window of opportunity. Because this window was too short, even the evil ghost who understood the formation's finger spell could not successfully leave the formation's range within such a short time. However, during this window, Sun Yang actually briefly stored the evil ghost within the circular space. Thus, the evil ghost was actually considered to have left the formation's range. Sun Yang then used the power of the formation to successfully sever the connection between the formation and the evil ghost head, freeing him from the formation's control. But to prevent the evil ghost from noticing, he immediately grabbed the ghost and unceremoniously threw him into the soul sail. Of course, expending so much effort was not simply to add another evil ghost soul to the soul sail. Sun Yang naturally had other deeper intentions. He waved the soul sail, resummoning the evil ghost, who was now restricted by the soul sail, and then held him in his palm. Sun Yang began to cast a soul-searching technique. He had not dared to easily perform this technique before because this evil ghost's soul body was at the early stage of foundation establishment, or even higher. Soul-searching techniques could only be performed on cultivators with lower soul bodies to minimize side effects. If he had rashly performed it before, at best, the evil ghost would have exploded, and at worst, he might have suffered a severe backlash. Doing so would have been extremely counterproductive. Now, with this evil ghost trapped in the soul sail and constrained by it, it would be impossible for the evil ghost to resist during the soul search. Even if Sun Yang failed the soul search, he would not suffer a backlash. At most, the evil ghost's soul body would collapse, but within the soul sail, this evil ghost's soul body would regenerate under the power of the soul sail. By repeatedly performing soul searches in this manner, Sun Yang would absolutely be able to thoroughly extract everything the evil ghost knew. Next, he repeatedly performed soul searches on this evil ghost. An incense stick of time passed. Sun Yang finally extracted everything the evil ghost knew through the soul-searching technique. In fact, the stone door before him, as he expected, was not real, but a mere illusion formed by the formation's power. This illusion was used to lure others in. Once inside, they would face possession by an evil ghost. At that time, they would transform into an existence like the current evil ghost head, forever controlled by the formation, becoming an evil ghost to guard this formation eye. And the true treasure location was indeed here. That place contained a corpse refined by evil methods. It was precisely because of this corpse that the evil ghost could continuously revive. Of course, around this corpse, there was also a treasure to assist the evil ghost. And this treasure was the most valuable item in this immortal cave. From this, it could also be inferred that there were currently a total of 4 Formation Eye immortal caves, which should mean there were 4 treasures. However, these treasures were connected to the evil ghost, and it was impossible to enter that place without breaking the Xiao Si ghost transformation yin formation. This was also the reason why these 4 treasures had not been taken away for so many years. Of course, from the soul searching, Sun Yang also learned several useful pieces of information. The most important of these was that the evil cultivator's cave indeed contained a hidden treasure area. However, this treasure area was too well concealed and involved too many complexities. Even though he had learned the exact location through soul searching, there was still danger in trying to retrieve the treasure. This forced him to fall into deep thought. After a while, Sun Yang slowly finished his contemplation and came up with a rough plan, but whether this plan could be realized depended on several crucial points. These points required someone's help. Thinking to this point, Sun Yang put away his soul sail and walked to a corner of the immortal cave. Then, with a surge of magical power, he struck the stone wall in that corner. With a crisp crack sound, the stone wall crumbled like a spider web, falling off in pieces, revealing a hidden compartment. Sun Yang looked inside and saw a small stone statue, and in the statue's mouth was a slot, where a stone emitting a dark glow lay quietly. This stone was precisely the core stone that Ghost Capital had mentioned. Sun Yang glanced at it, knowing that to take the stone, he would need time to break through the dark glow. Without hesitation, he sat cross-legged and began to use his magic to counter the dark glow. It took a full half-day for the dark glow to slowly dissipate. Sun Yang then withdrew his magical power, reached out, grabbed the core stone, and examined it in his hand. Judging by the energy it emitted, this stone indeed had some connection to the Xiao Si Ghost Transformation Yin formation. However, this connection was very faint, almost imperceptible. Sun Yang's mouth curved slightly, and he put the stone into his storage pouch. As the core stone was taken, the surroundings vibrated slightly. Then, as if a layer of mist had drifted away, the surrounding environment underwent a drastic change. Subsequently, the immortal cave revealed a desolate and dilapidated scene. The air was filled with a strong aura of malevolent poison, and the surroundings were instantly rendered a dark, eerie color, appearing gloomy. Sun Yang knew that this should be the true appearance of the place after the formation's illusion was lifted. It also showed that this place must have been abandoned for a very long time. Afterward, he lingered for a while longer, then his figure flashed, and he flew out. Upon reaching the outside, Sun Yang formed a hand seal and began to probe the situation with the purple yin blood slave and the fierce ghosts he had released. It took a full 30 breaths before he slowly withdrew his finger seals. From purple yin and the fierce ghosts, he did make some discoveries. During this time, Ghost Capital seemed to have entered and exited the Formation I Immortal Cave 3 times, besides the first time, which took over 2 hours, the other 2 times only took 1 hour each. He wondered why this female would frequently enter and exit the Formation I Immortal Cave. As for the other 2, after entering the Formation I Immortal Cave, they had not come out again and were still inside. Sun Yang did not pay much attention to these 2. However, Ghost Capital's actions made him pay a bit more attention. Although he had now obtained the core stone, there were still over 3 hours left until the agreed upon time with Ghost Capital and the other 2. Taking advantage of this, Sun Yang still had an important matter to attend to, and this amount of time was just enough. His figure flashed, turning into countless after-images that disappeared into the surroundings. And judging by where he went, it seemed he was not heading to that evil cultivator's cave, but to another place. Time slowly passed, and soon 3 hours had gone by. Before the evil cultivator's cave, a dark figure slowly arrived. At the entrance of the immortal cave, 3 figures were already standing, and upon detecting the approaching dark figure, a female voice spoke. Fellow deist, void tempering is truly punctual. If you were any later, this little one would have thought you encountered danger and perished. The dark figure then revealed his face. It was Sun Yang, who had just arrived. After listening to Ghost Capital's words, Sun Yang feigned a bitter smile and said, "You all must be laughing at me. I did indeed encounter a crisis. If not for a certain treasure that delayed it for a while, I might have already perished." Upon hearing this, Ghost Capital and the other 2 looked over and indeed saw Sun Yang's somewhat disheveled appearance. But they were also intelligent people and would not press for details at this moment. "I suppose you all have obtained the core stones now." Ghost Capital quickly changed the subject and inquired about the core stones. Sun Yang and the other 2 nodded in response. Although all 3 of them had encountered some danger, they ultimately fulfilled their mission and obtained the core stone. "Very good, time is limited now, let us enter." Ghost Capital quickly channeled her magic and struck the stone door. Soon, the stone door opened from the inside once more. The 4 entered the immortal cave one after another and arrived before the stone statue formation. They all flipped their hands and took out their respective core stones. "When this little one performs the formation breaking spell later, I will be attacked by the stone statues. I hope the 3 of you can step in and block them." Ghost Capital said in a deep voice after gathering the 4 core stones together. "Fairy can cast your spell with ease." At this moment, Song Feng had already flipped his hand, taken out 3 strange black daggers, and began to cast his spell. Sun Yang and the other person also simultaneously flipped their hands, each taking out a certain treasure, appearing ready to strike. Ghost Capital then composed herself, patted her storage pouch, and took out the scroll again. As her hand seals continuously waved, they slowly landed on the scroll. At this moment, as a surge of black chi erupted from the scroll, a pitch-black giant axe actually emerged from it. It could be seen that the axe body of this giant axe was covered with various runes. These runes appeared chaotic but were subtly connected from beginning to end. Moreover, as Ghost Capital's finger seals landed, a black liquid continuously flowed within the runes on the axe. When the liquid completely covered the axe body, it suddenly began to shake violently. Soon, it shot up into the sky and landed within the formation. The giant axe then struck a strange pattern at the center of the 4 stone statues. As this strike landed, emitting a dim blade light, the pattern clearly showed slight fluctuations and began to become somewhat unstable. However, at this very moment, the 4 stone statues seemed to have been infused with a surge of power and immediately began to tremble. After just one breath, several strange auras floated out from within the stone statues. These auras converged, transforming into 4 ghost creatures that bore an 80% resemblance to the stone statues. As soon as these 4 ghost creatures appeared, they pounced towards the giant axe. "Humph, don't even think of succeeding." With a sound, Song Feng was the first to move his finger seals, and a bloody glow attached to the 3 small daggers in front of him. Soon, These 3 small knives transformed into 3 blood-colored vultures, which then turned into 3 streaks of blood-red light, attacking 2 of the ghost creatures. Quickly, the 3 blood-colored vultures engaged in battle with the 2 ghost creatures. Seeing this, Sun Yang looked at the 3 small knives with a hint of admiration, never expecting them to be able to transform into blood beasts, which bore some resemblance to the blood-colored talismans in his hand. However, the blood beasts summoned by Sun Yang's talismans only possessed a grand aura but were extremely weak in strength, compared to these 3 blood-colored vultures, one was in the heavens while the other was on the ground. But he did not delay, and in the next step, he summoned a ghost general. This ghost general's strength was quite ordinary, only at the perfection of the 10 levels of qi refining. But as Sun Yang commanded the ghost general to pounce on one of the ghost creatures, he subtly moved his finger, secretly releasing 3 drops of corpse demon blood. As the corpse demon blood fell onto the battleground, it immediately transformed into a patch of dark air that enveloped both the ghost creature and his ghost general. This made it impossible to clearly see the spell happening within. The 3 from Ghost Capital frowned upon seeing this, they did not know what spell Sun Yang had released. They could only vaguely discern that this layer of dark air seemed to contain a thick aura of dead bodies. At the same time, Buletin Yang's attack appeared much purer and simpler, with a wave of his hand, a black qi-filled knife floated out. Then, the black qi-filled knife shot out, continuously slashing down at the last ghost creature. Each slash brought forth a sharp black light. Even the ghost creature, being a ghostly entity, had no choice but to start dodging the attacks of the black light. As Sun Yang and the 2 others held back the 4 ghost creatures, Ghost Capital quickly unleashed her magic power, controlling the giant runic axe to continuously hack at the patterns in the center of the formation below. After the runic giant axe swung 10 times, the formation patterns finally buckled under the strain. With a muffled thud, the patterns instantly broke apart, and the invisible power upon them began to dissipate. As a result, the power of the formation slowly weakened. And the 4 ghost creatures, as the formation's power receded, began to become increasingly transparent. 3 breaths later, the remaining light from the 4 stone statues completely dimmed, and the 4 ghost creatures let out a cry of unwillingness before dissipating without a trace. Ghost Capital's expression relaxed upon seeing this, she then formed a hand seal and retracted the runic giant axe back into the scroll. Fellow deists, this Xiao Si Ghost Transformation Yin formation has been temporarily suppressed and has lost most of its power. Ghost Capital spoke only after consuming a qi restoring pill. What? We expended so much effort only to temporarily suppress the formation's power? Does this mean the formation hasn't been broken? Song Feng clearly showed a hint of dissatisfaction, as he had wasted quite a few magic treasures for this trip. Moreover, he also sensed that there seemed to be stone gates blocking the way ahead. Now, hearing that the formation's power was only temporarily suppressed and that the formation itself seemed not to be broken, he immediately felt a surge of anger. Sun Yang, on the other hand, had long anticipated this scene and now watched everything coldly, remaining silent. Fellow deist Song, please calm your anger, listen to this little girl explain, and you should understand. Ghost Capital's expression was calm, but she knew it was necessary to explain, otherwise it might affect their subsequent plans. Has fellow deist ever considered why the grand formation in this evil cultivator's immortal cave has not been breached after so many years? Hehe, in truth, it wasn't that the righteous and demonic factions back then were unwilling to breach it, it's just that to break this formation, one must destroy the formation diagram magic treasure. And that formation diagram magic treasure is hidden in the deepest part, only by venturing to the place where the formation diagram magic treasure is stored can it be destroyed. But how could it be so easy? It is riddled with various dangers. And this Xiao Si Ghost Transformation Yin formation within the immortal cave, although it is a replica formation, it does possess a high-grade formation diagram spiritual artifact. If one truly wishes to break the formation, then one must venture into the most dangerous part of this immortal cave. At that point, let alone the 4 of us, even if a nascent soul ancestor were to come, they might not be able to walk out alive. As her words fell, silence descended upon the surroundings. Even Song Feng's face was now alternating between green and white. At this moment, he couldn't help but slightly rein in his anger. Sun Yang subtly glanced at Song Feng. This person seemed to be venting his anger, but he vaguely felt that this person seemed to have some ulterior motive. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so concerned about breaking the formation. Fairy Ghost Capital's words are reasonable. Since we are here to retrieve treasures, there's no need to truly break the formation, as long as we can obtain the treasures, that will suffice. However, since this formation has not been truly broken, it's unlikely we can enter the immortal cave immediately. Later, this formation might even repair itself again, so it seems we don't have much time. I also just investigated the front, and it seems there are 2 strange stone gates blocking the way. Does Fairy Ghost Capital have any countermeasures? Sun Yang glanced ahead and spoke. Upon hearing this, Ghost Capital collected her thoughts and said, this little girl naturally has countermeasures. For the first stone gate, we will need to borrow fellow deist Buletin Yang's magic treasure. With that, Ghost Capital looked towards Buletin Yang. Unexpectedly, Buletin Yang was the key to breaking this stone gate. Sun Yang had initially thought that Buletin Yang came here to break the previous formation I immortal cave and obtain the core stone. If this fairy had not mentioned it now, Sun Yang would have remained in the dark. Ghost Capital had already planned out the subsequent steps. It seems this fairy was truly well prepared to break this immortal cave. Given this, it seems this fairy should also have corresponding countermeasures for the final stone gate. Buletin Yang, hearing this, chuckled lightly, hehe, since I promised the fairy, I will naturally lend a hand. Then thank you, fellow deist. Let's act quickly. Ghost Capital moved and headed towards the stone gate ahead. Sun Yang and the two others dared not delay, following closely behind until they arrived before the stone gate and began to examine it. This stone gate seemed to have nothing unusual about it, no different from an ordinary stone gate. But the more ordinary it was, the stranger it became. Yang also briefly glanced at the stone gate, and soon he discerned some clues, his expression instantly becoming complicated. Fairy, you truly possess a wisdom eye to be able to see at a glance that the magic treasure in my hand can break this Gathering Yin Gate. Gathering Yin Gate. Sun Yang and Song Feng's expressions both changed upon hearing this. This Gathering Yin Gate was the source of aggregated yin qi, created by slaying countless living beings, extracting their souls and blood, adding countless yin and evil spiritual artifacts, and then refining them with sinister secret techniques. Once refined, it could continuously generate yin and evil qi. It was precisely because of the existence of this qi that the restriction spells laid out within this immortal cave could operate for so many years without dissipating. Although this gate had no defensive power and could be easily destroyed by ordinary spells, if several powerful restriction spells were set upon it, it could still exert its power even after 10,000 years. Yang now reached for his waist, and with a flip of his hand, he took out a strange centipede with only 3 legs. This centipede also had a layer of silver-grey armor on its body, shimmering with silver light the moment it appeared, and its fangs, like large pincers, could open and close continuously. Yang treasured this centipede immensely. Although he saw the confused expressions on Sun Yang and Song Feng's faces, he did not want to explain too much. Instead, he whispered an incantation to the centipede, and the centipede immediately moved towards the Gathering Yin Gate ahead. As it approached the Gathering Yin Gate, a dark light barrier suddenly emerged from the gate. Immediately after, a mysterious dark flame inexplicably rose from the gate, suddenly soaring and transforming into a raging black fire that spread out around the gate. As soon as this fire appeared, even Sun Yang's brow twitched. It contained a terrifying power. Even if he were to be contaminated by some of it, it would not be easily resolved in a short time. However, what was astonishing was that the silver glowing centipede seemed to ignore the flame, even burrowing into the black fire. And those terrifying black flames, when they fell on the centipede's silver glowing armor, inexplicably shifted, as if daring not to touch this layer of armor, allowing the silver glowing centipede to move freely within the flames. At the same time, the dark light barrier within the flames also failed to stop the silver glowing centipede's advance. The silver glowing centipede passed through it with great ease, the process being extraordinarily simple, as if passing through a bubble. Sun Yang's expression clearly changed. What kind of spirit pet was this silver glowing centipede, to be able to ignore restrictions and spells? No wonder Yang was so confident and composed. With such a divine ability, anyone would be. Soon, the silver glowing centipede easily landed on the Gathering Yin Gate, sharpened its pincer-like fangs, and then abruptly stabbed into the Gathering Yin Gate. Then its body began to spin rapidly. With each spin, it drilled a small hole in the Gathering Yin Gate, and with repeated rotations, not long after, countless dense small holes appeared on the Gathering Yin Gate. The gate now became precarious. With the silver glowing centipede's final spin, with a loud crash, the gate finally collapsed under the strain. The moment the Gathering Yin Gate was destroyed, the dark flame and the dark light barrier flickered a few times, then shattered like bubbles. The Gathering Yin Gate, covered with powerful restrictions and spells, was thus easily broken by a silver glowing centipede. The Ghost Capital saw this, and a look of joy flashed across her face. For so many years, this gate had rarely been truly broken, but at this moment, it was finally breached. Many thanks, fellow deist Yang. Yang heard this and chuckled. Since the agreement with Ghost Capital Fairy has been fulfilled, for the final trial, I will not intervene again. Everything is up to the 3 fellow deists. Then he waved his hand, retrieving the silver glowing centipede and carefully placing it into a spirit storage bag. The Ghost Capital immediately nodded. That is natural. Now it is up to the 3 of us. Fellow deist Yang only needs to observe from the side. If you find it boring, you may also leave on your own. As soon as she finished speaking, she glanced at Sun Yang and Song Feng. The 3 of them then flew up and headed towards the last stone door ahead. Soon, they arrived before a dark stone door. This door was distinctly different from the previous few doors. That was, at the center of this door, and at its 4 corners, hung a grotesque and hideous head. These 5 heads were all heads of human cultivators. It was just that each head strangely had 5 colors. The one in the center was a vibrant red head. And the 4 corners, from top to bottom, going clockwise, were a dark head, a grayish-white head, a deep blue head, and an emerald green head. These heads had different appearances, but their expressions were all the same, tongues sticking out, with ferocious expressions. The Ghost Capital saw the grave expressions on Sun Yang and Song Feng's faces, and could not help but step forward and say, this is the 5 evil united ghost heads. Each ghost head corresponds to a type of evil spell. But among these 5, the most troublesome is the central head of slaughter, which gathers immense power of slaughter. Once it is awakened, its massive chi of slaughter will be completely unleashed, and the boundless will of slaughter it will incite will impact our consciousness. If we cannot resist, we will be overcome by slaughter, transforming into beings like the evil cultivators of old, completely devoid of emotion, becoming nothing more than slaughtering evil cultivators. As soon as she finished speaking, Sun Yang and Song Feng each gasped. They had not expected the final stone door to be so sinister. At this moment, Sun Yang's expression was grave, and he remained deep in thought. The Ghost Capital glanced at Sun Yang and the other man. The reason she spoke like this was, firstly, to state the formidable nature of this door, and secondly, for another purpose. Seeing the heavy atmosphere, the ghost capital no longer hesitated and spoke again, "Fellow deists, rest assured, as I said before, there is a 60% chance, referring to this stone door having a 60% chance of being opened." Sun Yang heard this, but his expression was cold as he said, "Such a high success rate, I would very much like to try. But if there is no way to truly resolve that head of slaughter, then I need to consider it carefully." Song Feng nodded in agreement after hearing this. Although treasures were very important, if there was no way to deal with such a bizarre head, then if this head were to be activated, they would have no power to resist. It wouldn't be long before they would turn into evil cultivators completely filled with the chi of slaughter, constantly tormented by this chi, which would be even more unbearable than death. A hint of wickedness flashed in the ghost capital's eyes. She was waiting for Sun Yang and the other man to ask this, because to solve this, she needed to borrow the treasures in their hands. If she hadn't explained the danger beforehand, who would easily take out their treasures? At this point, the ghost capital slowly spoke, "It is not impossible to completely resolve this, but it requires a treasure from both of your hands." Sun Yang's expression did not change much, because when the ghost capital approached him, she had vaguely hinted that she needed his yin bagua jade. Song Feng's expression, however, was very grim. He told himself that his treasures had not been easily displayed, so what did this ghost capital mean? But he still suppressed his thoughts and said, "Ghost capital fairy, which treasure in my hand do you need?" The ghost capital glanced briefly at Song Feng, then said, "Fellow deist, you should have a wind evil 8 trigrams jade, right?" As soon as these words were spoken, Song Feng's face immediately changed, and even his eyes became sharp, but then quickly relaxed. "You'll be disappointed, fairy, I don't have that treasure." After saying that, his expression was normal, as if he simply did not possess such a jade pendant treasure. "Oh, fellow deist Song, do you truly not have it? How is it that I found you to possess such a jade pendant?" Upon seeing this, Ghost Capital Fairy produced an item from somewhere, subtly revealing a faint, dark green glow. Song Feng's brows furrowed when he noticed the green glow. This time, he no longer concealed anything and said, "Ghost Capital Fairy indeed has excellent methods. It seems I can't hide it from Fairy. Yes, that wind evil 8 trigrams jade is indeed in my possession." After hearing this, Ghost Capital Fairy's delicate face broke into a captivating smile, "As I expected, fellow deist truly has this jade." At this moment, she intentionally emphasized the words expected to ease the somewhat tense atmosphere. Then, Ghost Capital Fairy turned to Sun Yang and said, "I, however, need the yin bagua jade from fellow deist void tempering." Sun Yang's expression remained normal, and he nodded slightly. "Fellow deists, rest assured, I will not demand your treasures. Instead, I only need to borrow the power of these 2 treasures for the upcoming task." As soon as she finished speaking, Ghost Capital Fairy flipped her hand and took out the yang bagua jade, instantly activating its power to the maximum. "Fellow deists, let's act quickly." With Ghost Capital Fairy's urging, Sun Yang did not dare to delay. He took out the yin bagua jade and also activated its power to the maximum. When it was Song Feng's turn, he hesitated for a moment before patting his storage pouch and taking out a bicolored jade pendant. This jade pendant was different from the half pieces of jade owned by Sun Yang and Ghost Capital Fairy. It was a complete, circular jade with a clear bagua pattern. It was composed of green and grey colors. As Song Feng activated it, a wind attribute chi emerged from the green bagua, and a sinister chi emanated from the grey bagua. Both converged around Song Feng, forming 2 protective shields. Evidently, this wind evil 8 trigrams jade was also a defensive treasure artifact. However, when considering a single shield, its power was slightly inferior to Sun Yang's yin bagua jade. But when both shields combined, their power became significantly stronger. In terms of power alone, it should be very close to the power of a medium-grade defensive spiritual artifact. Even Buletin Yang, observing from afar, secretly showed a hint of surprise on his face when he saw these 3 somewhat similar defensive spiritual artifacts. But soon, a subtle change could be noticed in his eyes, and a sinister glow seemed to flicker within them. It was a while before he slowly reined it in. Ghost Capital Fairy nodded secretly when she saw Sun Yang and Song Feng activate their 8 trigrams jades. Then, with a flick of her hand, she took out 4 corpse puppets radiating various colored flames. The flames on these corpse puppets were the same color as the heads at the 4 corners of the stone door, indicating that they should possess similar attributes. But before acting, Ghost Capital Fairy solemnly said, "The 5 heads on this door are concentric objects, and you 2 should understand the power of concentric objects. When breaking the door next, there can be no delay. I have decided to strike with thunderous force and determine success or failure in one go. You 2 should also be prepared." As soon as she finished speaking, Ghost Capital Fairy waved her hand, and the 4 corpse puppets radiating various colored flames let out a furious roar towards the sky. Then, the flames on the 4 corpse puppets instantly surged several times higher, crackling and popping incessantly. Clearly, she had fully unleashed the power of the flames within the corpse puppets, showing a determination to succeed in one strike. Soon after, the 4 corpse puppets fiercely gathered their flames into their fists, each aiming at a head, and then violently hammered down. With a rumble sound, the 4 heads, struck by this attack and scorched by the flames, were instantly activated. The 4 heads' ferocious expressions changed, and they actually flew off the stone door. After a single flip, 4 sinister voices echoed around them. Soon, from each of the 4 heads, a terrifying aura twisted out, and as these auras converged, before the 4 heads, a void treasure artifact appeared for each. They were a dark magic blade, a grayish-white spear, a dark blue folding fan, and an emerald green staff. A brilliant light flowed over each of the 4 void treasure artifacts, followed by 4 chilling spells, which shot out like a storm towards the 4 flame corpse puppets. However, the flame corpse puppets clenched their fists, and the flames on their bodies instantly condensed, forming a shield of flames. Since the flame shields had the same attribute as the spells shot by the 4 heads, they possessed strong resistance against the incoming spells. When the spells landed on the flame shields, although the commotion was immense, they truly could not break through the flame shields for a while. At this moment, Ghost Capital Fairy, without hesitation, flipped her hand and took out a scarlet long blade. Fellow deists, quickly gather beside me. Upon hearing this, Sunyang and Songfeng activated their spells and came to Ghost Capital Fairy's side, forming a triangular formation and vigilantly looking at the stone door. As the 3 of them gathered, their 3 protective shields inexplicably overlapped, instantly forming 4 barriers. Slash! Ghost Capital Fairy let out a delicate shout, and then the scarlet long blade, radiating a dense bloody chi, fiercely slashed down towards the crimson head. As this strike landed, the stone door clearly trembled. Then, the crimson head actually let out a miserable shriek. A wound appeared on the head, and this wound pierced through the entire head. But strangely, at this moment, an eerie bloody chi emerged from this head, completely covering it. And as a crimson glow flashed in the head's eyes. Only a bloody head, with crimson bloody light in its eyes, was seen suddenly shooting out, landing above Sunyang and the other 2, and letting out an extremely sharp shriek. As this shriek began, the eerie bloody chi on the head grew denser, and at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, it formed a bloody chi cage within 1 zhang around Sunyang and the other 2, completely enclosing Sunyang and the other 2 within the cage. Then, the bloody chi transformed into sharp arrows, furiously attacking the shields around the 3 of them. And the originally extremely sturdy 4 barriers began to tremble violently, subtly becoming unstable. Sunyang gravely watched the ceaselessly attacking blood arrows, and indeed, he felt a shocking murderous chi emanating from them. It was his first time experiencing such a dense murderous chi. The boundless murderous intent radiating from it, just by feeling it for a moment, made him feel as if an evil force was constantly impacting his mind. Sunyang quickly withdrew his mind, his eyes filled with astonishment. At this moment, Ghost Capital Fairy shouted, "You 2, quickly steady your minds, don't let the murderous chi take advantage of your vulnerability. Quickly gather your magical power to me and assist me in this battle." As Ghost Capital Fairy's voice, imbued with magical power, echoed around, Songfeng and Sunyang quickly gathered their minds. Immediately, their magical power moved and fell upon Ghost Capital Fairy. Ghost Capital Fairy, at this moment, once again activated a spell. The crimson long blade let out a soft hum, then transformed into a blood-colored arc, and once again slashed towards the crimson head. As the terrifying bloody saber light swung down with a single slash, a soft ripping sound echoed. The dense bloody chi enveloping the bloody head actually dispersed to both sides under this attack, revealing a terrifying wound inside. And the bloody head was instantly split into 2 halves. At the same time, an extremely dense crimson chi erupted from the wound of the head, gushing out instantly. Subsequently, this crimson chi drifted outwards in all directions. In an instant, the surrounding killing chi became violent, and its aggressiveness grew even stronger. Meanwhile, the head, split into 2 halves, had a trace of peculiar energy separating from it, enveloped by this crimson chi. As this trace of peculiar energy gradually strengthened, the 4 surrounding heads simultaneously released a stream of energy, converging towards the bloody head. In just a moment, a peculiar 5-colored heart formed at the center of the 2 halves of the head. This heart slowly began to beat, gradually beating with increasing vigor. At this moment, a stream of 5-colored energy emerged from this heart, converging onto the 2 halves of the bloody head. A terrifying pressure suddenly arose from the head. Roar! A roar, as if emanating from the depths of the soul, suddenly echoed violently in all directions. In an instant, beside one half of the bloody head, a 5-colored sword rapidly converged, and beside the other half, a bloody spear actually converged. Sunyang and the 2 others showed looks of astonishment upon seeing this. From that 5-colored sword, one could clearly feel that its attributes had been fused by the killing chi, and the vast power it emitted was heart-stopping. As for the other bloody spear, it was purely formed from killing chi. The terrifying and sharp killing intent emanating from it, just a glance, made one feel as if they were in a killing purgatory. Ghost Capital's expression also became unprecedentedly solemn. She knew that in less than 3 breaths this sword and spear would take shape, and at that time, they would face 2 terrifying attacks. If they could withstand this attack, then they would be close to breaking through the door. If they couldn't withstand it, not only would their lives not be safe during this attack, but their souls might even be devoured by the bloody head, plunging them into an boundless killing purgatory, losing any chance of reincarnation. She didn't have time to explain much and quickly shouted, "Both of you, stop holding back. Next, inject all your spell power into me. At the same time, place that 8 trigrams jade above our heads. I will activate a secret spell that can temporarily allow the 8 trigrams jade to exert its maximum power. If we withstand this attack, we can successfully enter the immortal cave. If we can't, let's each find our own way out." Her voice carried a surge of spell power, making it sound like a thunderclap in Sunyang and Songfeng's ears. But without Ghost Capital's reminder, Sunyang had already prepared a step ahead. At this moment, he held a bead in his hand, its light already flickering. After hearing Ghost Capital's words, he pondered for a moment, and then thinking that Ghost Capital had made ample preparations to break the formation, he decided to trust her this one time. Then, he temporarily put the bead into his sleeve, quickly activated a spell, and a vast amount of spell power gathered in his palm. As for the yin bagua jade, at such a critical moment, he didn't have time to think much and placed it above the heads of the three with a push of his spell power. Song Feng's expression was also extremely solemn at this moment, but his eyes did not show too much panic. After glancing at Ghost Capital, he, like Sun Yang, began to gather all the spell power within his body into his palm. As for the precious wind evil 8 trigrams jade, a hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes, but when he sacrificed it, he applied some spell to the jade, though it was unclear what spell it was. This caused a layer of purple to clearly float on the surface of the jade. Only after doing all this did he dare to hold the jade pendant above his head. Next, Sun Yang and the other man moved their palms, and two vast streams of spell power flowed into Ghost Capital's body. Upon receiving the spell power, Ghost Capital waved her large hand, and her yang bagua jade also flew above her head. Subsequently, her palms moved up and down, flipping with extreme speed, so fast that the naked eye could only see streaks of afterimages constantly flickering. With the last flip, Ghost Capital's palms emitted a dazzling ray of light, which immediately struck the three jade pendants above. These three jade pendants actually began to converge, forming a triangular precious jade. This converged treasure was instantly peculiar, no matter from which side one looked, it was a complete 8 trigrams jade. Before Sun Yang and the other man could examine it closely, a powerful spell power fluctuation emerged from the center of Ghost Capital's palm, suddenly landing on this precious jade. The treasure instantly emitted a terrifying power. A moment later, as a beautiful sound emanated from the precious jade, Sun Yang discovered that a blue stellar blazing sun shield had appeared around the three of them, and on this shield, there was also a force of sinister hurricane. A peculiar power then constantly flickered on this shield. At this moment, beside the two halves of the bloody head, the five-colored sword and the bloody spear had also converged. As the bloody chi on the bloody head transformed into two invisible large hands, it carried the sword and the spear, striking down towards Sun Yang and the two others. The terrifying five-colored sword light emitted from that five-colored sword arrived in the blink of an eye, already landing on the large shield. The collision of the two actually caused the immortal cave ground to visibly shake. Then, a loud boom echoed all around. The blue stellar blazing sun shield suddenly began to shake violently. And the peculiar light on this shield, at this moment, flickered even more intensely, and one could vaguely see the 8 trigrams diagram appearing faintly in the center of the large shield. It was precisely because of this that the shield was not easily broken by the five-colored sword light. However, the residual power of that five-colored sword light had not dissipated, and in the next moment, it split into 5 swords of different colors, attacking the large shield again. Ghost Capital snorted coldly upon seeing this. As she changed her hand seal, a counter-attack chi wave also shot out from the blue large shield. This chi wave transformed into a stellar blazing sun blade, attacking the 5-colored small swords. This time, the two collided and simultaneously vanished without a trace. After blocking this attack, only the bloody spear, which had already been floating above the blue large shield, remained. This bloody spear did not attack along with the 5-colored sword. This was because, while the 5-colored sword was attacking, a viscous bloody liquid had been gathering from the tip of this bloody spear. After this liquid completely covered the bloody spear, it actually emitted an extremely eerie bloody light. Wherever this bloody light shone, countless hideous bloody shadows vaguely began to flicker constantly. Oh no, this is the convergence of the bloody souls killed by this spear. Ghost Capital exclaimed at this moment. Evidently, she hadn't anticipated that this bloody long spear would condense such a blood soul here, completely exceeding her expectations. All of this had her heart in her throat. But now that the spear had formed, she knew she couldn't escape and could only brace herself to take the blow. However, she knew how powerful this strike was, so she quickly flipped her hand and took out 2 treasures of different colors. One treasure was directly sacrificed by her, transforming into a sword of lightning. Lightning crackled on it, and the thunderous power it emitted was exceptionally sharp. The other was held tightly in her palm. This item glowed with a faint blue light, subtly emitting spatial fluctuations. Sun Yang's expression visibly darkened when he heard Ghost Capital's surprised cry. At the same moment, he flipped his hand, took out 2 treasures, and urgently infused them with spiritual power to deal with the impending crisis. Song Feng was no exception, he had as many as 3 treasures in his hand, and due to their large size, he directly and unreservedly infused them with spiritual power. However, as the 3 of them prepared, the bloody long spear, emanating an eerie glow, suddenly struck the large blue shield with a single blow. Before the strike landed, countless grotesque blood shadows transformed into a mist of blood, surging towards the large shield. 2 explosions, sizzle, boom, rang out. When the large blue stellar shield was struck by the bloody long spear, it let out a thunderous roar, and even the strange glow on the large shield emitted its final dazzling light at this moment. The 8 trigrams jade it formed became extremely solid at this moment. But anyone with a discerning eye could tell that this was the large blue stellar shield exhausting its last burst of power. If this power were to dissipate, the shield would completely shatter. And the attack of that bloody long spear was only the beginning. As the blood chi on it grew denser, another sharp killing intent emerged, turning into a shocking attack that fiercely landed on the large shield. And the large blue stellar shield, shaken by this blow, gradually began to buckle under the pressure. The 8 trigrams jade on the large shield even showed signs of dissipating. As this scene unfolded, cracks began to appear on the large blue shield. Ghost Capital saw this, and a surge of unwillingness welled up in her heart. She suddenly channeled her spiritual power, and the lightning sword shot up, fiercely striking at the bloody long spear. A burst of thunderous power erupted from the sword. However, although the thunder was powerful, since it was just ordinary thunderous power, it was only somewhat effective against weaker evil creatures. But when it struck the long spear, which contained immense killing chi, the effect was extremely limited. It merely dispersed a layer of blood chi, and instead, a stream of blood chi climbed along the lightning onto the sword body. After one breath, the lightning sword was completely corroded by the blood chi, turning into a blood-soaked sword covered in viscous fluid. All its power vanished, and it became an ordinary sword. However, due to the lightning sword's strike, some of the bloody long spear's power was dispersed. The large blue shield, which would have broken soon, was not immediately shattered. However, Song Feng saw this and glanced at his wind evil 8 trigrams jade, his eyes revealing a look of worry. Evidently, if the large shield were to break later, his jade pendant would also be damaged, and he didn't want his treasure destroyed at this moment. As another burst of power shot out from the bloody long spear and landed on the large blue shield. At this moment, cracks on the large shield began to appear like spider silk. Song Feng's expression hardened, and he directly waved his hand upward. The jade pendant covered in purple suddenly detached and flew down. He directly grabbed the jade pendant in his hand. At this moment, as one jade pendant detached, the large blue shield directly transformed into starlight and vanished. Song Feng, you. Facing the sudden scene, Ghost Capital immediately exclaimed in surprise. The three-cornered jade, suddenly removed at this moment, clearly indicated that Song Feng had tampered with it from the start. However, Ghost Capital had no time to be angry, because at this moment, the bloody long spear, carrying a dense killing intent, had already struck towards her. In her panic, she intended to retrieve her Yang Jade to use its final defensive power, hoping to use this opportunity to escape. However, when she waved her hand, she found that there was no jade pendant above her head, her peripheral vision only saw the jade pendant being taken away by someone beside her. And as that person moved a finger, a round bead shot out, and then he was covered in dense blood chi and disappeared from his original spot. Ghost Capital immediately felt something was wrong and quickly moved her hand seals, though it was unclear what she was performing. The next moment, as the bloody long spear struck down, Ghost Capital and Song Feng were enveloped by the power of blood chi. However, as soon as the blood chi enveloped them, a massive surge of thunderous power erupted, suddenly transforming into an electric net that exploded open. The terrifying thunderous power completely enveloped the area of the bloody long spear. It took a full 5 breaths for this thunder to finally dissipate. Sun Yang, who had taken the opportunity to escape, landed to one side. Only by relying on the power of thunder had he been spared from the erosion of killing chi and managed to escape by a stroke of luck. He quietly watched as this thunderous power was unleashed. And this thunder was precisely the power of a pseudo-demon extinguishing pearl he had used. But the power of this thunder pearl was limited, lasting only 5 breaths before dissipating. However, when the thunderous power completely dissolved, there was no one in the center of the thunder, and the bloody long spear and the bloody skull were still floating there, not having been destroyed. Only the pressure on the bloody long spear was noticeably weaker. And the 4 skulls around it, along with Ghost Capital's 4 flame corpse puppets, lay scattered everywhere, toppled over. And just as Sun Yang was in a divided soul, the next moment, a phantom-like figure, with extreme speed, darted past and went straight for the bloody long spear. In an instant, a strange light suddenly struck the bloody long spear, and when it landed on the spear, the originally extraordinarily sharp object was directly transformed into a dense mass of blood chi. Then, this person actually waved a hand, took out a corpse, and infused all the scattered blood chi into the corpse. Ha 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 ha, what a magnificent scene is about to appear. This person laughed unreservedly, revealing a proud and greedy face. This person was Buletin Yang. Only, Buletin Yang at this moment no longer had his previous expression, his eyes were bloodshot, and his face was hideous and terrifying. He turned his head and gave Sun Yang an evil smile. Sun Yang's eyes clearly shifted, and he looked again at the corpse possessed by blood chi, suddenly realizing something. He hadn't expected Buletin Yang to have such deep calculations. And that corpse was precisely the evil cultivator's corpse obtained in the Twisted Forest. At this moment, as the killing chi entered the corpse slowly stood up. Sun Yang felt an unusual chi on the corpse. He could confirm that the corpse had not come back to life, but it had been summoned in another form. Buletin Yang's ultimate goal was actually to recall the soul of the ancient evil cultivator, allowing him to be driven by him in the form of slaughter. At this moment, Buletin Yang stared intently at Sun Yang. He had seen from afar that only Sun Yang had escaped, while the other two were not only struck by the long spear's blood chi but then also enveloped by a surge of thunderous power. He thought that these two must have died on the spot. Only then did he reveal his fangs at the very end. He, aren't you surprised? It truly is all thanks to fellow deist void tempering, otherwise, how could I have summoned this corpse? However, now only fellow deist is left. Since fellow deist knows all this, then you can also die. Sun Yang's expression remained normal upon hearing this. Oh, is that so? Fellow deist Song, Fairy Ghost Capital, how much longer are you two going to hide? Show yourselves. He said coldly to a certain part of the immortal cave. As Sun Yang's words fell, a black figure slowly emerged from a hidden spot on the wall of the immortal cave. This person had a gloomy expression. After glancing at Sun Yang, he took a large stride and landed not far from Sun Yang. This person was Song Feng. It was unknown what methods Song Feng used in the end, but he managed to evade the bloody long spear and the lightning attack, and even concealed himself on the cave wall with a hidden technique. Because he had forcefully retrieved the 8 trigrams jade at the last moment, disregarding his own safety, he had already somewhat offended Sun Yang. Upon seeing Sun Yang escape, he became extremely cautious, continuously concealing his figure and deliberately feigning death by the bloody spear and lightning. He did this naturally, hoping to jump out at the end and pick up a bargain. However, he didn't expect to be so easily seen through by Sun Yang, which forced him to emerge with a gloomy face. Nevertheless, when Song Feng heard Sun Yang's words, he seemed to have mentioned that Ghost Capital was also alive, which shocked him greatly. Because when he was escaping, he had seen Ghost Capital completely covered by blood chi from the corner of his eye, and she should have been directly hit by the bloody spear. He had thought that Ghost Capital was certainly dead and had even felt lucky for a while, as among the three of them, Sun Yang, Song Feng, and Buletin Yang, the one he feared most was Ghost Capital. But hearing that Ghost Capital was not dead, his expression became extremely solemn, even more so than the triumphant Buletin Yang earlier. Fellow Deist Void Tempering, what excellent perception you possess. Even though this humble one was outside the immortal cave, fellow Deist still detected me. At this moment, a clear, cold voice came from outside the immortal cave. Immediately after, a graceful figure flew in and landed not far from Sun Yang. The person who arrived was precisely Ghost Capital. At this moment, Ghost Capital was continuously sizing up Sun Yang, Song Feng, and Buletin Yang. Her brows were tightly furrowed, knowing that the three people she had inadvertently attracted this time seemed to be troublesome individuals. Each of them was deep in thought and unfathomable. After all, along the way, the three of them, Sun Yang, Song Feng, and Buletin Yang, had all maintained normal expressions, concealing themselves extremely well, without revealing any flaws. Ghost Capital believed she managed to evade the previous bloody spear and lightning attack by using a precious spatial life-saving treasure. The preciousness of this treasure ranked among the top of all her treasures. And Sun Yang and Song Feng were also able to survive this attack. What surprised her most was that the lightning orb Sun Yang used at the end contained lightning power that was far stronger than her lightning sword. Despite this, she frowned and said to Sun Yang, fellow Deist Void Tempering, you took my Yang Jade at the end. Shouldn't you return it to me? Sun Yang, however, looked surprised and said, Fairy, rest assured, your Yang Jade is perfectly intact in my hands. It's just that this jade is currently merged with my Yin Jade. It might not be able to separate in a short time, but I can guarantee that once the two jades separate, I will return it to Fairy immediately. It's just that right now, our most pressing issue is not this point, but how to deal with the current crisis, which is the most crucial. As Sun Yang's words fell, he pointed his finger at Buletin Yang in front. Upon hearing this, Ghost Capital's heart immediately turned cold, but she knew that the most troublesome issue at hand was indeed Buletin Yang. At this moment, Buletin Yang's expression was deranged, and a dense aura of killing chi was floating from the evil cultivator's corpse. By this time, she had no choice but to take it seriously, temporarily setting aside the matter of retrieving her Yang Jade. However, Song Feng glanced at Buletin Yang, his brows tightly furrowed, sensing a subtle difference in the atmosphere. After all, he had previously offended both Sun Yang and Ghost Capital. Although it was due to circumstances at the time, Sun Yang and Ghost Capital would not blame him for now. However, once he and Sun Yang teamed up to deal with Buletin Yang, he would be the next target. After a moment of contemplation, Song Feng could not help but say, fellow Deist Buletin Yang, since you have obtained this killing corpse, you have achieved your wish. The three of us are only here for the treasures of the immortal cave, which does not seem to conflict with fellow Deist. If fellow Deist were to step aside now and allow us to enter the immortal cave to seize the treasures, we could all live in peace. What do you think? These words were extremely subtle, neither pursuing Buletin Yang's rash action of summoning the killing corpse nor mentioning Buletin Yang's previous actions. As Song Feng's words fell, even Ghost Capital's eyes flickered continuously. She also did not want to truly engage in battle with Buletin Yang and that killing corpse. The tense atmosphere eased slightly. If Buletin Yang was sensible enough to take the killing corpse and temporarily clear a path, it might indeed avoid a battle. However, Buletin Yang smiled sinisterly at this moment. His objective was not merely to obtain this killing corpse. Obtaining the corpse was just one part of his plan, opening the treasures within the immortal cave was his ultimate goal. And now the immortal cave was fully open, with treasures right before his eyes. How could he so easily hand over the treasures to others now? With such a powerful killing corpse in his hand, he was not afraid even if he faced attacks from all three of them simultaneously. Ha 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 ha, what a joke. Humph, it's not impossible for you to avoid battle. I'll take 70% of the treasures inside, and you can divide the remaining 30% among yourselves. What do you say? Buletin Yang snorted coldly and spoke with extreme chilliness. Upon hearing this, Sun Yang, Song Feng, and Ghost Capital all felt anger rising. Even Song Feng was made extremely uncomfortable by the other party's words. It seems there's no room for negotiation. Very well, then allow this humble one to experience the power of fellow Deist's killing corpse. Ghost Capital was the initiator of this endeavor, and she had expended a great deal of effort for the treasures within the immortal cave. At this moment, how could she endure this? With a burst of killing intent, she attacked Buletin Yang. Sun Yang saw Ghost Capital's movement, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. At the same moment, he quickly activated his magic and also attacked Buletin Yang. Only Song Feng remained in place, not rushing to attack. Instead, he calmly watched Sun Yang and Ghost Capital attack Buletin Yang. He pretended to take out a treasure and began to activate it with magic, using this to stall for time. Good, good. Let you taste the power of the killing corpse. Buletin Yang saw Sun Yang and Ghost Capital attacking, showing no fear. Instead, his killing intent surged, and he abruptly pointed at the killing corpse. A crimson glow burst from the corpse's eyes, and a dense aura of killing chi emerged. This chi then gathered, transforming into sharp arrows that shot towards Sunyang and Ghost Capital. These arrows appeared to be simple attacks, but they contained immense killing chi. They not only bypassed ordinary defensive methods but also, once they hit an enemy, the killing chi would invade the body. At that time, as the killing chi rampaged, the enemy would be enveloped by endless slaughter and completely lose consciousness. Ghost Capital also knew the power of the arrows, and quickly activated a spell. She slapped a faintly glowing treasure onto her body, and her speed instantly increased greatly, turning into countless after-images, rapidly dodging the arrows. Sunyang, who was close behind, also quickly followed suit, taking out a small porcelain bottle and crushing it fiercely. Immediately, he waved his hand, and a dense bloody chi floated in front of him. With the power of this chi, his speed also increased several times, turning into a blood-red shadow, constantly dodging. Buletanyang saw that the arrows had not attacked the two for a short time, his expression was calm, and then he waved his hand again. From the killing corpse, countless more bloody chi emerged. This time, the arrows formed were several times more numerous than before, instantly targeting 3 directions. Humph, let's see how long you can hide. Buletanyang snorted coldly, then moved his finger seals, and those arrows, like a storm, shot towards Sunyang and the other person. With so many arrows, relying on speed to dodge them would definitely be a struggle, even if they were still dodged. The killing chi within those arrows would not disappear because of this. At that time, it would fill the entire surroundings. If the two were in this chi, it wouldn't be long before they would also be corroded by this chi, turning into unconscious killing corpses. A hint of a triumphant smile appeared on Buletanyang's lips. However, Ghost Capital suddenly waved her hand at this moment, and the 4 flame corpse puppets that were originally lying on the ground now moved. These 4 corpse puppets flashed, landing in front of Ghost Capital, turning into 4 meat shields, blocking all those arrows. And she actually flew directly to one side, not heading towards Buletanyang, but directly towards the stone door with no magical power fluctuations. Because the 5 heads on this door were all broken open, and even the killing chi within the blood-colored heads was completely absorbed by Buletanyang into the evil cultivator's corpse. Now, it was already considered an empty shell standing there. Clearly, Ghost Capital wanted to take advantage of this to directly break open the stone door and sneak into the immortal cave to seize the treasure first. Although this idea was good, how could Buletanyang let her succeed? At this moment, Buletanyang's plan was to completely eliminate Sunyang and the other 2 within this passage, and he would not let anyone enter the immortal cave. Then he slapped his storage pouch, and a pitch-black long saber appeared in front of him. Buletanyang, carrying the long saber, turned into an afterimage and went straight for Ghost Capital. Upon reaching one jong from Ghost Capital, he suddenly activated it, and the pitch-black long saber directly unleashed 5 strikes. Each strike brought forth a sharp glow. The 5 sharp glows completely sealed off Ghost Capital's surroundings. Ghost Capital wanted to dodge, directly retreating backward. However, Ghost Capital did not stop her steps. Instead, she fiercely unleashed the finger seals she had already prepared. In an instant, the 4 flame corpse puppets in front of her erupted with flames from their bodies, and rumbling sounds echoed. A total of 4 sounds exploded violently in the surroundings. Only to see that these 4 flame corpse puppets actually burst out with terrifying flames, and as this flame erupted outwards, the 4 corpse puppets instantly exploded. This was actually a spell that could make the flame corpse puppets self-destruct. And this explosive flame directly erupted forward, not only neutralizing all 5 sharp glows, but even the killing arrows were melted into a trace of bloody chi under this flame. Ghost Capital flew out at this critical juncture. With a boom, as a spell violently struck the stone door, that stone door was immediately shattered into pieces. However, as this stone door was broken open, the long-sealed immortal cave finally saw the light of day again. And the inside of the immortal cave was pitch black, which was the massive amount of yin evil power accumulated over hundreds of years of being sealed. And within this chi, there was even a trace of yin soul power mixed in. When Ghost Capital saw this chi, a thick, demonic smile appeared on her beautiful face. It seemed she had long anticipated this scene. But seeing it in person still made her extremely excited. However, she didn't have time to think much. Before this chi poured out along the passage, she waved her hand and actually took out 4 core stones. It was just that her 4 core stones were clearly different from the core stones brought out by Sunyang and the other 2. One difference was that the surface of these core stones was twisted with dark patterns, and at the very center of the patterns, there was even a bright crystal the size of a thumbnail. As Ghost Capital's magical power struck the crystal emitted a dazzling black light, and from within the black light, a hideous ghost shadow was twisting its form. At this moment, Ghost Capital unceremoniously slammed the 4 core stones into the center of the dense yin evil chi. Only to see that the hideous ghost shadow in the black light on the core stones, as if encountering some great tonic, began to greedily devour the yin evil chi. The yin evil chi, which was originally flowing towards the passage, directly turned into an arc and drilled towards the ghost shadow. In less than a moment, the dense yin evil chi was completely devoured. Even Buletanyang, who was still preparing to cast spells to attack, was visibly stunned when he saw this scene. He seemed to have thought of something, and a faint sense of unease welled up in his heart. Only then did he realize that all of this seemed to be a conspiracy. He no longer bothered to attack Sunyang, who was dodging, and instead, with a flick of his finger seals, summoned the killing corpse to his side. Then, led by the killing corpse, he flew towards the passage. Ghost Capital also noticed Buletanyang's actions from the corner of her eye and chuckled, wanting to escape now. Don't you think it's too late? The next moment, Her finger seals moved inexplicably, and she struck out a palm towards the void realm. As this palm landed, only a slight ripple was seen. It seemed as if nothing had happened around them. However, Buletin Yang's flying steps suddenly paused, and his eyes revealed a look of disbelief. This was because a ghost shadow was stirring within his body. Even Song Feng, who was behind, also showed a look of disbelief at this moment. He looked down in surprise, only to see a ghost shadow attached to his body, constantly stirring. It seemed that it wouldn't be long before it would break out of his body. What exactly is going on? At this moment, Song Feng's expression was astonished. He also didn't understand when this ghost shadow had hidden inside his body. Not to mention him, even Buletin Yang was full of doubts at this moment. He asked himself, from beginning to end, he had not provoked any ghost shadows. Sun Yang, who was flying above, also stopped his steps at this moment. Even he was no exception, a ghost shadow was attached to his body. It was just that the ghost shadow on him was very faint, unlike the extremely solid ghost shadows on Buletin Yang and Song Feng. Ha ha ha, you all fell for it. Do you still remember the finger seals this venerable one gave you in the Twisted Forest? Did you truly not notice anything amiss? How foolish. At this moment, Ghost Capital no longer disguised herself. Her voice also underwent a drastic change, no longer gentle and pleasant, but becoming extremely hoarse and unpleasant. Upon hearing the source of the sound, they suddenly discovered that it was not coming from Ghost Capital's mouth, but from the ghost shadow emerging from her body. This caused Sun Yang and the other two to be slightly startled. They hadn't expected that Ghost Capital, who had orchestrated all of this, was also currently possessed by an extremely dense ghost shadow. Moreover, the ghost shadow on her body was much more solidified than the ghost shadows on Song Feng and Buletin Yang. Sun Yang looked at it with a solemn expression and quickly realized the problem. Ghost Capital, this woman, might have already been possessed by this ghost shadow even before entering the evil cultivator's cave. And the ghost shadow used Ghost Capital's body to bring the three of them here to jointly break this formation. There was likely a great conspiracy hidden within this. You are not Ghost Capital, who exactly are you? Sun Yang's expression was calm at this moment as he spoke coldly. As soon as these words were uttered, the ghost shadow on Ghost Capital's body turned its gaze to Sun Yang, and upon seeing the faint ghost shadow on Sun Yang's body, a hint of confusion flashed in its eyes. He, you are quite alert, but now that you know, isn't it a bit too late? If you have any other doubts, ask them. The ghost shadow spoke in a deep voice. It was not in a hurry to attack, but rather calmly explained things to Sun Yang, and even reminded Song Feng and the other to ask if they had any doubts. The ghost shadow being so agreeable now was clearly intentional. Its purpose was to allow the ghost shadows on Sun Yang and the other two to delay for some time, so that the ghost shadows on their bodies could break out earlier. At the same time, the ghost shadow did not want to make a move. When it activated the ghost shadows within Sun Yang and the other two, it had already regarded them as corpses. Since the three of them wanted to die with understanding, why wouldn't it be happy to oblige? When Song Feng and Buletin Yang heard this, their expressions clearly showed some astonished changes. Then, the two of them suddenly looked at Ghost Capital, and with a slight flicker in their eyes, they quickly realized the seriousness of the problem. No wonder Ghost Capital was so familiar with breaking through the evil cultivator's cave along the way, knowing a little about each stone door, as if she had been there many times. At that time, although they also had doubts in their hearts, they never believed that a ghost shadow would be parasitic within Ghost Capital's body. Moreover, they all had ulterior motives, and they were happy to be idle while Ghost Capital worked hard to break the formations along the way. They were just waiting to reap the benefits at the end. But they hadn't expected such a major change to occur. After some careful thought, they quickly realized that this woman should have been possessed by the ghost shadow very early on. Or perhaps, the ghost capital before them had already been taken over by the ghost shadow through possession. From this, it seemed that the ghost shadow breaking open the immortal cave concealed a huge conspiracy. They were being led by the nose by the ghost shadow. Moreover, unknowingly, their bodies had become nourishment for the other ghost shadows. It probably wouldn't be long before their bodies, like ghost capitals, would become puppets controlled by the ghost shadows. This was something Song Feng and Buletin Yang absolutely could not accept. Among them, Buletin Yang was the most unwilling. His schemes along the way were extremely meticulous, and he was on the verge of success, yet he hadn't expected his body to instead become nourishment for others to cultivate ghost shadows. How could he be reconciled to this? Humph, no matter what kind of ghostly thing you are, I have a killing corpse in hand, and even if I use up my last bit of magical power, I will kill you here. Buletin Yang's expression was frantic. He turned to look at the killing corpse, and immediately hardened his resolve. At this moment, he no longer held back his magical power and began to fully activate the killing corpse. Since he had not participated in breaking the last stone door, his magical power consumption was the least among them. He had originally planned to save it for entering the immortal cave and breaking open the treasure chamber. But now, having been attached by the ghost shadow, he could no longer care about anything else and released all his magical power in one go. A massive wave of magical power suddenly fell upon the killing corpse. In just a moment, the corpse's aura suddenly increased several times, and even the killing chi emanating from its body was several times denser than before. The next moment, Buletin Yang waved his hand, and the black blade floating behind him immediately shot forward. Then, with a movement of his hand seals, those killing chi surged onto the black blade. The black blade instantly transformed into a dripping crimson blood blade. Now that the blood blade had formed, Buletin Yang laughed maniacally. This is the killing yin sha blade, and it is my first time wielding it. It is your honor to witness the might of this blade. He let the killing corpse wield this blade and soar into the air, but before attacking Ghost Capital, Buletanyang turned his head and spoke coldly. Fellow Daoist Song, fellow Daoist Void Tempering, do you intend to watch idly as the ghost shadow breaks out of your bodies? Join me in killing this ghost shadow, or there might still be a glimmer of hope. Although Buletanyang had already burned his bridges, he had not lost his head, he still harbored the hope of obtaining a glimmer of hope. Although he was extremely confident in the power of the killing Yin Sha blade, he did not dare to underestimate the ghost shadow before him, and he couldn't help but ask Sunyang and the other to also make a move to ensure foolproof success. Song Feng heard this and knew he had no other choice. If they could quickly kill the ghost shadow on Ghost Capital's body, there might indeed be an opportunity to escape by chance. At this moment, he put away his petty thoughts and dared not delay. With a series of hand seals, two magical artifacts floated out in front of him. One was a strange black axe, and the other was a small, exquisite and translucent bell-shaped treasure. With a wave of his hand, a black chi flew out from his palm and landed on the strange axe. In a short while, it transformed into a black-furred gorilla, gripping the strange axe. In an instant, the black-furred gorilla turned into an afterimage and moved forward. At the same time, Song Feng nervously held the small and exquisite bell, and began to chant incantations. To one side, Sun Yang's expression was also extremely solemn. He also flipped his hand, and two black banners floated out, landing in front of him. With a movement of his hand seals, one black banner fluttered, and a tall, powerful ghost general walked out from within. As soon as this ghost general appeared, a sharp glint flashed in its eyes. And with a movement of the other black banner, a female ghost walked out from within the banner. Although this female ghost's aura was not strong, she was very spiritual. Seeing the two ghosts walk out, Sun Yang nodded slightly with satisfaction. Then, he waved his hand again, and a blood-colored talisman scroll landed in front of him. With a movement of his hand seals, three tall, blood-colored pythons suddenly blocked in front of him. Under the cover of the blood-colored pythons, Sun Yang disappeared from his original spot. In front, the ghost shadow on Ghost Capital's body saw the scene, as if it had long anticipated it, after all, being able to make it all the way to the complete opening of the immortal cave. How could he not know the strength of these three people? How could he be willing to be broken out of by the ghost shadow? There would definitely be a final counterattack before he died. But the ghost shadow grinned, revealing a mouth full of fangs, then began to chant something, and faint, strange sounds began to echo throughout the immortal cave. Humph, acting mysterious, die for me. When Buletanyang saw the ghost shadow still chanting, his anger flared, and he roared loudly. With a movement of his finger seals, the killing corpse, carrying that blood saber, swiftly charged forward and struck down. A majestic blood shadow suddenly glowed red, and this red light descended with the blood saber. The endless killing intent it brought forth made one's heart pound in fear. However, just as the blood saber was about to land on the ghost shadow's head, it mysteriously stopped, and even the red light on the blood saber dissipated at that moment. Buletanyang's face drastically changed when he saw the scene. What's going on? Strike for me. He quickly moved his finger seals again, pointing at the killing corpse, wanting to control it to unleash this world-shattering blow. But he suddenly discovered that his finger seals had inexplicably failed. Moreover, at this moment, he had lost control of the killing corpse. How could this be? Absolutely impossible. At this time, he had used a secret technique, so it was impossible to lose control. Unwilling, Buletanyang tried again to use the secret technique to regain control, but no matter how he tried, it was useless. At this moment, another hoarse voice came, "Humph, kid, you should thank this venerable one for getting this corpse. Let me tell you, 100 years ago, this venerable one personally retrieved this corpse from the four Formation I Immortal Caves, so how could I not leave behind some means? Haha, and I have to thank you for refining this corpse into a killing corpse." As soon as these words fell, the killing corpse suddenly turned its body at this moment, and a black light flickered in its eyes. Immediately after, a black shadow separated from the ghost shadow and instantly merged into the corpse's body. At this moment, the corpse's eyes gained a hint of clarity. After stretching its body, it smirked evilly and counterattacked Buletanyang. Upon seeing this, Buletanyang's heart surged with monstrous waves. At this moment, he no longer had his previous aura, clearly revealing a trace of panic. This was because the killing corpse held the killing Yin Fiend saber he had condensed, and he knew he had no means to resist it, so he couldn't help but secretly exclaim, "My life is over." The killing corpse did not hesitate either and struck at Buletanyang. A red light descended at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, a black shadow also arrived, revealing a black gorilla, which was about to swing the giant axe in its hand to slow down the falling red light, but it found it was too late. As the red light transformed into a blood-colored saber intent, a deep bloodstain was carved into the immortal cave floor. At the center of the bloodstain, Buletanyang's body was completely torn into a pile of shattered flesh by the red light saber intent, collapsing to the ground. And at the moment Buletanyang fell, a ghost shadow broke free and pounced on the remaining shattered flesh. Eerie chewing sounds continuously echoed all around. Not long after, the ghost shadow transformed into a human figure. This person was actually Buletanyang's face, but his lower body had 4 arms and 4 legs. It was extremely similar to the evil ghost encountered at that Formation I Immortal Cave. As soon as this scene appeared, Song Feng's eyebrows suddenly twitched. Ignoring the attack, he quickly moved his finger seals and summoned the large gorilla and the giant axe back. Due to the sudden change just now, Song Feng could only urge the gorilla to try and block the red light's attack, hoping to rescue Buletanyang from his predicament. But he didn't expect the blood light to be too fast, which resulted in him not only failing to save Buletanyang but also losing his attacking power. He could only helplessly recall the large gorilla. Even the disappeared Sunyang had to transform into a black shadow again and return to the blood-colored giant snake's location. He glanced at the suddenly appearing evil ghost figure. Sunyang's expression was calm, as if he had expected it all along. This was because going to the four Formation I Immortal Caves to kill that evil ghost was originally a carefully calculated deception. And the ghost shadow attached to Sunyang was much fainter than those on Song Feng and the other person, which was precisely why he had not killed the evil ghost. However, because he had used that finger seal in the Twisted Forest, he still inevitably attracted the ghost shadow's possession. As for Song Feng and the other person, not only did they use that finger seal, but they also each killed an evil ghost in the Formation I Immortal Cave. This also made the ghost shadows on their bodies very solid. And with Buletanyang's death, and the appearance of a very powerful evil ghost, Song Feng knew that the general situation was lost. At this moment, his eyeballs constantly darted around, as if he was thinking of something. But looking down, the ghost shadow on his body had solidified even more. His brows couldn't help but furrow, and his gaze subtly swept towards Sunyang. As for the ghost shadow on Ghost Capital, seeing that Sunyang and the other person did not make a move, he was happy to be at leisure. Although he currently had the killing corpse and an evil ghost helping him, making his strength extremely formidable. It would be easy to kill Sunyang and the other person. But he didn't want to do that. After all, when he killed Buletanyang just now, that evil ghost broke out too early, causing its strength to not be very strong. As long as he waited a while, the two ghost shadows would completely break out, which would be of greatest benefit to him. Of course, he wouldn't foolishly waste time here with Sunyang and the other person, he had to go deep into the Immortal Cave to carry out that plan. With the killing corpse and an evil ghost guarding, it was highly unlikely that Sunyang and the other person would be able to break through the obstruction and enter the Immortal Cave. Moreover, these two people were probably already too busy to care about themselves. After all, the speed at which the ghost shadow absorbed magical power would only get faster and faster. At most, within 100 breaths, their magical power would be completely absorbed, and they would no longer be a concern. Thinking this, the ghost shadow returned to Ghost Capital's body again. After leaving a few magical formulas and injecting them into the killing corpse and the evil ghost's bodies, it transformed into an afterimage and disappeared into the depths of the Immortal Cave. Song Feng also noticed the movement from Ghost Capital. He didn't know why this ghost shadow had inexplicably gone deep into the Immortal Cave at this critical juncture. But he could imagine that it would definitely not be anything good. However, once this ghost shadow left, his expression actually relaxed a lot. After pondering for a few breaths, he broke the silence and spoke to Sunyang, "Fellow Deist Void Tempering, it's not a good idea for us to continue like this. At most, within 100 breaths, the ghost shadows in our bodies will probably break out. If we don't take action, we can only wait for death here. Now that the ghost shadow has left, why don't we break through the obstruction and enter the Immortal Cave? At that time, we can also search inside the Immortal Cave to see if there are any treasures that can suppress the possessed ghost shadows, which would give us a glimmer of hope." After Song Feng finished speaking, he gravely glanced at the killing corpse and that blood saber in front of him. He was well aware of how powerful that blood saber was. Buletanyang had died instantly from just one strike of this saber. He didn't think he could last a few rounds under this saber, so he might as well drag Sunyang into it and go in with him to see if they could get a chance to enter the Immortal Cave. Sunyang heard this and briefly glanced at Song Feng, quickly understanding the other party's little scheme. But he wasn't in a hurry. After all, the ghost shadow in his body was the faintest, and he still had plenty of time to find a countermeasure. However, having said that, combining the strength of two people to make a dash was indeed a method. What fellow Deist Song said is exactly what I had in mind, but I admit I have no way to break through the killing corpse's blood saber strike. If fellow Deist can find a way to block one strike, I will naturally accompany fellow Deist on this trip. Upon hearing this, Song Feng's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. His original intention was to drag Sunyang into the fray to block an attack from the killing corpse, but it seemed his thoughts had been seen through. Moreover, he quickly observed that the ghostly shadow attached to Sunyang was several times fainter than the one on him. Although he didn't know why this was happening, he could only conclude that Sunyang must possess some treasure capable of temporarily slowing down the ghostly shadow's absorption rate. But precisely because of this, Sunyang had plenty of time to stall. As for Song Feng, the rate of his internal magical power depletion was extremely high, he would be completely drained by the ghostly shadow within a few dozen breaths at most. How could he afford to delay any longer? He had to act quickly while he still had some magical power left. After much deliberation, Song Feng finally steeled his resolve. However, at this moment, he subtly and coldly glanced at Sunyang, a strange glint clearly flashing in the corner of his eye, and a sinister smile playing on his lips. Those who tried to use him, Song Feng, as a pawn would certainly not have a good end. How could he not have left a contingency plan? At this moment, Song Feng feigned a bitter smile and said, "Then, as fellow Deist Void Tempering suggests, I will indeed block an attack from the killing corpse. However, fellow Deist must also contribute by holding back that evil ghost. This way, both of us will have a chance to enter the Immortal Cave. What do you think, fellow Deist?" Sunyang nodded slightly. "Understood, fellow Deist can rest assured. I will have a way to temporarily prevent the evil ghost from interfering with your spell casting." Upon hearing this, Song Feng finally felt a slight ease in his heart. After all, taking on an attack from the killing corpse would require his full strength, and if that evil ghost were still causing trouble, he would certainly have no chance whatsoever. With Sun Yang holding back the evil ghost, he might as well give it a try. Song Feng then slapped his storage pouch and quickly waved his hand, causing a very ancient object to appear before him. This object was actually an ancient grey copper ruler, not very large, only 3 feet long, but it had a dark, ancient rune on it. It was because of this rune that the ancient ruler appeared extraordinary. Song Feng's expression was solemn as he began to carefully activate this treasure. Each activation was done with extreme caution, fearing that injecting too much magical power at once would cause some unforeseen change. This process lasted a full 5 breaths. As a dark rune twisted out from the ancient ruler, a strange black glow pattern immediately emerged. This pattern appeared for a moment, then returned into the ancient ruler. Fellow Deist Void Tempering, I am ready. Are you also prepared, fellow Deist? Under the influence of the ancient ruler, Song Feng's long hair and magical robe moved without wind. He then glanced at Sun Yang and asked. Sun Yang gave a deep look, then also waved his hand, and a dark black banner appeared, with green light flickering on it. I am also ready, fellow Deist Song. You may proceed. As Sun Yang's voice sounded, Song Feng grabbed with his large hand, took the ancient ruler, and flew up, rapidly heading towards the killing corpse. And just as Song Feng's movement began, the killing corpse, not far away, seemed to have already sensed it, and a bloody aura floated out from its body. Clearly, the final hand seal performed by the ghostly shadow when it left was directed at this killing corpse. Upon detecting any unusual movement from Sun Yang and Song Feng, this killing corpse would strike with lightning speed at the first opportunity. It would not give either of them any chance. At this moment, the killing corpse's eyes glowed red, and the blood-colored blade in front of it trembled incessantly. In a short while, countless bloody auras floated onto the blood-colored blade. The blade immediately became a vibrant, dripping red, and its aura was even stronger than when Buletanyang was controlling it. Song Feng, who was speeding, felt a lingering fear at the sight. He knew that this killing corpse intended to deliver a full-force blow. Without a doubt, the ghostly shadow was still very worried when it left that the two of them would pull some trick. After all, they had proven to be troublesome throughout the journey. If the two of them could just quietly wait for death, then so be it, but if there was any unusual movement, no chance would be given. And while the killing corpse began to gather strength, preparing for its strongest attack, the evil ghost nearby was not idle, it suddenly pounced towards the rapidly approaching Song Feng. But when the ghost was halfway through its pounce, a black dot shot out, exploding in front of the evil ghost beforehand. Immediately after, it transformed into a black mist, obstructing that area. At the same moment, Sun Yang's figure flew over, with 4 fierce ghosts floating around him, their bodies already flickering with red light. The 4 fierce ghosts directly pounced towards the evil ghost. In a moment, 4 rumbling sounds exploded in front of the evil ghost. Although the explosion of 410 levels of Qi refining fierce ghosts had little chance of harming an evil ghost with foundation establishment stage strength, it could still hinder the evil ghost's attack during this period. This was precisely the effect Sun Yang wanted. And at this moment, he waved the black banner again. On the banner's surface, the green light grew deeper and deeper, as if something was about to emerge from the banner. Song Feng, catching this out of the corner of his eye, finally withdrew his attention and looked very solemnly towards the killing corpse. At this moment, the killing corpse's figure moved, and it shot out with the blood-colored blade. Soon, Song Feng encountered the killing corpse. The killing corpse struck first, and a terrifying blade light slashed down. As this attack landed, countless bloody shadows splattered in all directions, forming a blood-colored net that sealed off Song Feng's surroundings. This blood-colored blade attack, while seemingly not as strong as when Buletanyang controlled it, temporarily blocked the path ahead. It not only prevented Song Feng from moving forward but also completely sealed off his retreat. Therefore, with the upcoming supreme attack of the blood-colored blade, Song Feng had no direction to find an escape route. Song Feng's expression immediately tightened. He quickly activated his magical power, and the ancient ruler in his palm was swiftly sent out by him. The ancient ruler spun a few times strangely in mid-air, then split into 8 identical ancient ruler after images. However, by the time the ancient ruler had done all this, the blood-colored blade of the killing corpse in front of him had already flared with red light. As countless bloody auras rose, it suddenly struck Song Feng with a blow. The killing intent carried by this blow, felt at close range by Song Feng, instantly made him feel a chilling sensation throughout his body, and this chilling sensation also caused him intense pain. If his mind hadn't been firm, this killing intent alone would have made him lose the ability to move, let alone face the upcoming attack from the blood-colored blade. Song Feng quickly stabilized his mind, and with a trembling finger, he waved, and 7 of the 8 ancient ruler shadows in front of him immediately shot out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh sounds echoed all around. Of these 7 ancient rulers, 1 attacked the killing corpse, and the other 6 shot towards the blood-colored blade. However, 3 of the 6 ancient rulers were completely shattered by the bloody aura emanating from the blood-colored blade before they even reached it. However, these 3 ancient rulers still caused a slight delay in the speed of the blood blade's strike. At this moment, the other 3 ancient rulers transformed into streaks of light and followed closely behind. And on these 3 ancient rulers, the black glow twisted and then exploded directly, turning into countless tiny black crystal fragments that all pierced into the blood blade. This fierce killing yin fiend blade was actually pierced through by those black crystal fragments, and these fragments remained on the blade. Although these fragments failed to completely destroy the blade, they seemed to greatly reduce its power. The originally extremely fierce killing intent was suddenly halved. Immediately after, a grayish-green shield emerged from Song Feng's body, and faint Dao patterns seemed to twist upon it. In his hand, he held the Wind Evil 8 trigrams jade, but beside this jade, there was also a strange circular disc. The two complemented each other, making the grayish-green shield even more solid. Boom! A dull thud resounded. When the blood blade struck the shield, it produced a deafening sound. The grayish-green shield trembled incessantly, but the Dao patterns on it continuously flickered with light. Finally, it blocked this fierce strike. However, when the blood blade's power dissipated, the Dao patterns on the grayish-green shield also shattered at this moment, and the grayish-green shield instantly vanished without a trace. Song Feng, whose figure reappeared, immediately uttered, "Hurry." As soon as he spoke, the ancient ruler that had struck the killing corpse last instantly shattered, slowly transforming into a strange black pattern. As the black pattern flashed with light, an unknown black glow struck the body of the killing corpse. As this strike landed, the killing corpse was actually knocked back several feet by the immense force. At the same time, Song Feng, holding the last ancient ruler, transformed into a black shadow and swiftly fled into the immortal cave. When passing by the evil ghost that was fighting Sun Yang, a wicked light flashed in his eyes. Then, with a slight movement of his finger, a strange ape emerged. This strange ape let out a shriek, and its body instantly grew larger, completely blocking the passage. Song Feng did this, of course, to prevent Sun Yang from leaving. He deliberately left Sun Yang behind to delay the evil ghost and the killing corpse for him, so he could smoothly and quickly enter the depths of the immortal cave. If Sun Yang were to flee with him at this moment, then both the killing corpse and the evil ghost would pursue them, and the opportunity he had painstakingly gained would be wasted. A sinister smile appeared on Song Feng's lips. As the saying goes, a dead fellow Daoist is better than a dead poor Daoist. You just obediently stay behind and cover my retreat. Thinking this, a very smug smile appeared on his lips. Seeing this, Sun Yang's face also turned cold, but he remained unusually calm, having anticipated this. At this moment, he slightly moved the hand controlling the soul sail. On the sail's surface, two black shadows suddenly walked out. As soon as these two black shadows appeared, they exuded a powerful aura. When their figures materialized, they were two evil ghosts. As soon as these two evil ghosts appeared, they immediately launched two fierce attacks at the ape in front of them. And this ape was originally used by Song Feng as cannon fodder to briefly hinder Sun Yang's escape. Its strength was only at the 10 levels of qi refining, but its skin was rough and flesh thick. However, it possessed very strong defensive power, capable of temporarily defending against a single strike from an early stage of Foundation Establishment Cultivator. But when facing the attacks of two evil ghosts with Foundation Establishment Stage Cultivation, it instantly turned into a sky full of shredded flesh. Immediately after, the evil ghost shot out. Song Feng's eyes showed disbelief as he witnessed this scene. But when his peripheral vision caught sight of two powerful evil ghosts rushing towards him, his eyes instantly filled with horror. He, since fellow Daoist Song is unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. Stay behind for me. At this moment, a voice suddenly resounded all around. The two evil ghosts, whose speed was originally inferior to his, suddenly had a black chi floating around them, and a strange attack had already come crashing down. A hint of panic appeared in Song Feng's eyes. He was confident he had ways to block these two strikes, but once he was distracted doing so, he would lose the opportunity to escape. It was very likely that he would be entangled by the killing corpse again, and then it would be difficult for him to get away. Song Feng's heart hardened. He didn't know what incantation he was performing, but he sped towards the immortal cave without looking back, seemingly having no intention of stopping to defend against the incoming black chi. Not long after, as the black chi struck Song Feng's body, a shower of blood splattered out. Soon, Song Feng's physical body was torn apart by the black chi, turning into a rain of blood. Sun Yang's brows furrowed as he watched this. What's going on? Just as he felt strange, he quickly discovered something amiss, because at the place where Song Feng's physical body was torn apart, a blood shadow carrying a storage pouch was actually floating out, fleeing along an ancient ruler. Perhaps sensing Sun Yang's gaze, a cold aura emerged from the fleeing blood shadow. Didn't expect this, did you? You can't kill me. Obediently cover my retreat and die here. Ha ha ha. As the laughter rang out, the blood shadow flickered and disappeared into the immortal cave. Sun Yang's face turned ashen as he heard this. However, he soon noticed that at the place where Song Feng's physical body was torn apart, a ghost shadow was floating at this moment. It quickly swept up the remaining blood and flesh and chewed it in its mouth. Within moments, an evil ghost appeared. Sun Yang's eyes flashed with surprise as he saw this. From this, it seemed that Song Feng's life-saving technique was to abandon his physical body, otherwise this evil ghost would not have appeared. Presumably, this method also greatly damaged his strength. Thinking this, Sun Yang no longer intended to linger here. He had to enter the immortal cave quickly. He saw that the killing corpse was already attacking him. However, he showed no panic. With a slight movement of his hand, he draped the Haolei cape over himself. As the power of thunder twisted, a bolt of lightning shot out, instantly blocking the killing corpse midway. Then, with a movement of the soul sail, the two evil ghosts flew towards the killing corpse first, temporarily entangling it. Sun Yang's eyes sharpened, and with a burst of blood chi from his body, he led the ghost general in front of him and shot towards the killing corpse. Upon reaching within 10 feet of the killing corpse, the ghost general's hand flashed with black light, and the one ghost soul severing blade appeared. As the one ghost soul severing blade was fiercely swung out, a black chi transformed into a ghost face, attacking the killing corpse together. As this strike landed on the killing corpse, it produced a dull sound. Even though the killing corpse's physical body was possessed by countless killing intents, it was still cut with a wound that was neither deep nor shallow. Immediately after, the ghost face flew over and landed on the wound of the killing corpse. Instantly, its soul was frantically devoured by the ghost face. Not long after, the killing corpse's red glow dimmed, and the soul aura controlling it completely vanished, causing it to fall to the ground. Sun Yang smiled slightly upon seeing this. Actually, when Buletanyang was controlling the killing corpse, he had already seen through the trick. Such a fierce corpse could not be controlled by ordinary means. Only a soul control method could control this corpse. However, the reason Buletanyang lost control of the killing corpse so quickly was because the ghostly figure possessing ghost capital had already subtly implanted a powerful soul red into the corpse when it was taken from the Formation I Immortal Cave. As this soul red underwent awakening, it easily devoured the soul power Buletanyang had exerted. And the one ghost soul severing blade in Sun Yang's hand, which had been able to devour all the evil ghost souls in the Formation I Immortal Cave, could easily deal with a mere remnant soul on a corpse. This was also the reason Sun Yang had always been confident. It was just that Song Feng was present, and he didn't want to expose this method too much, so he hadn't used it yet. Next, Sun Yang glanced at the ghostly figure attached to his body, smiled grimly, and then waved his soul sail, and a powerful suction began to pull at the ghostly figure. The ghostly figure effortlessly floated into the soul sail, without any obstruction. Actually, the ghostly figure on his body was just a lingering wisp of qi, not a ghostly figure truly formed by an evil ghost. The reason for this was precisely because Sun Yang had not killed the evil ghost in the Formation I Immortal Cave, and thus had not been possessed by an evil ghost transforming into a ghostly figure. Of course, if this wisp of qi remained in his body for a long time, it would still have a certain impact on him. Previously, with ghost capital and others present, Sun Yang could only deliberately feign, not daring to expose his methods too much. Now that no one was present, how could he allow the ghostly figure to remain in his body? And as this wisp of ghostly figure floated into the soul sail, having no physical form, it immediately fragmented into a certain amount of soul power, making the green glow on the soul sail a little stronger. Having done all this, Sun Yang then looked around at the two evil ghosts still struggling in the passage. These two evil ghosts were currently fighting the two greenish-gray evil ghosts summoned by Sun Yang's soul sail, but they were retreating step by step. Since the two evil ghosts had not fully absorbed the physical body power of Song Feng and Buletanyang, their strength had not actually reached its peak state. Furthermore, their breakthrough was too rushed, and they had consumed some soul power. This was why they were being continuously pushed back by the two greenish-gray evil ghosts. Sun Yang's eyes moved. Since he had already taken in two evil ghosts with his soul sail, he did not intend to let go of these two evil ghosts in front of him either, planning to take them all into the soul sail. At this moment, his magical power stirred, and the power of the vast thunder on his Haolei cape surged, and two slender vast thunders suddenly struck towards the two evil ghosts. These two evil ghosts were already overwhelmed, and when the vast thunder arrived with extreme speed, where could they find the time to dodge? They were directly struck by a bolt of lightning, immediately letting out a miserable shriek. Although the power of the vast thunder was not too strong, do not forget that this thunder had a miraculous effect against such an evil ghost creatures. When the two evil ghosts took this blow, most of their ghost chi was scattered. Then they were pounced upon by the two greenish-gray evil ghosts, and after a few rounds, these two evil ghosts were pinched in the hands of the greenish-gray evil ghosts. With a flicker of their bodies, they arrived in front of Sun Yang. Sun Yang scrutinized the two evil ghosts, and without further ado, he waved his soul sail, and a green glow immediately emerged from the sail's surface. As a huge suction force emerged, it began to continuously pull at the bodies of the two evil ghosts. The heavily injured evil ghosts could no longer resist this suction, and it didn't take long before they were sucked into the soul sail. Sun Yang nodded in satisfaction upon seeing this. The main reason he could so easily absorb the evil ghosts was that the four ghosts transforming yin formation within this immortal cave had been temporarily breached. Without the formation's protection, these two evil ghosts were easily captured. Currently, within Sun Yang's soul sail, four evil ghosts had already gathered. It could be considered that the evil ghosts within the four formation eyes had all been sucked into the soul sail, and this formation was now on the verge of being broken. This was also a part of his plan, and now it was largely successful. In fact, when Sun Yang was searching for evil ghosts' souls, he had already learned that once an evil ghost in a Formation I Immortal Cave was killed, one would be possessed by it. This was why he had meticulously arranged a plan. That was to completely absorb all four evil ghosts into the soul sail. To gather all four evil ghosts, he needed the help of others. Since learning that Ghost Capital repeatedly entered and exited the Formation I Immortal Cave, Sun Yang had already suspected that perhaps there was no evil ghost in Ghost Capital's Formation I Immortal Cave. Then he thought of the Twisted Forest's evil cultivator corpses, and immediately had a bold hypothesis. As he had hypothesized, Ghost Capital indeed had a method to stimulate the evil ghosts, which led to the current scene. As for why there was one more evil ghost in the soul sail, one absorbed from the Formation I Immortal Cave, and two absorbed just now, that was naturally the evil ghost summoned by the four stone statues when the four ghosts transforming yin formation was being broken. Because Sun Yang used corpse demon blood to envelop the evil ghost, the other three people had no idea that at the moment of breaking the formation, that evil ghost was subtly absorbed into his soul sail. This led to the scene of four evil ghosts gathering in the soul sail. When Sun Yang put away the soul sail, a look of confusion still flashed across his face. It was simply because there was still a ghostly figure on Ghost Capital. Logically, All 4 evil ghosts had been taken into his soul sail, so how could there be one more? This doubt couldn't help but surge into his mind. Sun Yang pondered for a long time, vaguely feeling that something was wrong, then glanced inside the immortal cave, his expression involuntarily becoming a bit solemn. After a while, he collected himself and looked at the killing corpse on the ground and the black blade that had lost its blood chi. These 2 items were rare treasures, and now they had conveniently fallen to him. With a wave of his hand, he carefully put away the killing corpse and the black blade. Then, he finally stepped into the immortal cave. As soon as he entered the immortal cave, he felt a chilling sensation. This feeling seemed to emanate from the bottom of his heart, and Sun Yang only felt inexplicably puzzled. And the immortal cave, after nearly 1,000 years, was already in a state of decay. Aside from some strange stone troughs, there was nothing else. Looking forward, one could see a deep, dark passage, seemingly leading to the deeper parts of the immortal cave. Sun Yang thought for a while, and after preparing his defensive measures, he slowly stepped into the passage and walked inside. On both sides of this passage, at regular intervals, a blue gem was embedded, which still emitted a faint glow to this day. However, due to a thin layer of grayish-black chi permeating the passage, Sun Yang could only see 3 jong ahead. As for how long the passage was, he had no way of knowing. As he continued forward, he walked for a full 10 odd breaths. At this moment, a stone chamber appeared on the left side. Sun Yang's spiritual sense probed for a moment, finding that the stone chamber was not large, but it was blocked by a thick layer of yin evil chi, preventing clear perception. After confirming that there were no unusual fluctuations inside, he waved his hand, and a fireball abruptly flew in. As the fireball exploded, under the light of the fire, the scene inside finally appeared. Sun Yang took a quick look, and his expression also changed slightly. This stone chamber was approximately 300 square feet, but it was surprisingly covered in skeletons, piled layer upon layer, reaching a height of 10 jong. A rough estimate would be no less than several thousand skeletons. Without a doubt, this was where the evil cultivators had thrown the remaining bones after refining them in the past. Among these skeletons, there were even some young children less than 4 feet tall. The methods were truly quite brutal. At this moment, Sun Yang's eyes flickered slightly as he discovered that the stone chamber was filled with a large number of yin ghosts. Since most of these skeletons were from mortals, the yin ghosts they transformed into were extremely weak. After so many years, they had only just reached the level of a chi refining stage 3 yin ghost. These yin ghosts had no intelligence and only exuded yin sha chi, which made the yin sha chi inside the stone chamber extremely dense. Sun Yang's heart stirred, and he immediately took out his soul sail. Due to the presence of powerful wailing souls and vengeful spirits on the battlefield outside, he was worried about damaging his soul sail, so he had never dared to use it to absorb all those vengeful spirits into the soul sail. Currently, the yin ghosts here were extremely weak, and their numbers were not as vast as on the battlefield. He wondered if the soul sail could absorb all these yin ghosts, and he decided to give it a try. As Sun Yang pondered this, he quickly activated the soul sail. However, to be safe, he first summoned the main soul female ghost, having her use her deterrent power to prevent the yin ghosts from resisting. Only then did he unleash the soul sail, letting it fly to the top of the stone chamber. Under the immense suction force that immediately emanated from the sail, the yin ghosts drifted towards the soul sail one after another, disappearing into it. As more and more yin ghosts were absorbed, the green light on the soul sail became increasingly solid. However, when it had absorbed over 1,000 yin ghosts, the soul sail began to tremble slightly, and a massive amount of soul power continuously flowed out from it. Seeing this, Sun Yang's eyes clearly flashed with surprise. He knew that this meant the soul sail had reached its limit for containing yin ghosts. If it absorbed any more yin ghosts, it was highly likely to be damaged. He quickly moved his finger incantation, intending to forcibly recall the soul sail. However, at this moment, with soul power continuously flowing out from the soul sail, his finger incantation had no effect on it. Sun Yang immediately realized something was wrong. He then circulated his magic power, transforming into a streak of light and fleeing, intending to use his magic power to interfere and forcibly recall the soul sail. However, as he moved, the main soul female ghost also floated over at an extremely high speed. The main soul female ghost's speed was incredibly fast. She floated next to the soul sail a step ahead of Sun Yang, then let out a piercing shriek from her mouth. As this sound rang out, the soul power on the soul sail seemed to find an outlet, surging towards the main soul female ghost. At this moment, Sun Yang stopped, filled with doubt. This was because he discovered that with that shriek, not only did the soul power of the soul sail change, but even the yin ghosts below stopped their flight towards the soul sail. The next moment, the yin ghosts looked at the female ghost with confusion. Soon after, these yin ghosts changed direction, rushing towards the main soul female ghost one after another. This scene also startled Sun Yang. However, the main soul female ghost opened her fangs, transforming into a large mouth, and swallowed the floating yin ghosts one by one. This process lasted for a full 30 breaths. During this process, the main soul female ghost swallowed nearly 1,000 yin ghosts before finally stopping. And the stone chamber was instantly emptied of yin ghosts. Then, a satisfied burp came from the main soul female ghost's mouth. At this moment, Sun Yang noticed that the main soul female ghost's soul body had become increasingly solid, and even her aura had greatly strengthened. What surprised him most was that the female ghost's gaze had become deeper. From this, it was not difficult to see that the female ghost's intelligence seemed to have improved further. Sun Yang did not know if this was a good or bad thing. After all, his soul control methods were still very limited. He wondered if such a female ghost with powerful intelligence could be commanded at will in the future. However, just as Sun Yang was deep in thought, an unusual sound came from his mind. Upon hearing this sound, Sun Yang's doubts immediately diminished by more than half. Within this sound, there were 2 more commands. The fact that the main soul female ghost could transmit commands indicated that while her intelligence had advanced further, it seemed she had not yet reached the point where she could break free from the soul sail's control. After transmitting the commands, the main soul female ghost let out a deep yawn and returned to the soul sail, beginning her slumber. Having absorbed so many yin ghosts, the main soul female ghost needed to further digest and absorb the soul power within them. She would have a period of slumber, neither long nor short, during which she could no longer be summoned. Subsequently, Sun Yang waved his hand and contentedly put away the soul sail. After this incident, perhaps the soul sail would advance further, who knew? A moment later, after regaining his composure, he left the stone chamber and once again headed deeper into the corridor. During this time, no more stone chambers appeared on either side of the corridor until a strong light appeared ahead. Sun Yang, on alert, stepped into the illuminated area. However, as soon as he entered the bright area, he heard the whooshing of wind and a fluctuation of magic power. He immediately looked up and saw a blood-colored figure fleeing desperately towards him. When the blood-colored figure saw the person who had entered this place, he was initially startled, but then, as if seeing a lifeline, he darted directly towards Sun Yang. As the blood-colored figure fled, he shouted, "This is all a conspiracy. Everything is a conspiracy. Fellow deist void tempering, we've all been tricked. Fellow deist, you must save me. I know how to leave here. If you don't save me, both of us will die here." This voice, filled with intense panic, startled Sun Yang. Upon hearing this, Sun Yang's brows involuntarily furrowed. This blood-colored figure was none other than Song Feng's soul body, who had entered the immortal cave using a body substitute technique. At this moment, he no longer had his previous smugness and appeared extremely disheveled. This was because, behind Song Feng, there was a dense ghostly shadow, carrying a strange skull, relentlessly pursuing him. And at this moment, Song Feng seemed to have forgotten how he had schemed against Sun Yang. Instead, he turned around and began to seek Sun Yang's rescue. From his words, it was also evident that he was gambling on Sun Yang helping him, so he rushed desperately towards Sun Yang without stopping. Sun Yang smiled sinisterly, a ghost sail appearing in his hand. From within it emerged a tall ghost general. The ghost general's ghost blade now emitted a chilling gleam. Upon noticing this, Song Feng's expression immediately changed. "Fellow deist, no. Killing me will only satisfy you for a moment, but you will regret it later. I know how to leave here. If we don't leave this place quickly, you will also die without a burial place." He knew that he had offended Sun Yang too deeply before, and it would be difficult to persuade the other party with just words at this moment. But he had no other choice, he could only reiterate the severity of the situation, hoping that Sun Yang would consider it more deeply. After all, at this moment, killing him would bring no benefit. As his words rang out, Song Feng was also very nervous, and he couldn't help but take out a treasure. If he found that Sun Yang was determined to kill him, then he would fight to the death, hoping to find a glimmer of survival from it. "Fellow deist Song, you worry too much. I still know what's important. Fellow deist, come over quickly, I'll block the pursuing enemy." Sun Yang's expression sobered as he spoke to Song Feng. At the same time, he directed his killing intent at the evil shadow behind Song Feng, and the ghost general beside him also made way for a path. Seeing this, a hint of joy flashed in Song Feng's eyes. It seemed his words had some effect. If Sun Yang helped him now, his life would be safe for the time being. But a trace of wariness remained in his heart, and he worried that Sun Yang was saying one thing but meaning another. What if he resorted to underhanded tactics? He still clutched the treasure in his hand tightly, not daring to relax easily. However, he seemed to have worried for nothing. From then on, he truly did not suffer any sudden sneak attacks from Sun Yang and easily landed not far from Sun Yang. At this moment, Sun Yang also commanded the ghost general to charge directly towards the evil shadow, then suddenly unleashed a slash. This strike flashed with a black light, bringing forth a fierce momentum. Even Song Feng was startled by the power of this strike. As soon as this strike landed, the evil shadow immediately stopped its pursuit and frantically began to dodge to one side. Song Feng saw the evil shadow being repelled, and a hint of joy appeared at the corner of his mouth. Only then did he turn his thoughts back to Sun Yang. At this moment, he found Sun Yang's strength somewhat unfathomable. After all, before the passage, there was a killing corpse and 2 evil ghosts present, and Sun Yang was still able to pass through there. Moreover, he didn't seem to have suffered any injuries, which made him greatly change his perception of Sun Yang's strength. But when he thought about his previous actions, a slight unease immediately arose in his heart, and in his current state, he urgently needed Sun Yang's help. Song Feng knew that Sun Yang was only moved by his words at the moment, so he had to quickly show some performance. Then, he prepared to explain everything that happened ahead to Sun Yang. But the words in his mouth, just about to be uttered, were abruptly stuck in his throat. He saw that beside him, 4 evil ghosts suddenly appeared from nowhere and pounced fiercely towards him. Song Feng's face changed drastically. He was already greatly weakened, and just now, he was deep in thought, having let his guard down a bit. Facing 4 evil ghosts at once, his heart instantly turned to ashes. He immediately realized he was too naive. The person in front of him clearly intended to make him relax his vigilance before making a move. This person's treachery surpassed his own. Song Feng still intended to activate the treasure in his hand, but it was already too late. As soon as his treasure glowed slightly, the 4 evil ghosts were already close, launching a fierce attack on him. In just one breath, he felt a tearing pain in his soul body. When he looked down, he found that his soul body had been completely shattered, leaving only a head. Soon, he saw the extremely important treasure, his life-saving ancient ruler treasure, and a storage pouch, all transform into streams of light and disappear into the other party's sleeve. Then, not long after, he was firmly grabbed by a large hand, and a sharp pain suddenly struck him. How could Song Feng not know that the other party was performing soul-searching art? But at this moment, he had no room to resist. His heart was filled with unwillingness, and his expression became distorted. He used the soul power remaining in his soul body head to let out a shriek. Void tempering, you dare to kill me. You won't be able to leave this place either. When the time comes, you'll definitely taste a life worse than death. To an outsider, this sound was just a shriek, but to Sun Yang's ears, it was a sharp roar. Noisy. Sun Yang then shook his magic power, and Song Feng's head instantly paused. Although his expression was twisted, he could no longer make a sound, only trembling continuously to vent his dissatisfaction and unwillingness. However, as Sun Yang's soul-searching art gradually invaded Song Feng's sea of consciousness, his eyes gradually began to lose their luster. However, as Sun Yang rapidly searched and continuously read memories, just as Song Feng's head lost its last trace of luster, it suddenly exploded. Sun Yang looked at the blood mist in his hand and sighed slightly. Although he had severely wounded Song Feng's soul body, a soul body at the foundation establishment stage was indeed very tenacious. His soul search was still blocked by Song Feng's final will at the critical moment, leading to the failure of the soul search. But even so, he still obtained some information. Sun Yang muttered softly, ghostly evil demon corpse, how interesting. This ghostly evil demon corpse was precisely what he had learned from Song Feng's soul search. He hadn't expected that this immortal cave revolved around this corpse. To be precise, this immortal cave was a formation cage used by an evil cultivator in the past to imprison this corpse. And what Song Feng had always said about being trapped here was actually that the first stone door, opened by ghost capital with black runes before the passage, had completely closed. And this door seemed to have been arranged with ancient secret methods, without a specific method, it truly could not be opened. As for the method Song Feng had always mentioned, it was a sacrificial method. This person never had good intentions. If Sun Yang had agreed to leave together, he would have used this sacrificial method on Sun Yang. This was this person's truest goal. Even at the last moment, he couldn't forget to scheme against others. However, before Sun Yang could ponder further, the evil shadow in the distance had completely dodged the ghost general's one ghost soul severing blade strike and disappeared to one side. When it reappeared, a layer of dark grey evil chi clearly drifted from its skull, enveloping the evil shadow on one side as well. In a short while, it transformed into a bizarre and ferocious evil shadow. As soon as this evil shadow appeared, it let out a series of weird and utterly strange evil laughs, like task GG. Immediately after, it opened its large mouth, revealing a dark black and slender, strange tongue that flew about wildly before a chilling voice emerged. Void tempering, you are very good. This lord truly underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have the means to subdue 4 evil ghosts. Compared to them, you hide truly deeply. But since you have such strength, I imagine this place can't trap you. Don't listen to Song Feng's words. He is nothing but a stray dog, yet he still attempts to covet that treasure, which is why I pursued him here. But you and this lord are both discerning people. We don't necessarily have to fight to the death. Tell me, what treasure do you need? As long as it doesn't cross this lord's bottom line, I will satisfy you. The surrounding killing intent had clearly receded by more than half. The evil shadow in front not only did not attack Sun Yang again, but although its voice was chilling, there was no chi fluctuation within it. Instead, it began to negotiate with Sun Yang. Upon hearing this, Sun Yang's eyes showed a strange look. After a while, he burst into laughter. That's truly laughable. I want all the treasures here. Sun Yang laughed loudly, his eyes suddenly turned sharp, and cold light burst forth from them. You, truly have a big appetite. Evil Shadow's aura also trembled wildly upon hearing this, and the killing intent on his body instantly poured out, even his voice became a bit sharper. Humph, your excellency wants to delay time with this, it's too crude. Sun Yang merely snorted coldly, then with a flick of his incantation, he suddenly waved the soul sail in his hand, and the 4 evil ghosts lunged towards Evil Shadow. He had already seen through it the moment the other party stopped to speak, the Evil Shadow before him was nothing more than a split soul. The true Evil Shadow possessing ghost capital should still be deep within the immortal cave, executing some plan that required a bit more time. And the Evil Shadow before him, having seemingly witnessed Sun Yang's strength, felt some apprehension, and for the sake of the subsequent plan, thus resorted to enticing words to buy some time. How could Sun Yang let him succeed? He directly struck with the force of thunder. When the 4 evil ghosts approached within 10 feet of Evil Shadow, a thick ghost chi emerged from each of them, and these ghost chi converged to form a ghostly, sinister blade. As soon as this blade appeared, it sharply slashed down towards Evil Shadow. The combined attack of the 4 was no less powerful than a strike from a foundation establishment middle stage cultivator. Seeing this, the dark grey evil chi on Evil Shadow's body suddenly shot out, transforming into a 10-foot-tall, ferocious evil demon remnant shadow, which then extended a pair of black fists and casually threw a punch at the ghost chi blade. To an outsider, this punch seemed ordinary, like an old man on his last legs, throwing a punch with his remaining strength. It appeared extremely weak to onlookers. However, when this punch collided with the 4 ghost chi blades, a violent collision sound actually occurred. The sound was so loud that it rumbled throughout the immortal cave. Immediately after, a wave of chi spread out from the collision. Sun Yang was affected by the chi wave and was also sent flying 5 zhang away. At this moment, his eyes flickered continuously, and he was greatly astonished by this strike. When the dust settled, it was seen that at the center of the battlefield, the ghost chi blades in the hands of the 4 evil ghosts had directly shattered into pieces and completely dissipated. Even the hands of the 4 evil ghosts holding the blades turned into fragments, beginning to fall downward. He had not expected that such a seemingly ordinary strike would simultaneously injure the ghost bodies of the 4 evil ghosts, and even the ghost spirit chi on the evil ghosts' bodies gradually showed signs of disorder. Yet, the evil demon remnant shadow was completely unharmed, and then effortlessly transformed into evil chi, merging back into evil shadow's body. Sun Yang didn't have time to think much and quickly waved the soul sail, recalling the 4 evil ghosts. Then, a blue light emerged from the soul sail, and it began to use soul power to repair the damaged soul bodies of the 4 evil ghosts. Fortunately, with the soul sail present, as long as the evil ghosts' ghost bodies were not completely dispersed, they could be quickly repaired using the soul power within the soul sail. Having absorbed many yin ghosts earlier, the soul sail contained a considerable amount of soul power, enough to continuously provide soul power to the evil ghosts. This scene was witnessed by Evil Shadow in the distance, and his eyes clearly flickered, obviously surprised by what he saw. Evil Shadow was also somewhat unsettled at this moment. Looking at the soul sail in Sun Yang's hand, his expression clearly became more solemn. Upon seeing the 4 evil ghosts charging again, Evil Shadow's eyes moved, fixing his gaze on Sun Yang. He knew that continuing to contend with these 4 evil ghosts was pointless. As long as that black sail existed, these evil ghosts could be considered immortal. At this moment, only by killing Sun Yang could the situation be broken. The dark grey evil chi on Evil Shadow's body rapidly contracted. However, this evil chi did not decrease but was continuously compressing, causing Evil Shadow's body to continuously shrink. As the evil chi compressed to its smallest, a sudden ink-colored light emerged from it. The next moment, Evil Shadow suddenly disappeared, without even a remnant shadow appearing, simply vanishing inexplicably. The 4 evil ghosts immediately lunged at empty air. Seeing this, Sun Yang's mind instantly tensed. He quickly initiated his incantations, directly casting the ghost sail underworld method, and at the same time, crushed a small bottle, from which a surge of blood chi emerged, covering his body. Subsequently, he transformed into a remnant shadow and fled in all directions. However, a sudden change occurred. As Sun Yang was fleeing, he suddenly sensed a gust of wind by his ear, and a ghostly figure appeared in front of him. This ghostly figure appeared silently, and Sun Yang was instantly greatly alarmed. He knew that this was not because the ghostly figure had perceived his direction of escape, but rather that the opponent's escape speed was even greater than his own. How could such speed not surprise him? However, the ghostly figure, at the moment of its appearance, took a short period to gather evil chi and launch its previous attack. This briefly gave Sun Yang some opportunity. Sun Yang waved his hand, quickly took out the Haolei cape, put it on, and at the same time took out 2 pearls. Then a vast thunder struck forward, and simultaneously, he threw out a dark black pearl. Just as he finished these actions, the evil demon remnant shadow reappeared from Evil Shadow. This evil demon remnant shadow threw a punch at Sun Yang. Boom, crackle, rumble. 3 loud noises sounded one after another. It was seen that at the location of the evil demon remnant shadow, a mass of thunder power suddenly erupted, forming an electric net that covered 5 zhang. It lasted for more than 10 breaths before it began to recede. At this moment, a figure walked out from a whirlwind. This person was Sun Yang, and his face was very pale at this moment. To withstand the evil demon remnant shadow's attack just now, he had simultaneously used a pseudo-demon extinguishing pearl and a gathering wind pearl. It was precisely because of these 2 precious pearls that he was able to escape. But looking at the whirlwind's location, a pang of heartache still emerged, for after using this gathering wind pearl, he no longer had such defensive precious pearls, and he would have one less defensive means in the future. Without much time for heartache, Sun Yang's gaze focused back on the center of the explosion, only to his surprise, he found a ghostly figure flying out in a very disheveled state. Sun Yang's brows furrowed tightly. When he threw the pseudo-demon extinguishing pearl earlier, he had also used the vast thunder from the Haolei cape. He hadn't expected that it still couldn't kill this ghostly figure. A mere split soul was already so troublesome. However, as Evil Shadow drifted out of the center, his aura seemed unstable, and his flight speed was clearly much slower. This time, Evil Shadow did not come towards Sun Yang again. Instead, he merely looked back at Sun Yang with unwillingness and then fled towards the depths of the immortal cave. Seeing this, Sun Yang quickly understood that although the previous attack had failed to kill Evil Shadow, it seemed to have severely injured him. At this point, the opponent, knowing he was no match, seemed to have fled to his main body. Sun Yang no longer hesitated and quickly pursued him. He couldn't let the main body of Evil Shadow succeed easily in whatever it was planning. But before going deeper, Sun Yang still decided to take precautions, so he took out the Yin Yang 8 trigrams jade and the Wind Evil 8 trigrams jade from Song Feng's storage pouch. The 3 8 trigrams jades, activated together, transformed into 4 large shields, firmly covering him. Although he did not possess Ghost Capital's secret method to make the 3 8 trigrams jades unleash the power they had in the previous passage. However, with just the 4 defensive shields, even if a Foundation Establishment late-stage cultivator launched a sneak attack, they would not be able to break through the shields and kill him in a short period of time. Fellow deists, do not worry. This small instance is a bit long, but it also serves as a prelude to the subsequent large secret realm. The protagonist's strength and treasures will be greatly improved. After setting up his defenses, Sun Yang transformed into an afterimage and flew towards a dark passage ahead. However, upon entering the passage, he felt a startling aura. This aura was very strange, it contained ghost spirit chi and a mix of devilish chi, but most prevalent was a bizarre chi that was hard to describe or understand. At the same time, there was also ghost chi lingering from the evil shadow. Sun Yang's mind was tense, and his flying speed slowed as he cautiously moved forward, simultaneously moving his finger seals, already prepared for a countermeasure. The deeper he went, the passage began to narrow from wide. But not long after, Sun Yang arrived at a triangular area. Slanting to the left and right, two passages appeared. The stone walls of these two passages were covered in green light, illuminating the path brightly. And these two passages were very long, exuding a sense of profound depth. Due to the presence of that strange aura, his spiritual sense was still greatly restricted, unable to probe the situation inside at all. Sun Yang couldn't help but observe the two passages, and then sensed where the ghost chi left by the evil shadow was emanating from. Upon careful inspection, it seemed the evil shadow had gone towards the left passage. He pondered for a moment, then stepped into the left passage, and indeed, the lingering aura of the evil shadow became even stronger. Judging by this, the front of this passage should be where the true body of that ghost shadow was hidden. However, at this moment, Sun Yang inexplicably stopped. He did not delve further but furrowed his brows and scanned the surroundings with a serious gaze. Soon, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and with a swift movement of his finger, the soul sail in his hand emitted a green glow and dispersed in all directions. Immediately after, several ghost shadows protected him. At the same time, Sun Yang loosened his finger seal, and several drops of black blood shot out in all directions, not yet landing on the passage's stone wall. They suddenly exploded, transforming into two strange types of chi, purple and black, which rapidly drifted outwards. Immediately after, a flash of lightning appeared on Sun Yang's body, and along with the two types of chi, it fiercely struck out in all directions. Humph, a mere illusion, break for me. When the black chi and lightning landed on the stone wall, a change was startled. The stone wall twitched, and a plume of green smoke began to rise. As this scene unfolded, the surrounding stone walls trembled violently. At the same time, a sharp sound echoed in the surroundings. The original environment around them instantly underwent a drastic change. A wave of anger immediately emerged from somewhere. Not long after, the surrounding passage suddenly disappeared, replaced by a giant mouth filled with viscous liquid. It turned out that the previous passage was formed by this mouth. If Sun Yang had delved deeper into the passage, he would have entered the giant mouth. Seeing its plan fall through, the giant mouth, unwilling, suddenly bit at Sun Yang. Sun Yang's expression was tense, not daring to be negligent in the slightest, continuously waving his finger seals, and a faint glow emanated from his body. Clang, thud, two loud noises echoed in the surroundings. The giant mouth landed on a layer of light shield, and under immense pressure, the light shield continuously emitted vibrating, squeezing thudding sounds. However, no matter how hard the giant mouth tried, it seemed unable to truly break through the light shield, only continuously dripping viscous liquid, attempting to weaken the light shield's power with it. But not long after, several rumbling sounds suddenly came from within the giant mouth. With an explosion, a grey aura began to pour out from inside the giant mouth. Under this explosion, the giant mouth shattered into countless flying viscous liquids and was immediately knocked back several feet. Under an unwilling roar, the countless viscous liquids began to gather together, forming a strange figure that stumbled back a few steps. This figure was covered in viscous black liquid, and something unknown was constantly twitching within the liquid. Impossible, how did you see through the ghost devil illusion? Damn it, just one last step, and you would have entered my resentful mouth, completely merging with me. At this moment, as the viscous liquid on the figure's head opened and closed, it revealed a disgusting, pitch-black mouth, from which a chilling voice slowly emerged. Then, the figure's gaze towards Sun Yang became extremely malicious. Why do you resist? Merging with me, what a great honor for you. If one day I become a devil immortal, then you too can ascend to immortality with me. Even if you are my servant, you would still be an immortal. What a great fortune, yet you don't want it. The words became increasingly sharp towards the end. Clearly, if Sun Yang had truly delved deeper into that passage just now, he would have fallen into the trap of this ghost shadow. At that time, his body would seemingly merge with this ghost shadow using a secret technique. Sun Yang's eyes were extremely cold at this moment. In fact, he hadn't noticed anything amiss the moment he entered the passage. This ghost shadow's ghost devil illusion was also extremely subtle. With his cultivation, he might not have necessarily discovered it. But the reason he was able to sense something was wrong was because he was vigilant. Before entering the passage, he had already released a blood fox. This blood fox was formed from that blood-colored talisman scroll. Back in the Yin Extreme Secret Realm, Sun Yang had used the blood beast summoned by the blood-colored talisman scroll to enter the formation and retrieve 3 treasures. Because of this, he also knew that blood beasts had the ability to be unaffected by formation illusions, which is why he used this blood beast to scout the way. Indeed, the deeper he went, when he found that the blood fox mysteriously penetrated the passage's stone wall, he suddenly discovered the existence of the illusion. This led to his breaking of the ghost devil illusion. After hearing the ghost shadow's words, Sun Yang then realized that the other party actually wanted to merge him into its ghost body, and anger immediately surged within him. He also guessed some of the ghost shadow's objectives, which was to gain control of his body to release the 4 evil ghosts. And those 4 evil ghosts were the most crucial part of the ghost shadow's plan. How ridiculous! Who would want to merge with a repulsive creature like you? Anyone who dares to scheme against me will surely become a soul in my sail. Sun Yang's expression was cold, and strong killing intent erupted from his eyes. The ghost shadow ahead heard this and roared furiously, since you don't want to merge with me, then I will let you taste what it's like to wish for death. The ghost shadow's plans were repeatedly thwarted by Sun Yang. At this moment, he was seething with rage, and a sense of madness surged forth. The next moment, the ghost shadow's body trembled, and the viscous liquids, as if alive, began to continuously surge. Then the viscous liquid divided into 2 streams, landing beside it. As these 2 streams of liquid continuously surged, they transformed into 2 evil shadows, similar to the one Sun Yang had previously fought. However, these 2 evil shadows did not have the assistance of the skull head, and their strength was slightly weaker than before. Immediately after, the ghost shadow gestured with its hand, and the 2 evil shadows on either side flashed, then attacked Sun Yang. At the same time, evil shadow flew backward, landing in a dark place, seemingly performing some technique. Sun Yang's eyes flickered slightly at this sight. However, the 2 evil shadow incarnations had already attacked. He dared not be careless in the slightest, and with a movement of his soul sail, the 4 evil ghosts immediately moved to intercept one of the evil shadows. As the 4 evil ghosts continuously attacked, this evil shadow could no longer pay attention to Sun Yang. With only one evil shadow left to charge, Sun Yang's pressure immediately lightened. Then, with the movement of his hand seals, 7 fierce ghosts floated out. These fierce ghosts quickly dispersed and disappeared into various parts of the immortal cave. Having done this, Sun Yang's entire body erupted with blood qi, transforming into a bloody afterimage that instantly vanished. The evil shadow, missing its target, followed the blood qi, closely pursuing Sun Yang. Due to the evil shadow's extreme escape speed, it didn't take long for it to catch up to Sun Yang's figure. Then, ghost qi surged forth, forming a pitch-black large hand that slammed down fiercely towards Sun Yang. However, just as the pitch-black large hand was about to strike, Sun Yang's blood qi surged again, transforming into a long bloody shadow and disappearing from his original spot. For the next 5 breaths of time, the evil shadow continued to pursue. Each time it caught up to Sun Yang and used its ghost qi manifestation to attack, Sun Yang would evade with his escape speed. Since this evil shadow lacked the assistance of the skull, the techniques it could use were quite limited. Facing Sun Yang's escape speed, it truly had no immediate solution. During this period, Sun Yang also did not launch any attacks on the evil shadow, instead, he repeatedly used his escape speed to string along this evil shadow. This caused the evil shadow, who was in the dark place, to show a peculiar look in his eyes, as he couldn't fathom what Sun Yang was trying to do. If Sun Yang were to directly attack the evil shadow clone, even if his clone fell into a disadvantage, it wouldn't be a big deal. After all, during this process, he could accurately know that Sun Yang was not using any strange techniques. As long as his spell took shape, all subsequent problems would be resolved. However, Sun Yang's constant evasion with his escape speed made the evil shadow uneasy. As time passed, this feeling of unease grew stronger. Although it wouldn't be long before his spell could take shape, the unease in his heart made him unable to wait any longer. And Sun Yang had not only broken through the killing corpse's obstruction but also collected the 4 evil ghosts, and even defeated his clone that used the evil devil head. Moreover, he had seen through the ghost devil's illusion and withstood the giant mouth's attack. Everything touched his spirit. His vigilance towards Sun Yang grew stronger. From this, he also began to believe that Sun Yang should be performing a great spell. It seemed calm on the surface, but if the spell were to take shape, perhaps his plan would completely come to naught. No, I can't wait any longer. The evil shadow's eyes flickered with a fierce glint, then his hand seals paused slightly, and he instead gestured with another hand seal. As his hand seal fell, the bodies of the 2 evil shadows not far away suddenly changed, and the ghost qi within them immediately poured out. It seemed that the ghost qi within the 2 evil shadows was entirely stimulated at this moment. Moreover, this surging ghost qi continuously gathered towards a pitch-black ghost stone in the evil shadow's chest. One breath later, that pitch-black ghost stone suddenly floated out, landing above the evil shadow's head. A moment later, the ghost stone expanded, transforming into a huge, eerie ghost blade emanating a pitch-black glow. This blade was 3 jong long, and the ghost qi it released was extremely strong. At the same time, a faint pitch-black flame rose from it. The 2 evil shadows each grasped a ghost blade, and the pitch-black flames on the blades spread out. Under the power of these flames, the evil shadows transformed into fiery shadows, shooting rapidly towards Sun Yang. Sun Yang's heart sank as he noticed this scene. But he wasn't overly panicked, instead, he calmly formed a hand seal. The next moment, the 2 evil shadows arrived at extreme speed, holding their ghost blades, and fiercely swung an attack towards Sun Yang. As this attack was unleashed, 2 strange black lights suddenly generated from the ghost blades, following the swing of the blades. The evil shadow in the distance saw this and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. These 2 attacks had exhausted all the power of the evil shadow clone. Even if Sun Yang had the defensive shield of 3/8 trigrams jade protecting him, once hit squarely by this attack, it would momentarily cut a gap in the defensive shield, causing damage to Sun Yang himself. He thought that at such a critical moment, Sun Yang should not dare to hide anything and would definitely use all his strength to defend against this attack. Then, while Sun Yang was defending, the great technique he had been secretly brewing earlier should also be forcibly interrupted, right? And what the evil shadow wanted was precisely this effect. While Sun Yang was busy defending, he could also calmly cast his spell. By the time Sun Yang turned back and tried to attack him, it would be too late. However, just as the evil shadow was about to watch Sun Yang flounder, he suddenly discovered that the black light, as it swept past, carried a sharp force that actually penetrated the light shield, and a bloody smell immediately wafted around. Immediately after, a corpse, struck into 3 sections, fell from midair and crashed onto the ground. And the light shield released by the 8 trigrams jade shattered at the same time, turning into a faint shadow and dissipating into the surroundings. When this scene appeared, the evil shadow was clearly stunned. He quickly surveyed his surroundings and soon discovered that even the 4 evil ghosts were gradually becoming illusory at this moment. No wonder this fellow was so easily killed. This thought couldn't help but surface in the evil shadow's mind. But soon, he felt that something was wrong. Without hesitation, the evil shadow suddenly waved his hand, and a streak of ghost chi rapidly drifted towards the corpse. However, as soon as the ghost chi landed on the corpse, the evil shadow's expression changed abruptly. He suddenly discovered that the blood emerging from the corpse was pitch black, and he immediately thought of something. Could this be a blood slave refined by those blood path devil cultivators? He had dealt with this type of cultivator quite a lot. Immediately, the evil shadow realized that something was amiss. He knew he had been tricked. Since this place was covered by malevolent poison chi, even he couldn't extend his spiritual sense very far. And Sun Yang had always been hidden within the light shield of the 8 trigrams jade. With this defensive shield blocking, his figure was difficult to see clearly. Unbeknownst to him, Sun Yang's figure had been replaced by this blood slave. And the attack just now had actually landed on this blood slave. A chilling sensation of deep thought echoed in the evil shadow's heart. Within such a short period, the opponent could have such a meticulous plan, which made him unable to help but feel flustered. Just as he was about to take action, a slight unusual movement came. After the evil shadow captured it, he quickly waved his hand, and the viscous liquid around him immediately flew out, forming a solid shield that blocked in front of him. As soon as this shield appeared, several blood arrows immediately shot out, exploding with a roar when they were barely an inch away from the shield. A dense black chi, mixed with a stream of purple blood, immediately spread out violently in all directions. Soon, the shield was covered with black chi and purple blood, and began to emit a sizzling sound, showing signs of corrosion and dissolution. Seeing this, ghostly evil demon corpse initially showed a hint of surprise, but quickly regained his composure, and the tension in his mind visibly eased. This black chi and purple blood were indeed extremely troublesome, even having a corrosive effect on his evil demon soul shield. However, the power of his evil demon soul shield was far beyond the current divine ability. Even if it were completely corroded, it would not cause him any harm. He had thought Sun Yang possessed great capabilities, but unexpectedly, after hiding for so long, he only used these 2 types of poisonous blood attacks. Of course, if an ordinary person were hit by these 2 types of poisonous blood, it would be impossible for them to escape unscathed, their physical body would surely be completely corroded. But encountering him, this divine ability was truly not worth mentioning in his eyes. Now, having understood Sun Yang's methods, ghostly evil demon corpse's expression finally relaxed. Even if the opponent used more of this poisonous blood later, it would not pose a threat to him. At this moment, as ghostly evil demon corpse's body trembled, a large amount of viscous liquid began to emerge from within him. The evil demon soul shield, which was still being corroded, began to slowly recover with the replenishment of the viscous liquid. And the speed of corrosion by the black chi and purple blood was clearly unable to keep up with the recovery. Having done all this, ghostly evil demon corpse's mind visibly relaxed, and the secret art hand seals in his hand changed faster and faster. Clearly, he intended to quickly form the secret art during this period. When ghostly evil demon corpse was casting the spell, another slight abnormal fluctuation attacked. But this time, he was not as nervous as before. Upon sensing the location of the abnormal fluctuation, he waved his hand and formed another evil demon soul shield, directly blocking it. Next, as ghostly evil demon corpse expected, several more drops of poisonous blood attacked, exploding with a roar an inch from the evil demon soul shield, transforming into a burst of black chi and purple blood, splashing outwards. Humph, the same method, used repeatedly, is too naive. Ghostly evil demon corpse snorted. Repeated use of this method, intending to break his evil demon soul shield with it, was too naive in his eyes. Even if this black chi and purple blood were to increase by 1 time, or even 10 times, it would be impossible to break his evil demon soul shield. From this, it seemed this person only had this much divine ability. Otherwise, he wouldn't keep using the same method. At this moment, ghostly evil demon corpse's vigilance clearly relaxed a bit, and he began to seriously cast the spell. The viscous liquid on his body trembled more and more violently. In no more than 5 breaths, his spell would be able to take shape. At that time, once the spell was activated, his strength would greatly increase, and killing Sun Yang would be as easy as flipping a hand. Perhaps because the 2 attacks failed to break through the evil demon soul shield, Sun Yang's attacks also began to become more frequent. Black blood and purple blood continuously shot out. In just 2 breaths, no less than 30 drops of poisonous blood flew over. The black chi and purple blood formed completely enveloped the area where ghostly evil demon corpse was located, dyeing it a dark black. And ghostly evil demon corpse, at the center of the dark black chi, had a normal gaze. As long as the evil demon soul shield was corroded, new ones would be generated. However, just as ghostly evil demon corpse began to pay less attention to this, a certain part of the evil demon soul shield was suddenly pierced through by an inexplicable object, forming a small hole. This hole was no larger than a pinky finger, and even ghostly evil demon corpse, who was within the soul shield, did not detect it immediately. It was precisely because of this oversight that 3 drops of poisonous blood, tinged with a strange color, flew into the soul shield one after another. When ghostly evil demon corpse discovered the anomaly, the 3 drops of poisonous blood were already close. He was startled and prepared to use the viscous liquid to defend. However, 2 of the poisonous blood drops collided at extreme speed at this moment, forming a strange blood mist. This blood mist carried a strong floral scent, mixed with a dark yin poison and the chi of a decaying corpse. Even when ghostly evil demon corpse touched this strange blood mist, he only felt his soul body pause, and his internal soul power clearly experienced a temporary stagnation. This immediately filled him with horror, and he quickly circulated the remaining power of his soul body to resist this sudden change. But before he could recover his soul power, the last drop had already arrived, directly shooting into the interior of the liquid while the viscous liquid stopped trembling. Soon, a small blood hole appeared on ghostly evil demon corpse's physical body. At this time, ghostly evil demon corpse also used his powerful soul power to dispel the strange blood poison in front of him, but when he looked down at the tiny blood hole, a hint of astonishment appeared in his eyes. Not long after, he discovered that his physical body was being continuously ravaged by a trace of cold, decaying corpse poison. In just 2 breaths, that blood poison had already dyed more than half of his body a paint black color. Logically speaking, as a ghostly entity, even if he was poisoned by blood, it shouldn't spread so quickly. After all, once he discovered he was poisoned, as a ghostly entity, he would immediately sever a part of his ghostly body to prevent further spread of the poison. However, at this moment, only he knew that his current body was not a ghostly body, but a solid physical body of flesh and blood. And beneath these viscous liquids, there was actually a hidden body, which was the body of Ghost Capital. Because that drop pierced through her body and entered within, it quickly spread under the flow of meridians and blood. The reason why ghostly evil demon corpse had always been attached to this body, instead of completely undergoing fusion with it, actually had a reason. This goes back to more than 800 years ago, when a demonic thought gradually emerged from the ghostly evil demon corpse sealed in this immortal cave. And this demonic thought was the current ghostly evil demon corpse. At that time, ghostly evil demon corpse had just been born and was very confused about his surroundings. After continuous understanding, he began to gain enlightenment, and gradually, ghostly evil demon corpse also regarded himself as the new soul master of the ghostly evil demon corpse. However, he found that his physical body was trapped within a strange formation, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. Unwillingness and anger transformed into a will, preventing him from giving up, and he held a strong obsession with breaking out of the formation. In the next 200 years, he continuously began to comprehend the formation, and gradually gained a very intuitive understanding of it. Ghostly evil demon corpse also slowly understood that the formation trapping him was called the Xiao Si Ghost Transformation Yin Formation, a relatively powerful ancient formation. However, this formation was, after all, an imitation formation, and its power was still far inferior compared to the true 4 ghosts transforming Yin formation. Breaking this formation was not too difficult. But when he started to prepare to forcibly break through the formation when it was at its weakest, he suddenly discovered a fatal problem. It was because he suddenly realized that the evil cultivator who set up this formation had forcibly integrated his ghostly evil demon corpse body with the formation's core when setting up the formation. And the 4 evil ghosts guarded the 4 formation eyes. If he forcibly broke the formation, then these 4 evil ghosts would transform into a huge power, completely destroying his physical body. But without breaking the 4 formation eyes, he couldn't break the formation. This created an impasse, like a great mountain placed before him, utterly impossible to cross. This once made him lose confidence, and he was dejected for a considerable period. Until one day, he suddenly discovered a problem: this formation had a fatal flaw. If the evil cultivator who set up this formation were still alive, then this flaw wouldn't be much of an issue, but since that evil cultivator was already dead, it became a problem. It turned out that the evil cultivator back then had trapped the ghostly evil demon corpse here precisely to extract the demonic chi from this corpse for cultivating demonic technique. However, when the evil cultivator died, the formation within this immortal cave was still operating, and the demonic chi it produced went unused for a long time. And this chi had both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was that, influenced by this chi, even if the 4 evil ghosts at the formation eyes were killed, they would be rebred within this chi. This was also why no one had ever broken through the immortal cave's formation eyes. Of course, the disadvantage was also very obvious: this chi possessed powerful demonic evil power. If a corpse was influenced by this chi for a long time, it could even transform into a ghostly evil demon corpse. At the same time, Ghost Shadow also discovered that 4 evil corpses were placed at the 4 formation eyes, and these 4 evil corpses were the foundation of the evil ghosts. He then guided that demonic evil chi to continuously permeate one of the evil corpses for a long time, and finally, after 300 years, that evil corpse transformed into a ghostly evil demon corpse. And Ghost Shadow, using a trace of power from his ghostly evil demon corpse origin, forcibly split off a wisp of demonic thought and entered that evil corpse. Finally, he used this corpse to allow a wisp of his demonic thought to escape this place. But he knew that the possibility of breaking the formation and rescuing his origin was small. He could only seek a new host. At that time, as long as he found a host, he would return to this place and use a secret technique to control the 4 evil ghosts. He would then forcibly break the formation again, and at the last moment of the formation's destruction, he would have the demonic thought within the ghostly evil demon corpse's origin bring out a strand of origin power from within the corpse. Then he would be able to completely refine the host into a demonic corpse, and he would also be able to be reborn through this body and cultivate to the peak once more. Afterward, he used this corpse to search for a suitable host in the outside world and finally, as expected, found a suitable host, which was the current ghost capital. And after attaching himself to ghost capital's body, he placed that ghostly evil demon corpse back into this evil cultivator's immortal cave. This was also why an evil corpse appeared in the evil forest land. In the time that followed, he would come to break the formation every now and then, but he found that with ghost capital's host strength, he simply couldn't break through into the immortal cave in one go. But he didn't give up because of this, he continuously searched for methods, and after a long time, he finally had a perfected method. This led to today's scene of breaking through the immortal cave's obstruction and entering the ghostly evil demon corpse's origin. However, he never expected that the person he had accidentally found to cooperate with would be the one to foil his meticulously planned scheme. At this moment, Ghost Capital's host body had been corroded by blood poison, and his many years of planning had completely turned into a bubble. A strong sense of grief and indignation surged into his heart. His gaze towards Sun Yang revealed a strong hatred. Ghost Shadow knew that finding another host would be an unknown number of years away. At this moment, his mentality finally collapsed. Intense killing intent surged into his mind, transforming into an evil thought that made him instantly mad. He now had only one thought in his mind, to kill Sun Yang, devour his flesh alive, refine him into an evil ghost, and ensure he would never reincarnate. As this thought emerged, Ghost Shadow immediately let out a roar, and countless viscous liquids all surged at this moment. As the surging grew more intense, they actually detached. With the departure of these viscous liquids, Ghost Capital's figure within them also emerged at this moment, falling to the ground. Then, transforming into a dark shadow, he forcibly broke through the black chi and purple blood wrapping him and rushed out directly. As the viscous liquid flashed rapidly, it moved towards a dark place, and not long after, intense fluctuations suddenly appeared within the immortal cave. As soon as these fluctuations appeared, a strong wind actually emerged in the calm surroundings, beginning to blow around. Immediately after, countless rocks fell, and dust flew within the immortal cave. After a while, the immortal cave finally stopped moving. A startling chi suddenly spread throughout the surroundings. It seemed as if something that had been sealed for many years had suddenly come alive. The next moment, after a terrifying aura was unleashed, a 9-foot black shadow flew over and floated in midair. This black shadow had 2 horns on its head, a face very similar to an evil ghost, and a body indistinguishable from a human, with 2 hands and 2 feet, but it had a pair of dark wings and a slender, dark tail. Looking down from above, he gazed deeply at Sun Yang and roared, "This lord is the evil ghost demon lord, and this is the last bit of power I have condensed over 800 years. This lord will make sure you die a miserable death." Intense hatred flashed in the evil ghost demon lord's eyes. This body was his strongest form currently, and it was formed by exhausting all his soul power. Today, he was determined to completely annihilate the person who ruined his plans here, making him experience his pain for eternity. Not far away, Sun Yang, whose figure had appeared, showed strong apprehension in his eyes as he saw the evil ghost demon lord in midair. He hadn't expected that this ghost shadow could still condense a ghostly evil demon corpse of such strength at the last moment. Observing the evil ghost demon lord's aura, he should have the strength of the Foundation Establishment middle stage. This forced Sun Yang's expression to become a few shades more solemn. But he knew that for this type of ghostly evil demon corpse, in this immortal cave filled with yin qi, the longer it dragged on, the more its strength would not weaken, but instead become stronger. And he, at the moment, had been in successive battles. Even if his magic power far exceeded those of the same stage, he had still consumed half of it. If he dragged it out with this ghost devil, he would definitely be the one to lose. It seemed he could only fight a quick battle and use decisive means. Thinking of this, Sun Yang bothered no more with idle talk, directly moving his finger and tapping on the soul sail. The 4 evil ghosts, who had originally disappeared, now emerged quickly from the soul sail, completely unharmed. The moment they appeared, they pounced towards the evil ghost demon lord. Having done all this, Sun Yang took out some unknown treasure again, and as he activated the spell, he quickly transformed into a blood shadow and disappeared from his original spot. Humph, it's these mere evil ghosts again. To think they can harm this lord with this is truly a fool's dream. Let me show you what ghost devil techniques truly are. The evil ghost demon lord saw the 4 evil ghosts pouncing, his teeth aching with anger. If these 4 evil ghosts hadn't been snatched by Sun Yang, how could he have fallen to such a state? At this moment, he was determined to completely tear these 4 evil ghosts to shreds. The evil ghost demon lord immediately exuded a dense aura from his entire body, and with a flick of his finger, a black light flashed out. In just a moment, this black light rose and directly transformed into the size of a fist. Then, as he clenched his hand, this fist-sized black light exploded into a stream of ink-black chi. Following this, the evil ghost demon lord fiercely swung this ink-black chi towards the 4 evil ghosts that were lunging at him. As soon as it was swung out, this black chi flickered with a faint grey light, transforming into a strange black-grey demonic blade, which, carrying a demonic evil chi, violently slashed out. As this strike was unleashed, a surge of malevolence instantly arose. The 4 evil ghosts seemed to be confined by an invisible force, completely unable to dodge this attack, and could only watch helplessly as it landed on their ghost bodies. The strange demonic blade instantly pierced through the bodies of 2 evil ghosts. The moment the demonic blade passed through the evil ghosts' ghost bodies, a strange light vibrated out from the demonic blade. In this vibration, the ghost bodies of the two evil ghosts directly dispersed, turning into a cloud of black smoke that dissipated all around. The evil ghosts, once struck again, were directly annihilated. Ha ha ha, without their ghost bodies, how will you use that black soul sail to revive these two evil ghosts? The evil ghost demon lord's eyes were sinister, and he laughed loudly without any restraint. However, he quickly turned his gaze to the other two evil ghosts. Due to the influence of the demonic evil chi, the bodies of these two evil ghosts were both confined in mid-air, unable to move for a short time. At this moment, a sharp glint flashed in the evil ghost demon lord's eyes, and he waved his ghost hand again. The demonic blade, changing direction, immediately delivered a fatal blow to the other two evil ghosts. Tisk, tisk. Two muffled sounds arose. Moments later, as a strange power emerged from the demonic blade, the other two evil ghosts also turned into two clouds of black smoke under this vibrating force. In just 2 breaths, the 4 evil ghosts in the early stage of Foundation establishment were so easily dispersed by the demonic blade. After dealing with the 4 evil ghosts that were in the way, the evil ghost demon lord's malevolence had not subsided, and he couldn't help but cast a cold, sinister gaze towards Sun Yang, who had flown to the side. From his cold gaze, it was not difficult to discern the deep meaning within, clearly implying that the next one to be pierced by the demonic blade would be Sun Yang. However, a moment later, when the evil ghost demon lord saw the unusual movement in Sun Yang's hand, a hint of surprise appeared in his cold gaze. This was because at this moment, a black soul sail in Sun Yang's hand was emitting a great green light, and within this green light, there was a powerful soul power fluctuation. The strength of this fluctuation astonished even the evil ghost demon lord. He suddenly realized that even his own soul body, which had existed for hundreds of years, could not emit such a soul power fluctuation. This black soul sail could actually emit such soul power. This made the evil ghost demon lord instantly realize that something was wrong. When he quickly scanned his surroundings, he suddenly discovered that the 4 evil ghosts, which had originally been dispersed into black smoke, began to show unusual movements under this green light. As the movements intensified, the 4 evil ghosts reassembled their ghost bodies, completely unharmed. How is this possible? Doubt appeared on the evil ghost demon lord's face, as the ghost body was the foundation of such evil ghosts. Once a ghost body was completely dispersed, there was no possibility of recovery. Yet now, a mere black soul sail had managed to reconstruct the ghost body. While the evil ghost demon lord was horrified, he developed a strong sense of apprehension towards the black soul sail in Sun Yang's hand. He had to destroy this black soul sail first. But before he could act, the 4 evil ghosts in front of him lunged again. The evil ghost demon lord's anger flared up, clearly indicating his extreme annoyance with these 4 evil ghosts. With continuous movements of the demonic blade in his hand, he swung it at the 4 evil ghosts. But this time, the demonic evil chi he released was significantly weaker than before. Clearly, this demonic evil chi was not generated at will. It was precisely because this chi had decreased that he couldn't simultaneously restrain all 4 evil ghosts, causing 2 of them to break free and throw 2 punches at him. Although the evil ghost's 2 punches were quickly blocked by the evil ghost demon lord's wings, it still delayed him for a breath of time. In that breath, Sun Yang suddenly waved his soul sail, and at this moment, over 40 fierce ghosts emerged from within the soul sail. Since the soul sail had absorbed a large number of yin ghosts before, it had stored a vast amount of soul power. This soul power was enough for him to freely command the soul sail for a quarter of an hour. This was also why he no longer held back, consuming a large amount of soul power from the soul sail to directly summon a massive number of fierce ghosts. Although these 40+ fierce ghosts were generally of average strength, all at the perfection stage of chi refinement stage, their strength lay in their numbers. As the saying goes, even ants can kill an elephant if there are enough of them. Immediately after, Sun Yang waved his soul sail, and the 40+ fierce ghosts, in a mighty surge, rushed towards the evil ghost demon lord. Such a number of fierce ghosts made even the evil ghost demon lord's heart tighten, but he was quickly surrounded by the ghosts. This greatly angered him, and the frequency of his demonic blade swings increased. Although each of his swings killed 5 or 6 fierce ghosts, the surrounding fierce ghosts would fill in the gaps. And before long, the killed fierce ghosts would once again recover their ghost bodies under the green light of the black soul sail. With such repetition, the evil ghost demon lord suddenly realized that he was actually trapped in the middle by a group of chi refining stage fierce ghosts. And most critically, his demonic blade attacks consumed his ghost body's power. If used too much, it would damage his foundation, leading to a significant loss of strength. The evil ghost demon lord knew that if this continued, he wouldn't even need that boy to attack him, he would be slowly exhausted to death by these insignificant fierce ghosts. A vast amount of chi immediately surged out from within his body. At this moment, he had been forced to use that forbidden art. Once he used that forbidden art, he would have no retreat. But at present, his mindset had already collapsed, and he no longer cared about such things. He only wanted to kill Sun Yang to vent the anger in his heart. As that vast aura emerged, his ghost body was immediately covered by a layer of eerie black light, directly transforming into a demonic incarnation. Ancient and profound demonic patterns began to spread across his entire body. This change was quickly noticed by Sun Yang. Sun Yang knew that he could not allow this art to take shape. Once it did, the evil ghost demon lord would become extremely difficult to deal with. At this moment, he formed the hand seals he had already prepared, and with a swift flash of his figure, he appeared above the evil ghost demon lord. As his hand seals landed, 7 or 8 drops of blood poison shot towards the evil ghost demon lord below. At the same time, the figure of a tall ghost general appeared not far from the evil ghost demon lord, and with a flash of black light from the one ghost soul severing blade in its hand, it fiercely slashed down at him. The instant the ghost general unleashed his strike, Sun Yang brushed his sleeve and threw a dark black spherical pearl towards the evil ghost demon lord below. Immediately after, he waved his soul sail, collecting the 4 evil ghosts and over 40 fierce ghosts, transforming into a streak of blood-red light that vanished from his original position. These 3 attacks landed on the evil ghost demon lord almost simultaneously. First, the blood poison exploded, transforming into 4 streams of blood mist that sealed off the area around the evil ghost demon lord. Following this, as the ghost general's one ghost soul severing blade swung down, the resulting black light, bearing a ghostly face, howled as it approached. The dark black spherical pearl immediately unleashed countless bolts of thunder, forming an electric net that instantly burst open. The evil ghost demon lord, at the center of it all, only had time to show a look of panic in his eyes upon sensing these 3 fierce attacks before being completely engulfed by them. As the countless electric nets spread out, the surrounding 7 zhang were completely enveloped in thunder, and the vast thunders might even annihilated the remaining yin evil chi on the spot. This lasted for over 10 breaths of time. Sun Yang quietly watched the thunderous power unleash, a hint of surprise in his eyes, as this pseudo-demon extinguishing pearl, containing the vast thunder, had a power far exceeding his expectations. Under the ravages of such vast thunder, the yin evil and baleful poison chi within this immortal cave were also annihilated. The vast thunder was indeed the bane of evil spirits. When the vast thunder's might dissipated, the surroundings instantly became much clearer. This was because, with the disappearance of the yin evil and baleful poison chi, there was no longer a layer of faint black mist shrouding the area. However, at this moment, a disturbance came from the center of the thunder's might, a black shadow actually fled out in a hurry. Upon seeing this, Sun Yang's eyes clearly flickered with surprise. He hadn't expected that under these 3 fierce attacks, especially the vast thunder's might, the evil ghost demon lord would still be able to survive. This was enough to prove his extraordinary strength. Although this demon managed to survive, his aura was clearly unstable, and even his ghost body seemed severely damaged. Sun Yang's mouth curved into a cold, sinister smile. He had considered this point and had already prepared for an attack. At this moment, after the evil ghost demon lord fled, a large number of black shadows suddenly emerged. Led by the 4 evil ghosts, the other 40+ fierce ghosts rushed towards the evil ghost demon lord, vying to be first. When the evil ghost demon lord perceived this scene, his eyes showed horror, and his face instantly turned ashen. He had only managed to escape from the vast thunder's might earlier thanks to a secret art. Now that the secret art was broken, he was already like a withered leaf in the wind. This time, he was utterly defeated. And he was defeated in an extremely stifling manner. Next, as the evil ghosts and fierce ghosts pounced, sounds of tearing and chewing instantly arose from all around. These sounds did not last long before vanishing into nothingness. Soon, in a certain part of the immortal cave, a deep sigh was heard, carrying a sense of decline and unwillingness, before completely dissipating. Upon hearing this sound, Sun Yang quickly understood that it must have been the destruction of the separated ghost body, causing the demonic thought within the ghostly evil demon corpse to suffer a backlash and dissipate along with it. The immediate crisis was now completely resolved. Sun Yang's taut nerves finally relaxed a little. Waving his soul sail to recall the evil ghosts and fierce ghosts, he surveyed his surroundings and quickly focused on the motionless ghost capital. Now that the ghostly shadow had dissipated, the woman had also become a corpse. Sun Yang walked over, waved his hand, and grabbed the 2 storage pouches hanging from her waist. One of these 2 storage pouches should have belonged to Buletin Yang. When Buletin Yang was killed by the killing corpse, Sun Yang had suddenly noticed that a force had taken Buletin Yang's storage pouch. This storage pouch was indeed on her person. Since the ghostly shadow needed to activate the power within the ghostly evil demon corpse, it could only detach from Ghost Capital's body, thus making it impossible to use her body for combat. This was also why the ghostly shadow had always used its ghost body to fight. After putting away the storage pouch, Sun Yang's gaze once again fixed on Ghost Capital, and soon his eyes clearly showed some unusual movement. Oh, this is an evil demon body. He muttered to himself, and soon discovered that her body seemed to have been infused with a massive amount of demonic evil chi, and had now become an evil demon body. Moreover, this evil demon body was significantly different from the killing corpse he had taken away. Within her body, there was even demonic evil chi distributed throughout, which, compared to that killing corpse that only had demonic evil chi refined on its surface, was like heaven and earth. It was just a pity that, due to the drop of blood poison he had introduced, her demonic evil body was mixed with a strong blood poison, which prevented the demonic evil chi from circulating on its own. But even so, if refined slightly with corpse deo techniques, it would become a rather decent corpse puppet. Sun Yang rejoiced in his heart, waved his hand, and put her corpse into a corpse storage pouch. Now with the killing corpse and this evil demon corpse, perhaps he would cultivate corpse Dao's corpse manipulation techniques in the future, it was hard to say. Then, recalling his thoughts, he glanced around again. After finding nothing unusual, he slowly walked towards a dark area in the immortal cave. Soon, Sun Yang arrived before a pitch-black stone door. He had already learned the method to break this pitch-black stone door when he soul-searched that evil ghost. Behind this stone door was the true location of the Xiao Si ghost transformation yin formation, and all the treasures were hidden there. Sun Yang did not hesitate, and with somewhat clumsy movements, he began to form hand seals one by one. After a full 50 breaths of time, these hand seals slowly took shape. As the last hand seal fell, a mysterious black rune emerged from his fingers, transforming into an invisible force that landed on the pitch-black stone door. Not long after, the pitch-black stone door suddenly shook violently, and with a tearing sound, it slowly opened from within. And the moment the stone door was opened, Sun Yang activated the 3-8 trigrams jade he had already prepared, and 4 layers of light barriers emerged, firmly enveloping him. This was not all, he even waved his ghost sail, using the netherworld method, to bathe himself in a green glow. Only after doing all this did he dare to slowly walk into the stone chamber. Sun Yang was so cautious because at the center of the formation, due to years of accumulation, there was a large amount of demonic evil qi. Once contaminated by such terrifying demonic evil qi, even if he didn't die, he would be corroded by the demonic evil qi and become a walking corpse. Upon entering the stone chamber, a massive black qi appeared before him, but fortunately, most of this black qi was confined to a certain spot due to the influence of the formation. The stone chamber was approximately 300 square meters, divided into 3 different areas, each about 100 square meters. The first area was covered by devilish qi, and within this qi, a strange black light flickered on the ground. From this black light, a strong formation fluctuation emanated. The second area was a dark burial ground, where many skeletal remains could vaguely be seen. However, in this burial ground, perhaps due to prolonged exposure to devilish qi, many strange spiritual plants were growing, each exuding an eerie and malevolent aura. They were either glowing green or ink black, and their numbers were not very high, only about 7 or 8 plants. Among them, there was one spiritual plant shaped like a withered ear, which made Sun Yang's eyes light up. This was precisely the Ronggong flower he had been searching for. He couldn't help but feel a surge of joy in his heart. But he did not rush to retrieve it. Instead, he looked at the last area, which was empty save for a dark figure seated there. This dark figure seemed to have been sitting there for a very long time. An ancient, vicissitudes feeling emanated from this body. Yet, after so many years, this body remained completely intact. But strangely, there was a large hole in the chest of this body, pitch black inside, but seemingly missing something. When Sun Yang used his magical technique to examine it, he found that the corpse's heart was gone. Even so, a thick devilish qi and a somewhat sinister yin evil qi still lingered on the body. The two qi mixed, making the corpse appear even more bizarre. Sun Yang couldn't help but conclude that this corpse must be the ghostly evil demon corpse. However, after observing the corpse for a few more breaths, a strange feeling arose in his heart. He felt a very familiar aura from the corpse. But this aura was very faint, leaving him somewhat puzzled. After a moment of thought, he shook his head slightly and withdrew his gaze. After getting a general understanding of the stone chamber, Sun Yang took a step forward and headed towards the second burial ground. He planned to first collect those 7 or 8 spiritual plants. But before stepping into the burial ground, he also investigated for a while, and only after confirming that no restriction methods were left did he dare to enter. Upon arriving before a black strange flower, Sun Yang patted his storage pouch, took out the magical artifact for collecting spiritual plants, and began to carefully collect them. In the next 15 minutes, he moved among the 7 spiritual plants, finally putting in a considerable effort to successfully collect all of them. He took out several black boxes and carefully placed the spiritual plants inside, then preciously stored them in his storage pouch. After doing all this, Sun Yang finally looked at the area of the ghostly evil demon corpse, a hint of doubt flickering in his eyes. Then, he raised his hand, formed a hand seal, and conjured a fireball. As the fireball flew over, a pitch-black barrier suddenly appeared, directly blocking the fireball. Seeing this, Sun Yang's doubt vanished. His probing had indeed confirmed his suspicion that the ghostly evil demon corpse was trapped by a formation. The ghostly evil demon corpse was also lifeless, and the demonic thoughts within its body had indeed dissipated with the death of the evil ghost demon lord. This made his heart relax a little more. Next, he could safely break the formation. Immediately, Sun Yang sat cross-legged and began to form hand seals. As the magical power within his body was mobilized, a clear green light flickered on the hand seals, appearing quite profound and mysterious. This process lasted for a full hour. When Sun Yang was drenched in sweat, the hand seals finally took shape. Then, he dropped his hand seals and softly uttered, "Condense for me." From his finger seals, a green light drifted out and slowly began to strike 3 inches above his head. As the green light continuously flickered, 8 strange runes appeared, each floating and connecting end to end. Soon, under the combination of the 8 runes, a strange and profound ancient character was formed. Sun Yang did not immediately activate this ancient character, allowing it to quietly float above his head. He took the opportunity to quickly take out several small porcelain bottles and began to consume chi recovery pills to restore the magical power he had just expended. Unexpected variables might arise during the subsequent formation breaking, so it was necessary to restore his magical power to its optimal state to deal with any sudden situations. He recovered for a full tea drinking session. Sun Yang finally finished, his magical power now restored to 80%. Then, after glancing at the ancient character, he channeled his magical power and sent the character into the area covered by devilish qi. As the ancient character landed in the devilish qi area, it suddenly began to shake violently, and soon, it emitted a dazzling green light. This green light, seemingly ignoring the pitch-black devilish qi, directly shot to the center of this area. It seemed that some object, drawn by the green light, began to continuously emit a massive formation power. This power rapidly spread outwards and mysteriously disappeared into the void realm, then seemed to be attracting something. Perhaps because the object was far away, a faint, strange sound drifted over under the influence of this formation power. Seeing this, Sun Yang quickly formed 2 more hand seals. As these 2 hand seals fell, the surrounding formation power intensified, and the strange sound became much clearer. Dozens of breaths passed. As the formation light flared up, guided by this light, 4 black objects were suddenly pulled out of the void realm. When the 4 black objects appeared, they flew away from the formation light and quietly floated in midair. Sun Yang's heart was filled with joy when he saw these 4 black objects, then, with a wave of his hand, he summoned them directly in front of him. As the black objects approached, their forms gradually emerged. These 4 black objects were actually 4 strange heads. They were a pitch black head, a grey-white head, a dark blue head, and a verdant green head, precisely 4 of the 5 evil connected heart ghost heads, with only the red slaughter head missing. These 4 heads emanated strong fluctuations, far surpassing the 5 ghost heads on the immortal cave stone door earlier. This was because the 4 ghost heads in front of him were treasure artifacts refined using evil methods. As for the 5 ghost heads on the stone door, they were merely illusory projections of these treasure artifact heads, activated by a formation, and their power was incomparable. The reason these 4 treasure artifact heads were drawn here was because they were located within the 4 formation eye immortal caves, serving as treasure artifacts to suppress the corpses of evil spirits. Now, under Sun Yang's control of the formation power, he successfully drew these 4 treasure artifacts to this place. Next, Sun Yang would utilize these 4 treasure artifacts to break the Xiao Si Ghost Transformation Yin formation. Of course, with his strength, he was not yet capable of driving these 4 heads. This was because the 4 heads represented 4 extreme emotions. If he were to forcibly drive them, he would only suffer a backlash. The black head represented anger, the grey-white head was hatred, the dark blue head was despair, and the emerald green head was fear. It was precisely these 4 emotions that would converge into the intent of slaughter. This was also why the 5th head was the head of slaughter. And the 5th head was actually located at the center of the demonic evil formation, serving as the most important treasure artifact to guard the formation. To activate these 4 heads now, it was necessary to activate the head of slaughter to achieve it. And to successfully activate the head of slaughter, one needed to borrow the powerful demonic evil power from the ghostly evil demon corpse. Because the ghostly evil demon corpse was connected to the 4 evil ghosts, only by using the power of the 4 evil ghosts to awaken the demon corpse would there be a chance to succeed. It was precisely because of these interlocking links that this formation became so troublesome, making it difficult for the evil ghost demon lord to break it even after such a long time. Now, Sun Yang had already controlled the 4 evil ghosts, he only needed to mix the power of the evil ghosts, and he might become the first person to break this formation. Then, his expression turned serious, and he quickly waved his soul sail, summoning the 4 evil ghosts. Sun Yang glanced briefly, then began to activate the formation's light, allowing the 4 evil ghosts to bathe in this light. Before long, the 4 evil ghosts immediately stirred, beginning to be pulled and slowly converging. As the ghost bodies of the 4 evil ghosts gathered, they actually began to combine into a tall ghost shadow. The appearance of this ghost shadow gradually became similar to that of the ghostly evil demon corpse. After 10 breaths, it finally converged into shape. Then, this ghost shadow let out a loud roar and threw a punch towards the void realm. When this punch landed, a strange power directly penetrated the formation's shield and shot out towards the ghostly evil demon corpse. Upon floating above the corpse, this strange power directly followed the corpse's glabella and slowly drilled inside. As the strange power completely entered the ghostly evil demon corpse's body, an invisible chi immediately emerged from the corpse. Influenced by this chi, the corpse's dark eyes gained some light, and its body began to stir. Moments later, the corpse stood up very stiffly. The moment it stood up, a massive black chi was rapidly drawn out from its body. This black chi transformed into a black sphere, quickly gathering above the corpse's head. As this chi was continuously drawn out, the chi within the ghostly evil demon corpse's body also began to weaken. Before long, it stopped only when the black sphere became the size of a head. The ghostly evil demon corpse used its last strength to forcefully launch this black sphere, and after passing through the formation's shield, the black sphere steadily smashed into the center of the demonic evil formation. Immediately, a muffled sound was heard. Soon, a blood-red light emerged from the center of the formation, and a shocking intent of slaughter instantly appeared all around. Sun Yang had no time to think further and quickly waved his hand seal, sending it into the 4 heads in mid-air. Subsequently, these 4 heads began to absorb the blood-red light, and their aura also began to grow stronger. When the aura of the 4 heads reached its peak, they transformed into streaks of light, directly shooting towards the formation, and a strange chi gushed out from their mouths. This chi, after passing through the formation, landed directly on the head of slaughter. Influenced by the 4 streams of chi, the head's killing intent grew even stronger, gushing out in all directions like a fierce wind. Immediately after, the head of slaughter flew up from the center of the formation and, guided by the 4 streams of chi, continuously attacked a strange disc at the center of the formation. With each bite, this disc would suffer damage. In the time that followed, as the head of slaughter frantically bit the disc, the center of the disc, unable to bear the heavy burden, emitted a clear sound. Crack! The disc instantly shattered into countless pieces. As soon as the disc broke, the power of the formation, like a tide, began to dissipate wildly. Just 2 breaths later, as the formation barrier broke, countless demonic evil chi, no longer confined by the formation, began to surge out frantically. Sun Yang dared not be careless and began to inject his magical power into the 3-8 trigrams jades, making the light shield around him even more solid. However, just as he was resisting the demonic evil chi, a sinister and evil laugh came from the center of the formation. Ha 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 ha, I, the demon sovereign, am finally free. Finally free. This voice carried a hint of madness, belonging to someone who had been trapped for countless years and was venting all the gloom in his heart the moment he broke free. What? Sun Yang's expression tightened upon hearing the sound, realizing something was amiss. He quickly began to use his magic to rapidly disperse the surrounding demonic evil chi, searching for the source of this voice. But he only heard the voice echoing around, with no figure present. Boy, no need to search. I, the demon sovereign, have now seen the light of day again, and your contribution is the greatest. I am grateful to you and would never harm you. The voice shifted, coming from the ghostly evil demon corpse. Evil ghost demon lord, you're not dead? That's impossible. I personally killed your soul body before, you should have long since suffered soul flying away and spirit scattering. Sun Yang's expression clearly changed upon hearing the person announce his name, then he spoke sharply. Hee, boy, the evil ghost demon lord you mentioned was merely a wisp of my soul consciousness that I released when I fell into slumber over 1,000 years ago, used to temporarily maintain this body from perishing. But I didn't expect that I would slumber for too long, and this wisp of soul consciousness actually developed a trace of sentience. As it continuously grew, it led to me being trapped by the soul consciousness, with no chance of returning. But fortunately, I used a secret technique to subtly influence this soul, making it carry out its so-called plan step by step. And this immortal cave was originally used by me for healing, and the formation I set up was also imitated by me based on the grand formation of the cave. It was just that to defend against the evil ghost demon lord, I forcibly changed the operation method of this formation, which is why it became its current appearance. The original idea was to weaken the soul of the evil ghost demon lord, but later, some unforeseen circumstances occurred, causing the formation to develop in an uncontrollable direction. If you hadn't appeared, I really might not have been able to break free. Ha 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 ha, you certainly saved me a lot of trouble. After a millennium, I have finally returned to my physical body, ha 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 ha. At this moment, the demon sovereign laughed wildly, even unreservedly narrating the karma involved. It turned out that all of this was the demon sovereign's scheme. As the voice faded, the surrounding demonic evil chi gradually began to drift away into the distance. At this moment, the ghostly evil demon corpse's eyes were blood red, with a glimmer of essence light emanating from them. And at the formation, besides a blood red head, there was also a long sword emitting an eerie devilish chi, flickering on and off. Alright, I have said all I needed to say. Now, while I am in a good mood, you can scram. The demon sovereign's gaze turned cold, looking at Sun Yang with ill intent, and the aura on his body also became somewhat chilling. Upon hearing this, Sun Yang's expression instantly turned grim, but soon, a sinister smile played on his lips. Humph, what big talk. Your current strength is probably only at the early stage of foundation establishment, right? Putting on airs and acting pretentiously, trying to intimidate me with that? You've probably miscalculated. Although Sun Yang couldn't discern the ghostly evil demon corpse's strength, he quickly recalled extracting a large amount of devilish chi from its body earlier. At present, this devil head's strength should be greatly diminished. He had dealt with such devil heads many times. Given a devil head's malevolence, why would he easily let him leave? This could only mean that this devil head's strength was definitely greatly diminished, forcing him to put on airs. Sun Yang immediately flew out and landed on top of this devil head. As the Haolei cape flashed with lightning, a vast thunder struck towards the demon sovereign. This thunder was extremely fast and directly landed on this devil head's body. With a crackle of thunder, it spread across his body. However, several black chi on this devil head's body were instantly dispersed, but soon the thunder was inexplicably scattered by some unknown force. Vast thunder, quite good. This thunder does have a considerable suppressive effect on my demonic body, but to think you could injure me with just this is far too naive. The demon sovereign's expression was extremely calm, speaking indifferently, but strangely, his body did not move an inch. Afterwards, he looked at Sun Yang with contempt and said, I didn't expect your strength to be so weak. In that case, I won't be accused of bullying the weak. What other means do you have? Feel free to use them. I will not dodge. Once you have no more means, I will take your life. However, as soon as his voice fell, when Sun Yang flew to one side, the demon sovereign's contemptuous expression was long gone, replaced by a hint of urgency. Sun Yang flew to the center of the formation, first waving his hand to put away the 5 evil united ghost heads, then rushed towards the strange and eerie devilish chi longsword. Then, he unleashed a spell, intending to disperse the fluctuations shimmering on the devilish chi longsword and seize the opportunity to take the sword. However, upon seeing Sun Yang's actions, the demon sovereign could no longer sit still, a look of urgency flashing across his face. In truth, although his soul power had returned, it would still take some time for him to fully control this body. He had deliberately spoken beforehand to project an air of profound mystery, hoping to instill fear in Sun Yang. This way, Sun Yang would be hesitant and not dare to act rashly. Upon seeing that Sun Yang had indeed fallen for the trap and began to focus solely on defense, the demon sovereign added fuel to the fire. He revealed his plan, intending to further impress upon Sun Yang the severity of the situation, making him fearful and prompting him to flee the area. After all, his demonic body had undergone continuous tempering, and the immense power contained within it was something no cultivator in the early stage of foundation establishment could fully comprehend. He did all this for the demonic sword, as this sword was the foundation for him to recover his strength. As long as this sword remained, he would be able to reach his peak again. The demon sovereign did not want this sword to be taken by Sun Yang, which led to the initial scene. But at this moment, he realized he had underestimated this young man's courage and cunning. He never expected this person to see through his weakness just by observing. Now that Sun Yang was about to retrieve the eerie demonic sword, the demon sovereign suddenly became anxious. Disregarding that his soul power had not yet undergone fusion with his body, he forcibly unleashed a secret spell. From the demon sovereign's soul power, a stream of pitch-black qi suddenly separated. Even he felt a pang of heartache upon seeing this qi. This was because this qi was a wisp of his origin power. Once forcibly used, it would take him decades to cultivate it back, and during this period, he would remain in a weakened state, stuck in the weak foundation establishment stage realm. But when he considered the consequences of the demonic sword being taken, which would be several times more severe, even his body might collapse and dissipate as a result. Afterwards, he steeled his heart and directly injected this qi into the body. The moment this qi entered the body, a profound aura emerged. Under the augmentation of this aura, his soul power began to briefly undergo fusion with the body at an incredibly fast speed. This process lasted for less than half a breath. Immediately after, the demon sovereign's body suddenly surged with devilish qi, transforming into a phantom that rushed towards the demonic sword at an unimaginably fast speed. Before Sun Yang's spell could land, he swiftly rushed towards the demonic sword. Black qi moved in his palm, wrapping around the demonic sword, intending to snatch it. However, suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. At this moment, Sun Yang's lips curled into a cold smile. A fiery red orb had already appeared in his hand. At the very instant the devil head's black qi shot out, the orb landed in front of him. With a thunderous explosion, it instantly transformed into a terrifying flame, engulfing the devil head within it. This flame did not stop there. With another explosion, another ball of raging flames was generated, spreading outwards. At this very moment, the ball of devilish qi was instantly dispersed by the raging flames. Sun Yang seized the opportunity, his spell sweeping the demonic sword, and he put it into his storage pouch. Then, he activated the spell he had already prepared, transforming into a blood shadow and disappearing from his original spot. The terrifying raging flames continued to roar and explode for a full 20 breaths before gradually dissipating as the temperature dropped. However, as the flames dispersed, a disheveled and charred figure emerged. At this moment, the demon sovereign's aura was unstable, and even the black qi around his body had noticeably weakened. With deep reluctance in his eyes, he transformed into a black shadow and flew away. Sun Yang, watching from not far away, also showed a hint of surprise. Such a terrifying flame attack had surprisingly failed to cause much damage to this devil head's body. How could this not shock him? At the same time, he held the ghostly evil demon corpse's body in higher regard. Of course, he also discerned some of this devil head's weaknesses. His soul power was extremely weak, and it was highly probable that after a few more attacks, his soul power would be shattered. At this moment, the demon sovereign knew that he was already at the end of his rope after using his origin power. His current strength was barely at the early stage of foundation establishment. He knew that continuing to fight Sun Yang with such strength would definitely not end well. It would be better to leave quickly while he still had some devilish qi remaining in his body. However, thinking that he, the esteemed lord of the demon realm, would be forced to such a state by a human race cultivator in the foundation establishment stage, and even have his demonic sword taken, a suffocating feeling was stuck in his chest, neither going up nor down. Brat, I've remembered you. You'd best hide well. If I find you someday, I will definitely let you experience what the demon realm's torture feels like. As this voice fell, the devil head rapidly disappeared from the stone chamber, flying directly towards the exit. Upon hearing this, Sun Yang's heart was instantly filled with extreme anger. He had already used that fiery orb, which was originally intended for the ghostly evil demon corpse. How could he let this devil head escape so easily? He was determined to capture this devil head's ghostly evil demon corpse. He quickly activated his spell, bringing the 4 evil ghosts with him, and pursued at extreme speed. This time, Sun Yang not only used the blood escape technique but also combined the netherworld method with the soul sail's soul power, elevating his flying speed to another level. This speed was currently his fastest. At this speed, he began to close the distance with the demon sovereign's figure. However, he didn't know what spell this devil head was using, but his escape speed was still twice as fast as Sun Yang's. No matter how Sun Yang pursued, he always maintained a considerable distance from the devil head. The two, one in front and one behind, took only a few breaths to reach the immortal cave's exit. The stone door, originally sealed with secret spell runes, was easily opened by the demon sovereign with just a wave of his hand upon reaching it. However, after opening the stone door, this devil head waved his hand again, and the stone door closed once more. It was precisely when the stone door closed that Sun Yang lost the chance to catch up. He couldn't open a stone door sealed with secret spell runes with a mere wave of his hand. Forced to stop, his face was ashen. A surge of unwillingness and anger welled up in his heart. He never expected this devil head to have such an escape speed. After a long while, he could only let out a deep sigh and turn back. This was because there seemed to be a black object in the center of that formation. At the time, he was only focused on the demon sovereign and had only glanced at it temporarily. Now, the devil head's escape was a foregone conclusion. Sun Yang decided to go back and see what that black object was. Soon, he arrived at the stone chamber again. He quickly flew to the center of the formation, landed there, and began to examine it carefully. Soon, he found the black object. Originally, this black object was a pile of black bones. It was unknown what kind of Yao beast these bones belonged to, they certainly didn't resemble human bones, and their jet black color made them quite peculiar. Sun Yang, filled with doubt, waved his magic power, shaking the bones apart, revealing the item within the skeleton. It was a round bead, black and white in color. Perhaps due to the passage of time, the surface of this bead was very rough and lacked luster, but a faint magic power fluctuation still twisted within it. Sun Yang's eyes moved, he thought of Yao Beast inner cores, and this round bead perfectly matched the characteristics of a Yao Beast inner core. He immediately waved his hand, grabbing the black bead and placing it before his eyes for a careful second look. After repeated confirmation, he was certain that this was indeed a Yao Beast inner core, and its grade seemed to be quite high. Otherwise, after such a long time, an ordinary level 2 Yao Beast inner core would have long since dissipated its magic power and turned into a mundane object. However, this inner core still possessed a relatively strong magic power fluctuation. From this, it could be concluded that this was very likely the inner core of a level 4, or even level 5 or higher, Yao Beast. Sun Yang felt as if he had found a treasure. He didn't know why a Yao Beast would exist at the center of this formation, but obtaining such a Yao Beast inner core made the trip worthwhile. But then he thought of the ghostly evil demon corpse, and immediately felt a pang of regret. After a moment of regret, Sun Yang surveyed his surroundings again. Only a formation diagram magic treasure plate, shattered into countless pieces on the ground, caught his attention, but since the magic treasure plate was so damaged, it was long since useless. However, this formation diagram magic treasure plate could still yield some materials, so Sun Yang collected it into his storage pouch. Then, Sun Yang transformed into a streak of light and swiftly escaped the stone chamber. Upon arriving before the rune stone door, he began to move his hand seals continuously. The method to break this door, which he had learned from searching Song Feng's soul, was a sacrifice method. He had also collected the bodies of the blood slaves directly killed by Evil Shadow, and with some essence blood, he could use them for this sacrifice. For the remaining time, he began to prepare the spell. A quarter of an hour later, as a blood-colored rune landed on the stone door, the door emitted a sound and immediately opened. Sun Yang flew out and headed towards the other side. In the next hour, he visited the 4 Formation Eye Immortal Caves again, retrieving the evil corpses left inside, and obtained a total of 3 evil corpses. Now, Sun Yang had 1 killing corpse, 1 ghostly evil demon corpse, and now 3 more evil corpses. This trip was indeed fruitful. He had also delayed quite a bit of time and did not plan to linger any longer. Subsequently, Sun Yang moved his hand seals, and not long after, a purple figure appeared beside him. This was precisely the purple yin blood slave he had kept outside the immortal cave. He had previously instructed the purple yin blood slave to scout the surrounding routes, and now he had a clear understanding of the cave's terrain. With this terrain map, he wouldn't encounter ghost devils or similar ghost creatures. But before leaving the cave, Sun Yang planned to visit one more place, a place that, according to purple yin scouting, harbored a weak ghost devil. Sun Yang intended to subdue this ghost devil and place it within the soul nurturing bracelet to cultivate it, hoping it would be useful in the future. Without further ado, he rushed there without stopping. On the other side, within a gloomy mountain valley. At this moment, a very ordinary-looking young man was sitting cross-legged. If Sun Yang were here, he would surely recognize that this ordinary young man was none other than Xuekeng Demon Venerable, who had appeared in the Yin Extreme Secret Realm that day. At this moment, Xuekeng Demon Venerable suddenly opened his eyes, his brows furrowed sharply, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. His expression became stern, and after sensing for a long time, a smile finally appeared on his lips. That's right, this extremely familiar chi should indeed be the chi emanating from my physical body. I didn't expect that after 1,000 years, I would finally sense the chi of my physical body, but why has this physical body appeared at this time, and why have I not had any sensation before? At this moment, Xuekeng Demon Venerable's eyes flickered with malevolence, but at the same time, a hint of worry appeared between his brows. After all, he had lost his physical body for 1,000 years, and its sudden appearance now might not be a good thing for him. Only he understood the power of his demon body. Now, after 1,000 years, the half of his demonic soul remaining within the physical body should have already developed its own consciousness. Otherwise, the physical body would not have suddenly appeared at this time. It must have been driven by that half of the demonic soul to escape from some place of restriction. Now, it might not be so easy for him to reclaim his physical body. Moreover, he clearly remembered leaving a magic treasure demonic sword on that body back then. With the aid of this demonic sword, what could he use to reclaim his physical body? A sense of crisis subtly emerged in Xuekeng Demon Venerable's heart. Although he currently used the identity of a corpse demon sect disciple and had devoured many blood meals outside the sect, his strength had reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage middle stage. But compared to that demonic sword, he was still too weak. If the physical body's soul were to find him, he would be in extreme danger of having his consciousness erased. It seems I can't stay here any longer. Xuekeng Demon Venerable's eyes constantly flickered with cold light, and the aura he sensed seemed to be not very far from the corpse demon sect. He knew that he was currently no match for the body wielding the demonic sword and had to leave the corpse demon sect's territory quickly. After much deliberation, a sinister smile appeared on Xuekeng Demon Venerable's lips. He decided to go to the Blood Yin sect territory. This was because the essence blood of blood path cultivators like those in the Blood Yin sect was greatly beneficial to him, far surpassing what cultivators in the corpse demon sect territory could offer. Furthermore, he had coveted the physical body of that Blood Yin sect boy for a long time a few years ago. It was time to pay a visit. That boy had better not disappoint him and at least reach the foundation establishment stage, so that he would be worthy of becoming his blood meal. Then, after a burst of sinister laughter, Xuekeng Demon Venerable flew towards the Blood Yin sect territory and quickly disappeared. After a day's time, Sun Yang finally emerged from the cave and swiftly flew towards the outside of the battlefield. He had already delayed quite a bit of time and had to return to the sect quickly. He did not stop along the way, but the journey was long, so to conserve magic power, he took out the flying boat from Ghost Capital's storage pouch. He rode the flying boat towards the Blood Yin sect territory. After several days of travel, he finally arrived at the edge of the Blood Yin sect territory, in a medium-sized town. Upon arriving here, Sun Yang had no choice but to be more restrained. This kind of border town, located near the intersection of the Corpse Demon sect and the Blood Yin sect, was notoriously chaotic. Demonic path sects were inherently selfish. Although there were no open wars, behind the scenes, various struggles for resources caused quite a stir. And this medium-sized town, while ostensibly Blood Yin sect territory, was mixed with various forces. Not only were there a large number of loose cultivators, Corpse Demon sect disciples, and Blood Yin sect disciples, but there were also some evil cultivators, robber cultivators, and a small number of righteous path cultivators. Although the Blood Yin sect wanted to manage it, doing so would consume a large amount of resources, making it extremely uneconomical, so they simply stopped bothering with it. Sun Yang's choice to come here also had another purpose. When he was at the Fengbu black market, he heard that a highly toxic blood from a creature called the Gonggayan insect often appeared here. Now that Sun Yang had obtained the wrong Gong flower, his primary goal was to raise the purple yin blood slave's cultivation to the foundation establishment stage realm. The highly toxic blood of the Gonggayan insect had a significant effect on the purple yin blood inside the purple yin blood slave. Because the wrong Gong flower was extremely potent, if purple yin consumed it, there was a risk of the purple yin blood being dissolved, but with this toxic insect blood, that risk could be reduced. Therefore, he absolutely had to obtain this toxic insect blood. Of course, besides that, there would also be a lot of corpse chi for sale in this town, and he planned to take this opportunity to buy more. After all, Sun Yang already had several powerful corpse puppets in his possession, and he could now consider embarking on the path of corpse manipulation. Without further ado, he flew down, suppressed his internal chi somewhat, letting his cultivation emanate at 10 levels of chi refining, and then walked towards the city gate. At the city gate, several red-robed disciples were standing. These red-robed disciples were, naturally, sent by the Blood Yin sect. From the perspective of those within the city, these red-robed figures actually served little purpose, they were just symbolic garrison disciples sent by the Blood Yin sect. Their greater purpose was to extort some benefits. In simple terms, they were there to collect spirit stones for entry into the city. Entering or exiting the city gate required paying 1 spirit stone. Since the spirit stones were not many, no one was overly concerned about the matter. Sun Yang arrived at the city gate, flipped his hand to take out a spirit stone, and threw it to one of the red-robed individuals, then walked into the city. Upon entering the city, he looked around to both sides. He found that it was actually not much different from a mortal city, but it was more oppressive, lacking the hustle and bustle of the mortal world. On both sides of the street, there were many loose cultivators setting up stalls. The cultivation of these stall-holding loose cultivators was generally around chi refining stage 3. Having no sect or affiliation, their avenues for obtaining cultivation resources were very limited, and they could only exchange a small amount of resources by setting up stalls. Some of them had entered middle age, some had white hair, but they still seemed to be pursuing the immortal Dao in their hearts. They hoped to break through to refining chi stage 4 one day and join a sect. Of course, there were also some who knew that cultivation was hopeless and planned to exchange for some medicinal pills that extended lifespan, allowing their lifespan to increase a bit. This was the most authentic portrayal of low-level cultivators. Because chi refining cultivators had not reached Bigu, abstaining from grains. On both sides of the street, there were still many tea houses, restaurants, and inns. Sun Yang still had plenty of time, the 1-year mission period had only passed for a little over 8 months, and there was still more than a month left. He could stay here for a while longer. He planned to find an inn first and settle down temporarily. Soon, Sun Yang spent 3 spirit stones to rent a relatively quiet room on the outermost edge of the town for a period of 1 month. After setting up some defensive methods around the room, he walked into the room and closed the door tightly. Sun Yang scanned the room, then released his spiritual sense to scan the surroundings for a while. After confirming that the surroundings were only loose cultivators below refining chi stage 5, he collected his thoughts. He then lay down on the bed and began to sleep soundly. Although he had now breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage, he only needed to meditate quietly for a moment to fully recover his spirit. But it was rare to no longer be in a state of mutual deception and to have a moment of peace, so he decided to relax his mind and get a good night's sleep. He slept for a full day and night, waking up early the next morning. Sun Yang woke up refreshed, feeling extremely joyful in body and mind. Soon, he walked to the center of the room and sat cross-legged. Then, with a wave of his hand, he took out 4 storage pouches. 3 of the storage pouches belonged to Ghost Capital, Buletanyang, and Songfeng, while the last one was obtained in the Twisted Forest. Now was a good time to check what treasures were inside. He directly opened the storage pouches of Buletanyang, Songfeng, and Ghost Capital with his magical power, then poured their contents onto the ground. With a clatter, a large number of items fell out. Sun Yang simply glanced at them, his discernment had unknowingly improved significantly, and some low-level items no longer caught his Dharma eye. With a casual wave, he put away all magical artifacts below medium grade, low-level talismans, relatively common medicinal pills, and some ordinary materials. He didn't even spare them another glance, directly putting them into a storage pouch he had prepared earlier. As they were put away, the ground immediately became half empty. Sun Yang then began to count, and indeed, foundation establishment stage cultivators were quite wealthy. From the 3 storage pouches, he was surprised to find a total of 38,000 spirit stones. Among them, Ghost Capital's storage pouch alone contained over 19,000 spirit stones. He was repeatedly surprised and carefully put away the spirit stones. Next, he spent half an hour organizing. He obtained 10 high-grade magical artifacts, 5 low-grade spiritual artifacts, and over a dozen bottles of medicinal pills that were very helpful for the foundation establishment stage. Since these high-grade magical artifacts had nothing outstanding about them, he quickly put them away, planning to sell them when he had time. As for the 5 low-grade spiritual artifacts, Sun Yang took a few more glances. But after checking them one by one, he couldn't help but secretly shake his head, but when he saw the last one, it immediately piqued his interest. This item was a strange small sword, no bigger than a palm, but when he held it in his hand, he actually felt a sharp sword intent. This sword intent even made him feel a hint of alarm. Curious, Sun Yang circulated his magical power and injected it into the small sword. At this moment, the small sword suddenly began to tremble constantly. Unsure what had been activated, it suddenly shot out. It quickly landed in midair, and a powerful white sword chi continuously emerged from the sword body of the small sword. As soon as this sword chi appeared, the sharp intent became even stronger. Even within the room, a chilling killing intent emerged. Seeing this, Sun Yang was immediately filled with pleasant surprises. He also discovered that he now had an inexplicable connection with the small sword. With just a thought, the small sword would shoot out, using the massive sword intent on its blade to kill enemies. Although the small sword did not attack the enemy, Sun Yang could gradually sense it through his connection with the small sword. If this strike were unleashed, even if he didn't have the defense of 3/8 trigrams jade, once struck by the small sword, he would be severely injured if not killed. At this moment, his heart was somewhat moved. But very quickly, he suddenly discovered that when the small sword unleashed its power, slight cracks clearly appeared on its blade. This discovery startled him slightly. Immediately, he waved his hand, quickly dispersed the power from the small sword, then gripped it in his palm and examined it carefully. After a while, surprise flashed in Sun Yang's eyes. He stroked the small sword's blade for a moment and was suddenly surprised to find that this small sword did not seem to be a refined spiritual artifact, it lacked the luster and texture of a spiritual artifact. It was more like something very similar to a talisman. This was because there were many dense black dots on the small sword's blade, almost covering the entire blade. If one looked closely, they would find that they were all rice grain-sized talismanic patterns, and these talismanic patterns were very exquisite, each having its unique aspect, which made people marvel. And these talismanic patterns could also confirm that they were the source of the small sword's power. However, as magical power was injected and the talismanic patterns on it were activated, these talismanic patterns would instantly dissipate after their power was released. And where the talismanic patterns dissipated, cracks would appear. Sun Yang couldn't help but speculate that once the small sword's power was fully released, it might turn into a useless object, completely breaking apart. From this, it seemed that this item was actually a consumable treasure. His initial surprise at the treasure's power quickly subsided. Although this item was powerful, each use would deplete some of its power, so in reality, it was not much different from other treasures. It could only produce an unexpected effect in times of crisis. Under normal circumstances, he dared not use it easily. Although Sun Yang was slightly disappointed, he still carefully put it away, as the power of this treasure was evident, and it could still have a good effect at critical moments. He found the other 4 spiritual artifacts unusable, so there was no need to look further. And on the ground, there were only some books and other items. As for checking the books, Sun Yang decided to put that off for now. He then took out the storage pouch he had obtained from the evil forest land, glanced at it, and couldn't help but start to anticipate the items that would appear inside. After opening it with magical power, he held the storage pouch and turned it upside down, beginning to pour its contents onto the ground. However, there was no expected clattering sound. Instead, only a few items fell out, and then nothing else dropped from the storage pouch. Seeing this, Sun Yang's expression instantly turned grim. Unwilling to give up, he fiercely emptied it several more times. It was only after finding that nothing else would fall out that he angrily threw the storage pouch aside. He then scanned the pitifully few 6 items on the ground. Among them, 2 were a magical artifact sword and a strange giant hammer, but unfortunately, both of these treasures had obvious signs of breakage. Clearly, they had been damaged many years ago and had long since lost their power, turning into 2 ordinary objects. The other 4 items were a small black porcelain bottle, a strange severed hand, and 2 ancient bamboo slips. Besides these, there was nothing else. And when Sun Yang opened the small black porcelain bottle, it was empty, just as he had expected. After all, even the magical artifacts were damaged, so how could there still be medicinal pills remaining? As for the strange severed hand, it was unremarkable, it only appeared to be the arm of an evil cultivator, with nothing else noteworthy about it. Sun Yang immediately showed deep disappointment. For the next period of time, he planned to quickly go through the 2 bamboo slips and some of the books on the ground. Time flew by, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Sun Yang finally put down the last book. At this moment, his previous disappointment had vanished, replaced by a lingering sense of unfulfillment. At this time, 4 books and 2 bamboo slips were placed beside him. And these 4 books and 2 bamboo slips, unexpectedly, all recorded methods of corpse manipulation. He was currently lacking such books, and he hadn't expected so many to appear at once. Sun Yang wasn't overly surprised. After all, the scene of Buletin Yang condensing the killing corpse in the immortal cave passage that day was still echoing in his mind. Moreover, Ghost Capital had also simultaneously used 4 flame-emitting corpse puppets. Given all these circumstances, obtaining corpse refinement methods from the storage pouches of these three individuals was no longer a strange matter. Among the 4 books, one was precisely about how to condense a killing corpse, and another was about how to gather killing chi to form that killing malevolent blade. The other 2 books were a bit more profound, detailing the condensation of dark yin fire. This fire was a type of dark fire, formed by stimulating the dark power within a cultivator's body to gather yin fire. Even Ghost Capital had only just begun, barely able to refine yin fire, but to make it effective, she still needed to rely on the power of corpse puppets to barely exert some attack power. The difficulty of refining this fire was so great that Sun Yang sighed helplessly after reading it for a while. After all, how could an ordinary person stimulate the dark power within a cultivator's body? Even for him, just stimulating hatred, a type of dark power, proved extremely difficult, let alone other dark powers. And Ghost Capital was originally possessed by the evil ghost demon lord. This devil head was naturally emotionless, making it much easier for her to stimulate dark power. But even such a devil head could only stimulate dark power that barely reached the entry level, let alone him. Sun Yang could only set these 2 books aside. As for the corpse refinement methods recorded on the 2 bamboo slips, they were much more conventional, being the most superior corpse refinement methods of the corpse demon sect, and also what he needed most. However, after Sun Yang finished reading these corpse refinement methods, he discovered a rather serious problem. That was the need to draw evil chi into the body for physical body tempering. After all, controlling corpse puppets required dense corpse evil chi. And the first step for a corpse deo cultivator is to draw corpse evil chi into the body to temper the physical body. Once the physical body is tempered, it will not only become as hard as iron, but more importantly, it will no longer suffer backlash from corpse evil chi, allowing one to control corpse evil chi at will. At the same time, it also allows the physical body to store a large amount of corpse evil chi. Sun Yang currently cultivates the blood path cultivation technique, the blood refinement scripture. Once he draws evil chi into his body, the immense vital blood within him will become the biggest obstacle, making the refining of evil chi a thorny problem. Thus, it seemed he could not simultaneously cultivate blood path and corpse deo cultivation techniques. And corpse deo cultivation techniques are very different from ghost deo. Ghost deo only requires the activation of ghost spirit chi, and this process can be aided by artifacts. For example, when Sun Yang controlled the ghost sail, he could use the ghost spirit chi generated within the soul sail to indirectly control the ghost general within the ghost sail to fight enemies. But corpse deo cultivation techniques are quite different. They require combining magical power with corpse evil chi, and then using this chi to drive corpse puppets, allowing them to exert strong power. And corpse evil chi is inherently a kind of miasma, so to inject magical power, one must condense this chi within the body. Condensing this chi requires tempering the physical body. This created a misunderstanding. Sun Yang's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment, but he was not one to give up easily, and he fell into deep thought. He was contemplating whether, since corpse deo cultivation technique and blood path cultivation technique could not be cultivated simultaneously, he could find another way to substitute it. This contemplation lasted for a full quarter of an hour. Just then, a flash of inspiration suddenly struck Sun Yang's mind. He suddenly thought of whether he could use a clone to cultivate this method. As soon as this idea emerged, it immediately invigorated his spirit. He now truly had a method, which was to use a blood slave controlled by a separated soul. Currently, the purple yin blood slave was controlled by his separated soul, and it was no longer comparable to an ordinary blood slave. It possessed intelligence. He wondered if it could substitute for him in cultivating the corpse deo cultivation technique. Sun Yang quickly waved his hand, summoning purple yin out. Then, from his storage pouch, he took out a bottle of corpse fiend chi. He then had purple yin begin to familiarize herself with the corpse deo cultivation technique, placing the bottle of corpse fiend chi in front of her. Seeing this, purple yin sat cross-legged and began to comprehend the cultivation technique. This process was very slow. It took a full half-day for purple yin to slowly put down the 2 bamboo slips. Sun Yang nodded upon seeing this, observing purple yin's expression, which indicated she had likely comprehended the first level of this corpse demonic technique. Indeed, purple yin then picked up the bottle of corpse fiend chi and gradually began to cultivate according to the cultivation technique's introduction. As purple yin began to focus, she completely entered into secluded cultivation. Sun Yang also took the opportunity to take out several bottles of spirit liquid, placing them at purple yin's feet, then stood up, clearing a quiet space for purple yin. He walked to the other side, and while purple yin was cultivating, he flipped his hand and took out 5 strange head-shaped treasures in a dark black sword. Among them, the 5 strange heads were precisely the 5 evil united ghost heads. Now, in his leisure time, he intended to study them thoroughly. The 5 heads flew into the air, spun around once, and then emitted a strong force. After a while, as this force dispersed, the 5 heads floated quietly in mid-air, motionless. Sun Yang reached out and, with his magical power, grabbed a grayish-white head, holding it in his hand and examining it carefully. Through a formation, he had also sensed the power within this grayish-white head at the time, which contained boundless hatred. At this moment, after sensing it for a moment, he was immediately astonished by the dense hatred within it. Boundless, unfathomable. Even the hatred he had felt when he was humiliated by Zhou Beipi was less than 1% of what was in this head. Such immense hatred startled him greatly. And then, Sun Yang discovered that to activate this head and make it exert a certain offensive power, one needed to refine the hatred within it. Of course, due to the immense hatred within the head, ordinary people would simply be unable to bear refining it all at once. Therefore, one could first draw out a small portion of the power and refine it slowly. This process could be long or short. If one had a deep understanding of hatred, then it would not take long. If one consistently struggled to overcome it, then it would require a relatively long period. Of course, the further one progressed, the stronger the hatred would become. If one was unable to overcome it during the refinement process, then it was very likely that they would be overwhelmed by hatred and fall completely into madness. Sun Yang couldn't help but gasp, realizing that to conquer the power of hatred, one needed an extremely stable hard nature. With his current hard nature, he simply could not overcome it. Not to mention the other four heads, which represented anger, despair, fear, and slaughter. Each emotion was a difficult hurdle. Sun Yang sighed softly, his brows furrowing slightly. The power contained within these 5 evil united ghost heads might be comparable to the might of a magic treasure, but the cultivation conditions were too stringent. What kind of person could simultaneously overcome all 5 dark emotions? However, very quickly, Sun Yang put away his disappointment. Cultivating immortality was inherently heaven-defying. If one chose to retreat in the face of difficulties, then the Dao of cultivation would be fraught with challenges. Although these 5 dark emotions were like a great mountain, if he truly conquered them, then his hard nature would undergo a qualitative leap in the future, allowing him to face life and death crises head-on. Sun Yang decided to first attempt to refine the power of hatred. However, before that, he thought of the divine ability for refining dark fire found in the ghost capital storage pouch. If he could refine this fire, it would greatly assist him in overcoming dark emotions. It seemed that afterward, he would have to start trying to refine the dark fire. But this matter could not be accomplished overnight. He was not fully prepared yet, so he would return to the sect and then deliberate. Sun Yang then put away the 5 evil united ghost heads. This treasure could only be kept at the bottom of his box for now. If he could overcome the dark power in the future, then these 5 heads might become his life-bound treasure. Next, he turned his gaze to the demonic sword. Upon this sword, there was an extremely profound power. Sun Yang merely took a deep look and felt as if a boundless devilish chi was pulling at his body. This sudden change shocked his mind. He then quickly activated the blood refinement scripture cultivation technique, which allowed him to break free. At this moment, Sun Yang dared not rashly investigate this demonic sword further, only daring to simply observe the sword body. On the dark black sword body, there were countless strange demonic patterns. These demonic patterns were extremely complex, making them impossible to fathom. This was because they were significantly different from the runes he had seen before. They had no pattern and were not connected from beginning to end. This was the first time he had seen such strange demonic patterns. But on every demonic pattern, there was a startling devilish chi fluctuation, as if it were a surging river that had been sealed. If it were ever fully released, it would unleash an unimaginable power. With Sun Yang's limited knowledge, he could not understand what kind of demonic sword this truly was. He could only roughly determine that this sword should be a treasure of magic treasure quality. Because the power on this treasure was too strong, he simply could not wield it. Sun Yang could only wave his hand and put the sword into his storage pouch. When his cultivation could improve in the future, there would naturally be a time for him to use it. After examining these 2 treasures, he used a spirit stone to scan the area outside the house, observing the sky, and found that it was already nearing dusk. Only then did he turn his gaze back to Purple Yin, and he quickly discovered that within Purple Yin's body, there was already a black ball the size of a pinky finger, performing a cyclical movement. This immediately delighted Sun Yang, greatly exceeding his expectations. He quickly realized that the corpse fiend chi and the Purple Yin blood within Purple Yin's body did not repel each other, instead, they had a promoting effect. Purple Yin blood is inherently a highly corrosive poison, which is quite similar to corpse chi, so it's no wonder this happened. It was precisely this discovery that led Sun Yang to decide to go out. Afterward, Sun Yang gave 2 more bottles of corpse chi to the Purple Yin blood slave, then pushed open the door and walked out. After setting up some arrangements outside the house, he flew towards the back of the town. Behind this town, there is a 300-jung mountain peak. This mountain peak is actually situated on a small spiritual vein, and it is a place for high-level cultivators to cultivate in seclusion. On the mountain peak, there are quite a few immortal caves belonging to loose cultivators. Renting an immortal cave requires 50 spirit stones per year. Low-level loose cultivators, generally below refining chi stage 5, naturally cannot afford such high fees. They can only live in simple rooms with thin spiritual chi. Sun Yang also rented a room in the city as a temporary lodging to avoid trouble. Because many high-level cultivators live on that mountain peak, a simple, small trading area gradually formed at the half-mountain slope. Sun Yang planned to go there to see if he could buy some highly poisonous blood from Gongaian insects in a large amount of corpse chi. Currently, he intends to raise Purple Yin's cultivation to the foundation establishment stage, and at the same time, procure a large amount of corpse chi for Purple Yin to cultivate corpse Dao cultivation technique. Once Purple Yin succeeds in cultivation, he will be able to control the several powerful corpse puppets in his hands. Thinking of this, Sun Yang's flying speed increased by a few points. Not long after, he landed at the half-mountain slope of the mountain. Indeed, as soon as he landed, he saw many cultivators gathered on an iron chain bridge not far ahead. Sun Yang did not hesitate and walked straight towards it. Upon reaching the iron chain, he saw many cultivators setting up stalls on both sides. The cultivators who could set up stalls here had a minimum cultivation of chi refining stage 9th level and above, but due to the mixed nature of the crowd, the items displayed were also quite varied, with all sorts of goods available. And the corpse chi that Sun Yang needed was not a rare item, it was just that outside of this place, it was rarely seen in other parts of the blood yin sect. He quickly saw that many stalls had some corpse qi. Due to limited time, he did not inquire about prices. With his current wealth, even buying all the corpse qi here would be more than enough. Next, Sun Yang began to wander among the various stalls, starting to buy large quantities of corpse qi. At the same time, as he visited more stalls, he indeed found the highly poisonous blood from Gongaian insects at one stall. It seemed that this poisonous insect blood was indeed not a valuable item here, which saved him a lot of trouble. Soon, Sun Yang acquired 2 bottles of highly poisonous blood from Gongaian insects for 300 spirit stones. In the time that followed, he began to sweep up the corpse qi. 2 hours later, Sun Yang had basically cleared out all the corpse qi available here. Only then did he leave the place with satisfaction. However, just as he was about to cast a spell, his ears twitched slightly. Now, his 5 senses were extremely sharp. Without releasing his spiritual sense, he could detect the faint sounds of mosquitoes within 1,000 meters. And 500 meters away, 2 people were talking in low voices. The content of their conversation made Sun Yang stop in his tracks. Have you heard? It's been quite unstable around here recently. In the past few days, it is said that a blood devil inexplicably came from the corpse demon sect. This devil's methods are extremely ruthless. Wherever he passes, even mortals suffer the fate of having their hearts dug out and flesh eaten. Recently, he seems to have arrived at Lufeng City, causing widespread panic. One of them spoke with a grave expression and a deep voice. Alas, isn't that the truth? I have a good friend who is a loose cultivator in Lufeng City, and I haven't been able to contact him recently. I'm afraid he's already met with misfortune. It seems we must leave this troubled place quickly. The other person also showed a hint of panic and spoke with a heavy expression. Brother Long, your idea is too naive. Where can we loose cultivators go? The blood cultivators within the blood yin sect's territory are not much better than the blood devil. Brother Long, listen to my advice, staying here still offers a glimmer of hope. There are many foundation establishment late-stage seniors here. No matter how powerful the blood devil is, he will be wary of this place. We should try to avoid going out as much as possible from now on, so the possibility of encountering danger is not very high. This person quickly explained the severity of the situation to persuade his friend. Brother Chiao, you are indeed more thoughtful. As soon as I heard the blood devil was coming here, I became timid and didn't think things through. After that, the conversation between the two began to decrease. Sun Yang collected his thoughts and furrowed his brows slightly. The blood devil from the corpse demon sect that these two mentioned. It made him suspect something, because the ghost devil demon sovereign had escaped from the evil cultivator's immortal cave at that time. The place at that time was indeed the territory of the corpse demon sect. After these few days, it was indeed possible for him to have arrived here. But Sun Yang heard that this devil was killing cultivators and mortals and eating them raw as blood food, which made him feel a little confused. He thought that the ghost devil demon sovereign was walking around in a ghost devil body. It was indeed possible that he would use such cruel methods. But then, he thought that this devil should not first gather the killed cultivators and mortals, then use secret methods to refine their souls before consuming them as blood food, as this would also allow the ghost body to recover. However, listening to the conversation between these two, it seemed that there was no mention of refinement at all. Thus, there was something unusual about it. While Sun Yang was pondering, he suddenly remembered Shuekeng Demon Sovereign, who had emerged from the Yin Extreme Secret Realm. This devil seemed to use cultivators as blood food to increase his cultivation. At that time, this devil seemed to be mixed among the disciple of the corpse demon sect, and after Sun Yang saw through his identity, this devil even boasted that he would come to the blood yin sect to find him within a few years. Counting the time, nearly 3 years had passed. This blood devil could very likely be that Shuekeng Demon Sovereign. After much thought, Sun Yang always felt a bad premonition. However, he was no longer the Qi refinement stage cultivator he was back then, he had now broken through to the foundation establishment stage realm. No matter who this blood devil was, he was no longer afraid. Of course, he still decided to leave this place first, while continuing to raise Purple Yin's cultivation to the foundation establishment stage. But before leaving, he still needed to buy more corpse Qi, and decided to buy up all the corpse Qi here in the next 3 days. Upon returning to his residence, Sun Yang prepared himself first. For the next 3 days, he continuously wandered through the market. During this period, he also communicated with some stalls that regularly sold corpse Qi, asking them to prepare corpse Qi. Upon hearing that a large amount of corpse Qi was needed, the other party was naturally overjoyed, who would easily let go of such a big business coming to their door. Most of them agreed very readily and began to prepare. With the addition of these people, it was no longer difficult to purchase a large amount of corpse Qi in a short time. After 3 days, Sun Yang had purchased a total of 5,000 bottles of corpse Qi, only then reluctantly stopping, and quietly left the town during the night. Sun Yang galloped south from the city gates. After half a day, he arrived at a relatively remote mountain peak. Sun Yang flew down, patted his storage pouch, and took out a pitch-black knife. In just over 10 breaths, he had carved out a small, temporary immortal cave. After setting up some defensive measures in front of the immortal cave, he transformed into an afterimage and entered the immortal cave. Immediately, with a wave of his hand, he released the Purple Yin blood slave. Here, Sun Yang intended to help the Purple Yin blood slave break through to the foundation establishment stage, which would significantly increase his own strength. But before that, he planned to let Purple Yin adjust his state, and at the same time, he would take the opportunity to prepare the centipede Yin insect blood. 2 hours later, Sun Yang finally finished preparing the poisonous blood, and the purple yin blood slave had also adjusted his state to the best possible condition. He no longer hesitated and directly took out the wrong gong flower. Since this flower was an evil flower, it needed to be shattered with spiritual power to stimulate the yin qi within it. However, this process did not last long. Sun Yang used his spiritual power to shatter the flower into a pool of black, viscous liquid. Then, with a wave of his hand, he tossed the liquid to the purple yin blood slave. Purple yin took the liquid and, without hesitation, tilted his head back and drank it all. Next, he closed his eyes and began to refine the medicinal effects. Seeing this, Sun Yang did not dare to be negligent. He even knew the dangers of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, so he quickly activated his spiritual power and began to assist purple yin from the side. At this moment, the immortal cave slowly quieted down. Time flew by, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. Finally, on this day, there was movement from within the immortal cave. Sun Yang wiped the sweat from his forehead. With his assistance in escorting Purple Yin successfully broke through to the foundation establishment stage. Although there were some variables during this period. Fortunately, Sun Yang was well prepared, and most difficulties were overcome. Now, Purple Yin's aura was stable, several times better than when he himself broke through to the foundation establishment stage. This was naturally the result of his assistance from the side. Without his assistance, Purple Yin's breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage would have taken at least 8 months, and his state would have been very poor. Next, after Purple Yin consumed several drops of spirit liquid, his aura began to become even more stable and profound. Sun Yang nodded with satisfaction. While there was still some time, he planned to let Purple Yin cultivate the corpse control method. At the same time, he could also familiarize himself with the killing corpse, Yin evil corpse, and several evil corpses in his possession. After all, once he returned to the sect, there would not be many opportunities to release corpse puppets. It would be best to take this opportunity to familiarize himself with them. Sun Yang threw the corpse storage pouch to Purple Yin, telling him to escape the immortal cave and begin familiarizing himself with the corpse puppets on a platform outside the mountain peak. He did not leave the immortal cave but instead took out several treasures and began to refine them. The first one he took out was the Wind Evil 8 trigrams jade. This jade belonged to Song Feng. Although he had used it in the evil cultivator's cave, it was used together with the other 2 8 trigrams jades at that time, so he wasn't very familiar with it. After all, the Yin Bagua jade and the Yang Bagua jade, besides the defensive shield, both had additional effects. Sun Yang naturally did not believe that this Wind Evil 8 trigrams jade only had a defensive function, it should have an additional effect. Now that he had time, he planned to study it thoroughly. Of course, he also planned to gradually familiarize himself with the innate divine abilities possessed by the 4 evil ghosts, which would allow them to exert greater power in the future. Another 10 days passed. Sun Yang finally stood up, a look of joy on his face, and slowly walked out of the immortal cave. Now, he had a relatively familiar understanding of some of the treasures. Time was running out, it was time to return to the sect. Then, with a movement, he arrived at the Purple Yin blood slave's location. After seeing that Purple Yin was already able to initially operate several corpse puppets and exert a certain level of strength, he put Purple Yin into the corpse storage pouch and then took a big stride, fleeing into the distance. Soon, Sun Yang disappeared into the horizon. After an hour of flying, he had arrived at a place called Blood Dragon Mountain. Not far from this place was a medium-sized stronghold called Sweat Blood Stronghold. Within this stronghold, there was a cultivator in the middle stage of foundation establishment stationed. Sun Yang knew that traveling this way consumed too much spiritual power, so he planned to go to this stronghold and borrow a flying boat. Such medium-sized strongholds had high-grade flying boats, whose speed was almost comparable to his blood escape technique. He could ride such a flying boat without consuming spiritual power, so why not? Borrowing it would only cost some spirit stones. But with his current wealth, these spirit stones were negligible. Sun Yang no longer hesitated and went directly towards Sweat Blood Stronghold. However, as he flew, he frowned slightly. He had always released his spiritual sense, but he found that there were no other disciples heading to the Blood Yin sect along the way. For a medium-sized stronghold, disciples who had completed their missions should frequently go to the stronghold to take a flying boat. What was going on today? He hadn't detected a single person along the way. With doubts, Sun Yang still headed towards Sweat Blood Stronghold. Half an hour later, he finally arrived above the stronghold. However, when he was waiting for disciples to fly out of the stronghold to check, he did not see any disciples flying out for a long time. Suddenly, Sun Yang sensed that something was wrong. But since medium-sized strongholds were all equipped with formations, he did not know what had happened within the stronghold. Subconsciously, he felt that something bad had happened, so he decided not to stay here and prepared to fly away. However, at this moment, 2 figures suddenly shot out from below, covered in blood and filled with intense panic. When these 2 saw Sun Yang, they seemed to have found a life-saving straw and quickly said, "Which senior brother is this? Please save me quickly." The voice was very sharp and suddenly entered Sun Yang's ears. Sun Yang was also extremely surprised to hear this, because although the aura of the person flying towards him was extremely chaotic, the aura on his body was indeed that of a cultivator in the middle stage of foundation establishment. Someone of such a realm was actually asking him for help. At the same time, there was a strong look of panic in this person's eyes. And behind this person, there was also a thin old man, whose cultivation was not weak, and he should also be in the early stage of foundation establishment realm. 2 cultivators in the foundation establishment stage were fleeing in disarray, and they were doing so desperately, with no intention of fighting the enemy head-on. This could only mean that the person who would soon pursue them from the stronghold was not only stronger than them but also terrifyingly powerful. Sun Yang had no intention of saving these two people. He quickly activated his spell and prepared to fly away into the distance. He did not want to get involved in this muddy water, it was better to escape. However, before he had flown far, a deep, evil laugh came from behind. He, no one can escape from this venerable one's hands. All of you, one by one, become this venerable one's blood food. At this moment, a bloody shadow shot out from the stronghold, revealing an ordinary-looking man. This man's eyes were blood red, and there was still residual flesh and blood at the corners of his mouth, dripping fresh blood, his expression extremely bloodthirsty. Sun Yang heard the sound, swept his gaze behind him, and his expression changed slightly. He actually recognized this ordinary man, who was none other than the person possessed by demonic venerable Shui Kang. He hadn't expected that it was indeed this demon who had stirred up such a bloody storm. But Sun Yang, after a brief glance at this demon, discovered that his aura was extremely vast, and the power he exuded was unfathomable. At the same time, he actually steadily suppressed him. This immediately made him greatly alarmed, as such an aura was enough to indicate that this demon had likely reached the late stage of foundation establishment. In just 3 years, this demon had gained such terrifying strength. With Shui Kang possessing such strength, Sun Yang felt very uncertain. Without further ado, he suddenly activated his magic, and like an arrow shot from a bowstring, he instantly shot away. Senior brother, this demon has the blood shadow escape, you won't be able to escape. The three of us must combine our strength now, perhaps then there's still a glimmer of hope. The moment Sun Yang fled, the foundation establishment middle stage cultivator in front of him suddenly became anxious, quickly releasing his magic power and speaking loudly. He was already severely injured and couldn't possibly escape Shui Kang's pursuit, but he didn't want to die here, and had already regarded the approaching Sun Yang as his last straw. Now seeing Sun Yang flee recklessly, he couldn't care less and quickly revealed the demon's secret art, hoping to dissuade Sun Yang from escaping alone. But Sun Yang was too lazy to bother, he believed that cooperating with those two would only send him into a pit of fire. However, it was precisely this person's loud shout that made the pursuing Shui Kang notice Sun Yang. He immediately sensed the familiar aura on Sun Yang, initially a little surprised. But very quickly, the surprise turned into a meaningful look. What an unexpected pleasant surprise, kid, I truly didn't expect to meet you here. After I deal with these two, this demonic venerable will properly take care of you. Shui Kang lightly licked his lips, and a more sinister expression flashed in his eyes as he looked at Sun Yang. Sun Yang, who had fled 100 meters away, had an extremely unsightly expression upon hearing this voice. It seemed that what the other party had said back then was not an empty boast. He had truly engraved his aura into his mind. He was recognized by this person after just one glance. It seemed that this demon would definitely pursue him relentlessly afterwards. But Sun Yang still didn't stop, and continued to speed away directly. Behind him, at this point, it was only 5 breaths of time. The two foundation establishment stage cultivators, in the hands of demonic venerable Shui Kang, were no match for a few rounds and had their hearts dug out. Shui Kang was holding 2 still beating hearts, one in each hand, and with a bloodthirsty smile, he grabbed them and began to eat them raw. At this moment, the aura within his body actually began to climb again. Then, Shui Kang wrapped up the 2 corpses, and while eating, he pursued Sun Yang at an extremely fast speed. His speed was so fast that in just a blink of an eye, he was 300 feet away. Run, run as much as you want. Blood light flickered in Shui Kang's eyes, and a playful expression appeared on his face. As if he was enjoying the sight of Sun Yang fleeing in disarray. Inside the Yin Extreme Secret Realm that day, he had been greatly intimidated by Sun Yang, who had scared him away twice with a few broken beads. He would definitely return this humiliation first. He would certainly make this kid taste inhuman pain. Sun Yang, in front, glanced behind him, his expression extremely solemn. This demon's speed was already faster than his. The reason he hadn't caught up yet seemed to be intentional. Given this, he was bound to have a confrontation with this demon. Sun Yang knew that continuing to flee like this would only needlessly consume his magic power. With a cold heart, he stopped his magic power and immediately landed on the peak of a tall mountain below. Then, he looked up at the pursuing Shui Kang. The next moment, Shui Kang flew over, laughing loudly, as expected of someone this demonic venerable cares about. Kid, you have great courage. Only such a person can be remembered by this demonic venerable. But, kid, you are bound to die today. Sun Yang's expression hardened, and he coldly snorted, Humph, there's no need for big talk. My soul sail just happens to be missing a demon soul. Today, I'll use your demon soul to refine my soul sail. Upon hearing this, Shui Kang's face flashed with anger. Kid, you're still the same as you were in the secret realm, your tone is truly arrogant. Let's see if your strength is as great as your tone. As his voice fell, a vast surge of blood qi mixed with devilish qi instantly erupted from Shui Kang's body. As this qi emerged, even Shui Kang's body was completely enveloped within it. From this, it seemed that Shui Kang had not underestimated Sun Yang due to his weakened cultivation, instead, he had directly used his strongest power. This was enough to show that Shui Kang was still quite wary of Sun Yang's methods, and immediately used a secret art. Sun Yang also didn't hesitate, he directly patted his storage pouch and took out 2 black banners, which were the soul summoning banner and the ghost sail. Then, as the soul sail moved, 4 evil ghosts emerged. As soon as these 4 evil ghosts appeared, Sun Yang activated his magic and struck the soul sail, and a thick green light instantly shot out from the banner's surface. When the evil ghosts were bathed in the green light, the 4 evil ghosts immediately converged and quickly merged together. Immediately after, a tall ghost shadow appeared. This ghost shadow was precisely the powerful ghost shadow that had been fused by the formation in the evil cultivator's cave. This was also what Sun Yang had been contemplating earlier, using the power of the soul sail to replace the power of the formation, allowing the 4 evil ghosts to fuse in a short amount of time. Now, this tall ghost shadow already possessed the peak strength of the foundation establishment middle stage. Immediately after, Sun Yang waved the soul sail, and the tall ghost shadow instantly turned into an afterimage, pouncing towards Xueqing at an extremely fast speed. Xueqing saw this, and his eyes moved slightly. Not bad, I didn't expect you could tame evil ghosts of such strength. It seems you haven't been idle these past few years, but with this ghost, it's truly not enough to face this demonic venerable. After a sarcastic remark, Xueqing waved his large hand, and a mass of black qi actually appeared in his palm, forming a black ball. As he suddenly squeezed it, this black ball instantly shattered, and a demon soul floated out from within. This demon soul had a pair of pointed horns, its entire body was covered in black spikes, and it had a long, slender tail. As soon as it appeared, it emitted a series of chilling sounds, and as its aura spread, it actually also possessed the peak strength of the foundation establishment middle stage. Immediately after, this demon soul grabbed a longer spike on its body and pulled it out, which actually transformed into a pitch-black strange blade. When the tall ghost shadow struck with a punch, it slashed through the air. A punch and a blade collided, producing a loud sound. Soon, both were repelled. And Xueqing watched coldly, seeing the tall ghost shadow being repelled, a sneer appeared in his eyes. This demon soul was his most insignificant demon slave, and it could even repel the tall ghost shadow. This only showed that the ghost shadow's strength was very ordinary. Xueqing was very disappointed by this. This kid's strength wasn't as great as his tone after all. It seemed he should give him some trouble so he could truly feel how much power this kid really had. At this moment, the devilish qi within Xueqing's body surged out, gradually gathering around his person. In just a moment, these devilish qi twisted and transformed into countless dark tentacles, densely packed in an incalculable number. Each tentacle was extremely distorted, constantly flipping up, down, left, and right as the devilish qi surged. At this moment, the blood-red light in Xueqing's eyes intensified, and he suddenly moved, instantly transforming into a long afterimage that vanished in the surroundings. His speed was so fast that it was no exaggeration to compare it to lightning and flint. Seeing this, Sun Yang's expression subtly changed. He had witnessed the methods this demon used now within the Yin Extreme Secret Realm, but the aura's strength at present was more than 10 times greater than it had been back then. Even he couldn't help but furrow his brows, not daring to show any further slack, and quickly formed a hand seal, his entire body instantly bathed in a bloody qi, and he fled in a flash. Of course, at the moment he fled, a dark figure emerged. His blood-red eyes, upon noticing the fleeing Sun Yang, flashed with a hint of swiftness, and in an instant, those dark tentacles shot out like countless sharp arrows. One could only see these tentacles pulling out long, dark shadows as they flew. Sun Yang's expression changed in alarm, and his hand moved swiftly, causing 2 light shields to appear, which were the defensive shields of the Yin-Yang 8 trigrams jade. These 2 jade pendants, after being simply merged by Ghost Capital, produced a defensive shield that possessed the defensive power of a foundation establishment middle stage peak. Sounds of boom, boom, continuously impacted the light shield. Initially, the light shield was very stable, not being affected by the tentacles in the slightest, but as the dark tentacles increased, it gradually began to show signs of strain. Clearly, in a few breaths, the light shield would be shattered. During this time, Sun Yang was not idle, he moved his finger, and a tall ghost general stepped out in front of him. As this ghost general's ghost spirit qi emerged, a long blade appeared on his body, and the ghost general gripped it tightly, then unleashed a powerful strike towards the continuously attacking dark tentacles. As this strike was unleashed, a dark light suddenly burst forth. Hissing sounds constantly rose and fell. Initially, the power of the one ghost soul severing blade was exceptionally sharp, directly severing the incoming dark tentacles into 2 sections. However, as the tentacle's offensive became denser, its power slowly began to decrease, and in less than a breath's time, the power of the one ghost soul severing blade was completely exhausted. But in that one breath, Sun Yang also took the opportunity to escape the attack of the dark tentacles and began to pull away to the other side. However, when Sun Yang had only pulled away by less than 30 zhang, his peripheral vision suddenly detected a faint dark qi, and he immediately realized something was wrong, quickly flipping his finger and taking out some unknown item. And as that dark qi approached within 3 zhang of Sun Yang, Xueqing's figure suddenly emerged, only this time, there were 2 strange, dark, and dense spheres beside his body. Within these spheres, a chilling aura emanated. Immediately after, Xueqing didn't hesitate, and with a wicked laugh, he suddenly grabbed one of the dark spheres and hurled it at Sun Yang at an extreme speed. Because Xueqing appeared so suddenly, and his flying speed far surpassed Sun Yang's, when the dark sphere was launched, although its speed wasn't that fast, Sun Yang had no way to dodge at all. Sun Yang had also sensed it in advance, his finger moved, and a dark pearl was quickly thrown out from his hand. The dark sphere and the dark pearl collided in the space between Sun Yang and Xueqing. The first thing to appear was a terrifying lightning power, followed by an earth-shattering roar, and a dense devilish qi surged out. Under this wave of qi, Sun Yang was instantly knocked back 100 zhang, crashing heavily onto the ground. Because he had used a demon subduing pearl at the critical moment, under the immense lightning power, that dense devilish chi was mostly dispelled by the lightning. Only then was he able to save his own life. But even so, as Sun Yang struggled to get up after crashing into the ground, he still felt his internal chi was in disarray, and his entire body's skin had a faint, tearing pain. He didn't hesitate either. After consuming several medicinal pills for healing, the tearing pain finally alleviated considerably. At this moment, Sun Yang had a clear understanding of this demon's strength. The power of this dark sphere alone was already superior to his demon subduing pearl. Moreover, this was only one of this demon's secret arts. And he only had one demon subduing pearl left in his hand. Immediately, an unprecedented sense of crisis arose in his heart. But fortunately, the power of his demon subduing pearl just now seemed to have affected this demon as well. When he was knocked back, he vaguely saw this demon also flying backward amidst a chaotic lightning strike. Sun Yang still had time at the moment. He suddenly flipped his hand, and a purple figure instantly shot out. At the same time, his soul sail moved, and at this moment, more than 50 fierce ghosts emerged from within it. At present, he had unreservedly activated all the remaining power within the soul sail. Although he knew that these fierce ghosts would not pose too much of a threat to Xuekang, he wanted to rely on these fierce ghosts to rescue that tall evil ghost. Otherwise, the tall evil ghost would be continuously entangled by that demon soul and would have no chance of escaping whatsoever. Sun Yang was in urgent need of the evil ghost's help now. Immediately, he waved his soul sail, and those 50+ fierce ghosts, in a mighty surge, attacked the demon soul in the distance. However, as soon as he had done all this, he felt a sense of dread. This feeling was exceptionally strong, filling him with a great sense of crisis. He, brat, you're nothing special, to use that broken pearl like that, you've really disappointed me. This venerable one thought you were much more powerful, but I didn't expect you to be so mediocre. If you don't have any more tricks up your sleeve to pique this venerable one's interest even a little, then, this venerable one will have no more patience to wait for your performance, and you will die a very miserable death. Ha ha ha, it will be incredibly miserable. A wicked laugh suddenly exploded in the surroundings, even shattering the stones on the ground into dust. Sun Yang felt both his ears covered by this wicked laugh, and as his mind trembled, a piercing pain suddenly surged forth. This is, demonic sound attack. He knew that this should be the demonic sound secret art unleashed by Xuekang. Under this sound, it could instantly disrupt the opponent's mind. If he couldn't temporarily break through the demonic sound, then in the next moment, just as Xuekang said, he would instantly die on the spot. At this moment, Sun Yang no longer dared to hold back. He immediately patted his storage pouch and quickly donned the Haolei cape. He instantly activated all the vast thunder on it. As the lightning danced around him, Xuekang's demonic sound attack immediately lightened. The vast thunder indeed had a miraculous effect against this type of spell. Amidst this thunder, Sun Yang quickly escaped his predicament. When he landed to the side, he lowered his head to look at the already dim Haolei cape, knowing that in a short time, this cape would likely no longer generate vast thunder. At this point, his heart grew even heavier. Now, as treasures were depleted one by one, his methods also began to decrease. But Sun Yang knew that the longer he dragged it out, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. At this moment, he no longer defended, but instead directly transformed into a blood shadow and fled towards Xuekang's left side. When he landed 5 zhong to Xuekang's left, he suddenly waved his hand, and 10 drops of pitch black essence blood instantly exploded. Immediately, a thick black mist firmly enveloped him. This black mist was corpse demon blood, possessing an extremely strong corrosive effect. Sun Yang believed that no matter how powerful Xuekang demon venerable was, he should still be afraid of being contaminated by corpse demon blood. As long as he stayed in it for a moment, waiting for him to set up his methods, there might be a high chance he could injure this demon, which could then turn the tide of the situation. However, his idea, though good, still underestimated Xuekang demon venerable. The demon merely glanced at the black chi with his scarlet eyes, still revealing disdain in his expression. The next moment, the demon's body trembled. Countless dense devilish chi once again emerged, but this devilish chi was attached to his back, and soon transformed into a pair of pitch black wings formed from devilish chi. With a single flap of these wings, countless black feathers, formed from black chi, emerged. These feathers shimmered with a dark grey light. Under Xuekang demon venerable's activation, they all emitted a sharp aura, and instantly shot towards Sun Yang's location. The resulting attack completely sealed Sun Yang within a 30 zhong radius. The sounds of whoosh, whoosh, whoosh began to rise and fall. When these feathers landed on the black chi formed by the corpse demon blood, a faint light emerged from them. As this faint light appeared, the black chi seemed to be cut open. The corrosive effect of the corpse demon blood was completely rendered useless in front of the black feathers. This lasted for a full 15 breaths. Only then did all the black feathers finish shooting. At this moment, Xuekang's scarlet eyes moved slightly. Not bad, kid. I didn't expect you to be able to retreat unscathed from this attack of mine. Although Sun Yang's location was still covered by a patch of black chi, Xuekang had used some unknown method to accurately detect Sun Yang's current state. Inside the black chi, Sun Yang's expression was extremely grim. At this moment, 3 evil corpses were shielding him. And these 3 evil corpses were already riddled with holes. Clearly, it was due to the resistance of these 3 evil corpses that Sun Yang was able to save his life once again. Originally, he had planned to subtly use methods to conceal these 3 evil corpses, so they could play a significant role at a critical moment. But he didn't expect that this demon's black feather attack had completely destroyed his plans. With 3 less evil corpses to assist him, Sun Yang now only had the killing corpse and the demonic evil corpse that could be of use. And although these two corpse puppets were very strong, however, at this moment, Sun Yang's heart also began to feel uncertain. This was because the demon's methods were endless, and his cultivation was far superior to his. He already had no advantage in terms of magical power, and now, even in terms of spell, he was at a disadvantage. At the same time, this demon also seemed to have a playful mindset, which also indicated that this demon had not yet used his full strength. Thinking this, Sun Yang immediately knew he was no match. He had to find a way to escape and leave this place first. After only a moment's thought, he flew out of the black mist. Immediately, with a wave of his hand, his magical power surged. Then, a thick bloody chi attached to his body, and he, along with the evil ghost and numerous vengeful spirits, transformed into a blood shadow and fled into the distance. Shuekang Demon Venerable saw this, and the disdain in his eyes deepened. I thought you would be able to use some method, but I didn't expect you to be a coward. You fled in disarray after only a few rounds. Humph, do you think you can escape from my grasp? This voice was like a sharp arrow, instantly spreading 1,000 meters away. It landed in Sun Yang's ears, so full of mockery. But Sun Yang did not hesitate in the slightest. His figure rapidly fled into the distance, and in the blink of an eye, he had escaped 1,000 meters away. He would not try to show off, he had to save his life first. After all, this demon had late-stage foundation establishment cultivation, and he was only at the early stage of foundation establishment. He was already at a significant disadvantage in terms of strength, so there was no shame in it. Shuekang Demon Venerable saw this, and devilish chi surged around him. Kid, you're still far behind in terms of speed. The Dao I cultivate is more than 3 times faster than yours now. Just wait to die. As soon as his voice fell, the demon disappeared from his original spot. His speed was so fast that even after images could not be seen. However, in a void, a strong aura of killing emerged. At this moment, a figure bathed in scarlet chi appeared. This figure was precisely the killing corpse. The killing corpse held a blood-red saber in its hand. A strong killing intent emanated from the saber. With a wave of the killing corpse's hand, this blood-red saber, carrying a red glow, slashed down. The previously empty air, which had no figures, suddenly had a black shadow appear as the saber slashed down. Upon feeling the extremely intense killing intent, this black shadow did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. As devilish chi surged, those pitch-black tentacles suddenly gathered together, forming a shield of devilish chi. This shield was extremely solid. When the blood-red saber struck, it produced a violent clang. Although the red glow on the blood-red saber was extremely sharp, it could only cut 7/10 of the shield, unable to advance further. However, immediately after, the killing intent emanating from the blood-red saber transformed into a thick bloody chi and rushed towards Shuekang. Shuekang Demon Venerable saw this, and his eyes finally changed. Not daring to be contaminated by the bloody chi, he could only retreat. And when the killing corpse saw Shuekang retreat, he did not pursue. Instead, with the roll of a purple shadow, he fled into the distance together. Shuekang Demon Venerable landed at a spot, his eyes like arrows, looking at the fleeing purple shadow, he muttered, somewhat interesting, it's becoming more and more fun, ha ha ha. But he only paused for a moment before transforming into a black shadow again and disappearing from his original spot, chasing forward. How could Shuekang Demon Venerable's speed be comparable to that of a purple yin blood slave? In just 3 breaths, he caught up with the purple yin blood slave. Purple yin was about to repeat his trick, using the killing corpse to deliver another blow to Shuekang, but he found that Shuekang Demon Venerable was already prepared. Upon arrival, a pitch-black demonic nail shot out. Purple Yin's arm, which was circulating magical power, immediately splattered with purple blood. Looking down again, he found that his entire arm, at some unknown point, had been struck by a demonic nail, and immediately exploded into a sky full of blood rain. Having lost an arm, Purple Yin suddenly stopped. With a violent shake of his other hand, a large gush of purple blood immediately spurted from the severed arm. The purple blood, like an arrow, shot directly towards Shuekang. When Shuekang saw the purple blood shooting towards him, the surrounding devilish chi clearly changed. This was because he felt a strong poison within the purple blood. If he were to be contaminated by it, it would be a troublesome matter. Left with no choice, he could only retreat to the side. Because of this, Purple Yin was given another chance to escape. Purple Yin, with a surge of magical power within his body, immediately shot away. Chapter 255 The Strongest Blow. Shuekang, the demon race's venerable, watched this and let out a cold laugh, finding Sun Yang's method somewhat intriguing. Immediately, he circulated his devilish chi, transforming into a sharp arrow that shot towards the Purple Yin blood slave. He wanted to see what other methods this Purple Yin blood slave possessed. At his current speed, catching up to the Purple Yin blood slave would only take 10 breaths. However, as the distance closed, a dark figure suddenly emerged directly in front of him. This dark figure was a beautiful and alluring woman, but her eyes were completely black, and a faint death chi emanated from her body. Shuekang, the demon race's venerable, immediately realized that this woman should be a corpse puppet. But because this corpse puppet appeared without a sound, Shuekang, the demon race's venerable, did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. He unleashed devilish chi from his entire body, transforming it into a giant black devilish chi blade, which he swung at the corpse puppet. However, this corpse puppet suddenly emitted a thick, sinister yin chi, then eerily transformed into a blurred shadow, instantly vanishing from its original spot. The devilish chi black blade struck, but it immediately hit nothing. At this moment, when the vanished corpse puppet reappeared, it was already 2 zhang above Xuekang, the demon race's venerable's head. Suddenly, a chi that was a fusion of devilish chi and yin chi transformed into a bizarre claw, which fiercely clawed down at Xuekang. Xuekang, the demon race's venerable's expression tightened, and he quickly made a grabbing and squeezing motion with his black hand, causing something to emit a cracking sound. As this sound rang out, it surprisingly unleashed a tremendous vibrating force. Under this vibration, the bizarre claw, which had been beneath the corpse puppet's claw, was instantly shaken off by the immense force. The next moment, Xuekang, the demon race's venerable, retracted his devilish chi, and the vibrating force abruptly ceased. Then, his black figure flashed, and in a short inch of time, he arrived in front of the corpse puppet. As a black hand descended, the exquisite corpse puppet was suddenly grasped in Xuekang, the demon race's venerable's palm, and a ruthless glint flashed in Xuekang's eyes. With a cold laugh, a black glow suddenly erupted from Xuekang's palm, and the exquisite corpse puppet's head was instantly crushed by a powerful force. He, is this all you've got? Nothing more than this, humph, let's see what other tricks you have up your sleeve. Xuekang's eyes glowed red like arrows, and as he looked forward, his gaze seemed to land on Sun Yang, who had fled several li away. Several li away, when Sun Yang sensed that the demonic evil corpse puppet had been defeated by Xuekang's attack, his face instantly turned ashen. This corpse, having been imbued with the origin power of the ghost shadow from the evil cultivator's cave, its physical body strength had already reached the late stage of foundation establishment realm. However, after only a brief exchange, it was actually defeated by Xuekang with a single strike of his immense devilish chi. This caused his mind to become restless. This demon's strength once again exceeded his expectations. Sun Yang didn't have time to feel distressed, he quickly spat out another mouthful of vital blood, and the blood shadow he formed became increasingly faster. Behind him, Xuekang retracted his gaze, his eyes once again fixed on the purple yin blood slave fleeing ahead, and a cold aura emanated from his body. Subsequently, the black shadow he transformed into surprisingly accelerated to another level at this moment, becoming twice as fast as lightning. Thousands of meters away, purple yin's eyebrows suddenly twitched, simply because a terrifying aura was approaching from behind. And this aura began to grow stronger, moving from far to near. Purple yin quickly moved one hand, and the killing corpse once again appeared beside her, only this time, the killing chi on this corpse instantly intensified by 5 times. It seemed that purple yin, under Sun Yang's control, had instantly activated all the killing chi within the killing corpse. He intended to use this for a final strike against Xuekang. Once this strike was unleashed, this killing corpse would no longer possess killing chi and would be completely rendered useless. Although Sun Yang was very reluctant to do so, the current situation forced him to use this attack. As the killing chi within the killing corpse was fully released, the surrounding 5 zhang were instantly dyed red with blood chi. Moments later, this blood chi surprisingly swarmed towards the blood blade in the killing corpse's hand. In the blink of an eye, all the blood chi within the surrounding 5 zhang was absorbed by the blood blade, and at this moment, the blood blade emitted an eerie blood glow that made people tremble with fear. This blood glow, even Sun Yang, who was several li away, could sense it, and the battle intent on it was almost substantial. And when Xuekang, the demon race's venerable, sensed it, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. This was the first time he had felt a sense of crisis. He also hadn't expected that a mere corpse puppet could emit a killing intent that made even him feel alarmed. But after his surprise, a hint of excitement flashed in Xuekang's eyes. It had been a long time since he had felt excited. At this moment, he intended to thoroughly experience the power of that eerie blood blade. The demon race was inherently warlike, and only during each crisis would Xuekang be able to stimulate the demonic blood within his body, which would further lead to an opportunity for breakthrough. This was also the reason for his current bloodthirsty and warlike nature. But there was only one time when he felt a sense of retreat. That was when he was threatened by Sun Yang with a few broken beads when he was resurrected after hundreds of years of slumber in the Yin Extreme Secret Realm, which caused him to feel a trace of retreat. And it was precisely this incident that caused cracks to appear in his state of mind. Therefore, he must kill Sun Yang to repair this crack. This was also the reason why Xuekang was willing to go to any lengths to find Sun Yang and torture him personally. Only then would his cultivation advance further. And during this process, Xuekang also needed to further stimulate the demon race's inherent battle intent, allowing him to once again stimulate the demonic blood within his body. After this, by cruelly killing Sun Yang, his cultivation would surely break through to the core formation realm in one fell swoop. That would bring him one step closer to his peak cultivation from back then. Let this venerable experience the power of this blood blade, which contains immense killing intent. I hope it doesn't disappoint this venerable. Xuekang's demonic blood was stimulated, and the devilish chi within his body surged out like a storm. In just an instant, a 10-zhang radius was covered by an extremely vast amount of devilish chi. But this immense devilish chi had not yet dispersed in all directions. It was surprisingly pulled by a strange suction force at the center, constantly surging inwards. In just one breath, the black chi was completely absorbed by a strange black ball in Xuekang's hand. And Xuekang waved his hand, throwing out the strange black ball. As soon as this black ball was unleashed, it seemed to come alive, transforming into an ink black eye that coldly stared ahead. Xuekang, along with the ink black eye, went straight for the killing corpse. Purple Yin, at the same moment, as the last hand seal fell, the killing corpse in front of her, carrying that eerie blood sword, went straight for Xuekang. The killing corpse unleashed an astonishing slash. And Xuekang, at the same moment, activated the ink black eye, erupting with an unimaginable aura. Chapter 256 Ending. Several miles away, Sun Yang suddenly felt two exceptionally fierce auras intertwine, causing the sky to change color. Crimson and inky black colors appeared on the horizon. These two colors lingered for a long time without dissipating. Sun Yang disregarded everything else, and at this moment, with the movement of the ghost sail in his hand, the tall ghost general appeared. He waved his hand, took out 5 bottles of soul liquid, and without hesitation, threw them to the tall ghost general. After the ghost general drank the soul liquid, the soul power within its body instantly increased tenfold. Then, Sun Yang used the netherworld method, and the vast soul power from the tall ghost general instantly enveloped him, carrying him away at an extremely fast speed. Several hours later, in a terrifying deep pit, a demonic cover suddenly burst, and a dark figure emerged from within. This dark figure glanced around and then let out an evil, charming laugh. Not bad, very good, ha 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 ha. This dark figure was none other than Demon Venerable Shuekang. At this moment, his aura had noticeably diminished, and his body was covered in wounds, but he didn't care. Instead, he burst into loud laughter. It seemed he was very satisfied with the current scene. And at this moment, he waved his hand, and a purple yin figure was grabbed by him from a surge of devilish chi. Shuekang gave the purple yin figure a cold smile, then with a fierce grab, he began to chew it in large bites. Oh, how wonderful, truly wonderful. At this moment, Shuekang experienced an unprecedented sense of wonder. This was because he had already activated 70% of the demonic blood within his body, and at this point, the taste of devouring blood food became even more exquisite. After completely devouring purple yin, the blood-red glow in Shuekang's eyes intensified. It's time to deal with that kid. But Shuekang glanced around and suddenly realized that he had been too engrossed just now, and several hours seemed to have passed unknowingly. However, he was not anxious, as the boy's aura had been imprinted in the demonic sea, making escape impossible. Immediately, he circulated the devilish chi within him and instantly vanished. At this moment, with his demonic blood activated, his strength had advanced further, and catching up to that kid was only a matter of time. 3 days later. In a gloomy mountain forest, this place was only 100 miles from the Blood Yin sect and was also the only way to reach the Blood Yin sect. At this moment, a figure flew over in a disheveled state. This figure was Sun Yang. At this moment, Sun Yang's face was pale. After continuously expending his essence blood and magical power to travel, his magical power was now less than 20% of its original amount. But fortunately, he was now only 100 miles from the sect. In a few hundred breaths at most, he would be able to return to the sect. Even if Demon Venerable Shuekang pursued him, he would not dare to openly trespass into the sect. At this moment, a trace of relief finally appeared on his face. Then, as Sun Yang arrived above the mountain forest, he touched his storage pouch, took out a chi recovery pill, and was about to consume it. However, the next moment, a dark figure suddenly flew out. This dark figure instantly blocked Sun Yang's path. Immediately after, it looked at Sun Yang with interest, then stroked its beard deeply, a satisfied smile appearing on its face. Ha ha ha, not bad, Sun Yang, you really didn't disappoint this old man. You actually broke through to the foundation establishment stage advancement. When this old man heard that you took a mission to kill a chi refining stage 9th level cultivator in 1 year, I already sensed a problem. I didn't expect that you really didn't make this old man wait too long. As this old man expected, you truly left the sect to find a place to break through your cultivation realm. This person was an old man, and his face revealed none other than Elder Gu Jingfeng. At this moment, Gu Jingfeng's aura was extremely vast, so much so that it even made the current Sun Yang somewhat breathless. Foundation establishment late stage realm. Sun Yang exclaimed in surprise as he sensed the aura emanating from Gu Jingfeng. Gu Jingfeng gave a cold smile, seemingly very satisfied with Sun Yang's surprise, and said, "Hehe, this old man only broke through a few months ago." Originally, Gu Jingfeng had not held much hope when entering the Blood Yin pool. But unexpectedly, it was so dramatic, he actually managed to advance his cultivation by another step during these 3 years, after being cleansed by the Blood Yin pool. Now, he had suddenly broke through to the foundation establishment late stage realm. Originally, he had not intended to make a move on Sun Yang and had planned to use Sun Yang to retrieve a treasure from within the secret realm, but now that he had broke through to the foundation establishment late stage realm, Sun Yang was no longer of much use. That was why Gu Jingfeng had waited here for Sun Yang for several months, intending to intercept Sun Yang outside the sect and refine Sun Yang into the treasure he greatly anticipated. Ha ha ha, kid, just obediently accept your death. Gu Jingfeng also didn't intend to waste any more words and directly flipped his hand, taking out several treasures that were already glowing brightly, and attacked Sun Yang. Seeing this, Sun Yang's heart sank to the bottom. At this moment, his cultivation was less than 20%, and facing a foundation establishment late-stage realm cultivator again, he was utterly powerless to retaliate. But he was still unwilling to wait for death. He waved the ghost sail, then waved the soul sail, and countless fierce ghosts, 4 evil ghosts, and a tall ghost general, all emerged. He intended to make a final stand with these. Hehe, mere low-level ghost creatures like these think they can harm this old man? Sun Yang, you disappoint this old man too much. Die. Gu Jingfeng sneered, then instantly unleashed the 5 treasures in his hand. Sun Yang had originally intended to command these ghost creatures to attack Gu Jingfeng, but he suddenly felt a dizzy spell. Then, when he turned around, he saw a treasure with a dense blood-red glow, which had appeared above his head at some unknown time. Under this blood-red glow, his magical power was instantly sealed, and his body felt only a surge of weakness and dizziness. Just then, Sun Yang felt his head being grasped in a large hand. Immediately after, a piercing pain struck him. His heart was filled with unwillingness, anger, helplessness, and finally despair. Alas, it's all over. With his final sigh, he activated a demon-subduing pearl that he had prepared beforehand in his palm. As he lost consciousness, the power of lightning from the pearl was finally unleashed, enveloping him in the center of a lightning net. Sun Yang's body was completely annihilated amidst the flashing lightning. Thus, Sun Yang, deceased. Easter egg segment. Blue Star, Happiness Community, Building B, Room 318, a person drenched in sweat suddenly sat up, staring blankly around, a hint of loneliness flashing in his eyes. Mortal cultivation, but a fleeting dream. End of book. Thank you, fellow deists, for watching. This book concludes.